weren't defined at all. So, you know, it's just great to see them so much. A big upset, though, was Riot not making it and Good and Useful beating them in the tiebreaker to get here. So I'm really excited to watch them.
Now, moving on, topic number 2. Just going through the day 1 Swiss format so the viewers at home can know what are we in for.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is the major. So we are going to be doing a Swiss format today, and it's very simple. If you win 3 series as a team, you are through to the playoff stage. If you lose 3 series as a team, then you will be eliminated from the event. You can see there the teams getting filtered out as they go on. Those green boxes up at the top right, those are the teams that make it through. And you'll see there 8 total teams will be moving on after today. And the Swiss format really does allow rewarding of consistency. It's essentially triple elimination, and we in the past have used so much double elimination. This one is much more forgiving to the players, and it also is so much better for the fans because there's many more games, many more matchups for us to enjoy.
For OCE as well, the number of matchups have been amazing, you know, going from 7 series a season to 7 series a tournament, multiple times, 4 times a season. So we're certainly seeing, I guess, the cream of the crop come out from this format.
Yeah, I'm just excited to see so much more like gameplay. And like you're saying, James, it's triple elimination, so they have more chances. And then the other great thing about Swiss formats, you're always playing the people with the same record. So they're always like pretty close matchups all the time.
It sounds easy enough. Win 3 games. Why not? Maybe I should move down to the Oceanic region. Give it a shot. Topic number 3, my friends. All right. Can anyone stop Oceanic's big 3? Now, obviously, as a newcomer here, I feel like a good introduction to who those 3 teams are, what kind of threat they possess, and why they are as strong as they are.
First off, no. Well, it's possible, but you know,
also thinking that.
Wow,
You're so rude.
That was.
I'm
cool.
not surprised that you were scamming people out of coaching sessions.
Hey, James, you were the one who said that when OCE would come in RLCS Season 3, they wouldn't win a single game. Not a series, not a match. I know. They wouldn't win a single game, and OCE showed you up over and over again, and you got a pie to the face. So I don't know why you're here in the first place. You don't believe in us. I believe in it. But I don't believe that teams are taking them down. They are so strong. They're international level competition. Their teams are back against NA and EU. You've got Cringe Society, you've got Ground Zero, and you've got Renegades, all names that have been here before. Cringe Society are August, despite being number 1, but that's Torsos, Drippe, and Deca, arguably 3 of the best players in OCE.
Yeah, and just on those top teams, you could really say they're the top 9 players in OCE as well. So it's just so hard for anyone to come up against them. We have Gaming Gamers and Mindfreak having the best chance. Mindfreak have looked a bit flat and just not able to take a series off them. They've had a few Game 5s against the top 3, but it's still not looking like they could get like consistently into that top 3, at least at the moment. And Gaming Gamers, you know, with the last week having their sub play, looking awesome with the sub, but still probably not quality enough to like really challenge for a firm spot in that top 3.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but the Cringe Society, Renegades, and Ground Zero in the first 3 regionals, they all took 1 title apiece.
Yeah. So Cringe Society took the first, Renegades the second, Ground Zero the third. And the big thing is these guys are not only so far ahead of everyone else, but they're really close to each other. It comes down to who plays the best on the day. And I don't know what it is, but it's always like grabbing this momentum. Like Cringe Society 4-0'd Renegades, then 4-1 them in the grand, or was 3-2 them or something in the grand final. The second one, Renegades went 4-1 against Ground Zero, 4-0 against Ground Zero, 4-1 Cringe Society in the grand final, and then Ground Zero in the third one did the same thing. They got a 4-1 and then a 4-1 again. Like when they win, it's just a big dominant performance and a big day for them.
And
yeah, so it is interesting.
And sorry to interrupt, but I'm curious. You know, for me, I've seen so much of Drippe. You know, Drippe and Torsos, to me, those are like the top 2 players out from OCE. Has that landscape really changed? Who do you think is at the top right now, in just in individual terms as a player on these big 3 teams?
Well, Drip A had a really rough off-season. If people saw the power rankings and the individual player power rankings, he was like sitting in that 7th mark, considering he was used to be known as the best. But he has looked really good on that team. But I'd say, like, amongst all of them, no one's really standing out from their team. And that's kind of the beauty of those guys. They're all three getting involved. I think especially for Ground Zero, if they want to win, all three have to get involved. But I think if you're talking about like an individual player standing out, it's Amphis for Ground Zero, who they purposely, make him the superstar of the team.
That's what I was thinking as well, at least with Cringe and Renegades. Neither of them have that star player anymore. And, like Torsos, he was really involved in doing just everything last year. But then this year with the new team, he's a lot more mellowed out. So we don't see like crazy plays that make them like clearly the best. Siki was amazing as well last year, early this year with amazing shooting, but that's kind of fallen off, but his team's really picked up that slack as well. So yeah, it's only really like Amphis who's the star player for the team out of the top three.
Yeah, and even still, that's with, the Ground Zero, people know Express, he's been to Worlds, Jules been to Worlds. I'd say for Jules as well, the difference that's making for Ground Zero is huge, because in the past, he was a pop-off player. He'd have a good series and then 5 bad series. Now that's coming 5 good series, 1 bad series, and those 5 series will win them that entire that game. He'll have amazing performances over and over again. For Renegades, you've also got Kami, who doesn't get talked about a lot, but because he is so controlling, and you have to put him as one of the top players individually in the region, just about how much he controls the pitch. He's the highest boost stealer of anyone in OCE, and the highest demoer for Renegades. Though, when it comes to Renegades, like, you look at the stats of the top 3 specifically against each other, they're all exactly the same. They all concede the same amount of goals against each other, score a similar amount. When it comes to regular play, Cringe Society are the most offensive. But when it comes to the top 3, the difference is Renegades steal way more boost than the others. All 3 of them against the top 3 are like Kami, then Sticky, then CJ are the 3 highest boost stealers.
Is it common for some of the pro teams to have, like, you have that star potential player that stands out from the rest, or is it most of the time it's kind of like a group effort? Obviously, it is always a group effort because it's a team-based game, but that star potential, is that important? Is that something you see a lot of with these teams?
Yeah, so I was thinking about it. So I feel like the defense has gone way better. So teams are better at shutting down those star players, but they're so great to have on a team. We saw Amphis just scoring everything to take Ground Zero to their win last week. So it's still a great quality, but it's getting harder to like stand out as that star player.
Yeah, I think all 3 of the teams as well, they have their own style, which is really nice. They're all very different, even though they're going for the same goal. I'd say Renegades have CJ as their star performer, getting the most goals, and for Cringe Society, it's Torsos.
Got it. We'll look out for those. Moving over to the next topic, we have Big Brain. Now, this is kind of like brains versus bronze. Where do you think mechanics rank as opposed to, well, the brains of the operation, essentially? A mechanical player versus a smarter player. Is there one that outranks the other, or do you have to have just a symbiote of all of them?
Well, I mean, yeah, mechanics are obviously super important. I think Jake will probably disagree with me overall, though. I don't think it's as important in Oceania at the moment as it is in other regions. I actually think that the top teams, especially Renegades and Cringe Society, aren't relying on mechanics so much as just really solid rotations and massive control of the pitch. It's kind of Oceania maybe a season or so behind NA, where demos are becoming so important and more shutting down a lot of those plays rather than specifically being mechanical.
And I've got a question for you too, Jake, since you were about to talk anyway. I want to know too, with these teams specifically, who do you think are the brains versus the brawn? Maybe even on Cringe Society. Who's got the brains?
Give it some top 3, really.
So it's really hard on Cringe Society, right? So Deca is their 3rd man and that kind of like rotational player. He does a great job of rotating in as well. For Renegades, it would be Kami. He's the one really like holding the line. And then it's always been Express on Ground Zero. And then, when it comes to mechanics versus, Brain versus Brawn, I think Brain is really important for one player to have. Teams do really struggle if they don't have one player being thinking a bit more team oriented. But I think mechanics are so important. I actually think in the OC region at the moment, they're probably thinking a little too much rotationally, and they need to bring those mechanics back, because like there's only so much you can do rotationally as a team. Once everyone gets on the same page, it's really about mechanics and speed that start to separate the top players and the top teams.
Yeah, and I think if I was to give a shout out to some of the players out there too, in terms of top mechanics, you've obviously got Torsos and Amphis doing it for their teams. In event number 2, I said CJ was the best player in OCE right now. So he made sure in the third event to prove me 100% wrong. But
he had good at mechanics on his own net, to be fair.
Yeah, he's had a few whoopsies. But you go down to the likes of Fiber, for me, obviously huge mechanically for gaming gamers, and Fever for Mindfreak. But I'd actually give a shout out to Fever on both mechanics and brains. I think he's such a well-rounded player right now. He's the reason that Mindfreak are so strong. And kind of, Jake already said the other names I'd say for brains. And then outside of that, a lot of players in OCE call themselves mech monkeys, just like focusing purely on mech, don't know what they're doing on the pitch. They try and make something work, and they're just a bit unsure of where to go,
I really think like having both is really important as a player. Most players will lean to one or the other. So like some players will think more rotationally all the time. Some will think mechanically. I think you should always like focus on the other, but overall, like you see with the teams, it's like they have like their rotational players and they have their mechanical players, and everyone really has a place.
Is it important to individually practice your mechanics like on a day-to-day basis as much as it is to practice with the team and get rotations right and getting just in the mindset of thinking as a team? Is it important to slot off just me time, me working on mechanics, however that might be?
Oh, you have to. You really do nowadays. And especially on PC. And this is more of a general Rocket League player conversation. If somebody were to come up to me and ask me about, would you play on PC or console? I would say PC all the time, just because of the workshop maps that allow you to really take advantage of some of these training regimens. You have the rings maps and some other things, but even just free training, going in there, learning things like air roll right, getting to that next level of mechanics is something that you have to be practicing on your own, and it takes a lot of time.
Yeah, there's also different camps so that some players actually feel a lot better when they play less and they're not playing so much, I guess, individually and mostly just in scrims. But I think there's been some proof in the pudding recently in terms of mechanics falling a little flat. I think Chorset's a great, player who is known for playing very few hours to be the best, but may have fallen behind a little bit in the last season. Siki as well is another player in OC who hasn't fallen behind necessarily, but he doesn't like playing too much of the game.
Trust me, I'm taking notes of all this, okay? When we go offline, I'm going to get the training as hard as I can to improve. Switching up gears here. Moving on, changes. How the new RLCS format has changed, Oceania. Input on this, fellas?
Jake, I'll leave it to you.
Yeah, so to think about it, I love just the more gameplay, right? Especially for trying to break that top 3. The top 3 is still so dominant, but I think as the year moves on, we'll be able to find the talent. They'll have more game experience. So I think that's really great. At the same time, though, consistency is really rewarded in this new format, right? Like consistency is a whole thing across the whole year. And that's kind of led to, us having 3 different champions and 3 different splits, where before, that clutch factor was so important. And it feels like that clutch factor has fallen off a bit more, and it's much more important to be consistent.
And we're seeing a lot of teams rising up from the chafe. They're managing to really come out of the woodworks. And a major part of that, right, is before there was a top 8. And then if you didn't make it into that one double elimination tournament that happened every 6 months, you didn't have anything whatsoever for another 6 months. You were completely out of competition, and that caused teams to fall apart, people to retire constantly, and really didn't help out that scene. Now, even if you didn't make it into the top 16 in one, you can still make it into the top 16 in another. So you'll wait 3 weeks. You have a chance to get in the major pretty simply. In fact, a couple of teams made it into this major via just one top 16 performance, and overall that really helps. I would say for the major difference between how this format works at NA and EU and how it works at OCE is with it only being 2 spots at the very top to go to Worlds, for example. It's so much more important to make that grand final. It's not just for consistency to get in the top 8. Like you see G2 always making top 8, but you always see, Cringe Society, Renegades, Ground Zero make top 4, top 2. And if they don't, they're going to fall really far behind.
Yeah, well, we have Mindfreak and Gaming Gamers at the moment, and like 4th and like 5th and every week, that is great, that is consistent, but the scoring points is top heavy. So getting into the second split, the third split, those teams are going to start running away with it, and then you're going to have a situation where if Mindfreak don't start winning soon, they're going to have to win every regional in the third split. So, that's going to be so hard for them. So you're right. It's like teams do have to show up like now, even though it might not feel like it.
And even with roster moves, have you guys seen that stay at pretty much the same level, or with this change in format, are you starting to see rosters stabilize?
No, they're not stable at all. It's still the OCE roster shuffle permanently. Literally, 3 teams today have already made roster changes like before the last regional, and obviously they can't execute it here to keep their points. But Direwolves doesn't even exist anymore as a roster, and they're here playing in the major right now. They've already completely split apart and ready to try and form a super team for the next regional.
Yeah, we've had teams just like decide to give up on their 3-man roster in the first regional to then form a completely different team. So yeah, the OCE players, they don't seem to have that from stopping them from shuffling.
Well, a major part of that too is, right, that if you're not competing with Cringe, Renegades, and Ground Zero, you're not making it to Worlds. There's 2 spots for some extent. So instead of playing for Worlds necessarily, it's more likely that they are trying to find that team that'll get them to the major in the next split.
All right, moving on. Predictions. All right, who's going to make it through to the playoffs? What are your thoughts here? There's obviously a lot of teams. Not everybody can make it.
How about we each pick like 3 teams each? Okay, does that sound good? And then until we get to 8. Okay, so maybe Jake, you can only pick 2. I'll start. I'll say Renegades, Cringe Society,
say, that's some
and Ground Zero.
I'm saying Cowabunga.
We're gonna make it to the playoffs.
Yeah.
Sorry, what did you say? What are you guessing?
He said the top 3, and Orb's gone for the bold choice of Cowabunga.
Listen, when I saw them in the teams, I was like, okay, what names stand out to me? As an outsider, if you will, as somebody who's very keen on watching matches, seeing the team name Cowabunga, come on. Just off the rip when you're looking at that, you want to root for them. The same way for the grid when I saw the Omelette team. I was like, Omelette is a terrific team name. Talk about standing out.
15 seed team, Orb, and they're bringing in a sub today. Like you've got no chance of this top 8. I know they're an amazing team, and I love them. And Joel from that team is known. He was in the first regional event. He got into the qualifier to get into top 16. The very qualifying match, win you're in, lose you're out. They go to game 5 overtime, and he initiates a rule 1 in that game 5 overtime. So there's certainly a legendary team.
Rule 1 is glorious.
You really have no hope of making it to the top 8. Sorry.
You're saying there's no shot of Cowabunga to make it? No shot.
There's no.
Well, listen.
That's devastating.
They say hope is the last thing that leaves man, and I remain hopeful for Cowabunga. Okay, you got my support. No, but who else you guys got?
I guess I'll make it hard for Yummy because that 7-8, the 7th, 8th is the really hard one. But, you have Gaming Gamers, we're definitely expecting them to go through. Mindfreak are definitely expecting them to go through. And with the form Vort Central have been on, you're really expecting them to come through today as well.
All right, well, I'm going to call Vort don't make it today. It's got to be one. I don't know how they've managed to be so consistent. So yeah. Obviously, I have to pick 3 teams that aren't that. I'm actually going to give 1 to Skyfire. They were known as sneaky boys throughout this competition. They made the top 16 each time. In event 2, they lost all 3 of their series, but it was kind of like the toughest series, the tougher bracket you could possibly have. But outside of that, they've done really well. They came 1 series away in the first one. They made it into the top 8 in the third one, but I think they're really on an upwards trend towards that top 8, like being a consistent, always in top 8 team. I think they're going to go close no matter what. Outside of that, it gets really tough. I'm going to give a shout out to Canberra Havoc, who also are on the upturn. I don't know what goes on with them because they'll beat Mind Freak. They've had some of the best results of anyone. And then, of course, last regional, they beat Mind Freak and then kind of got reverse sweep. Lost the next 3 series. Couldn't figure out what was going on. It was absolute tragedy. Don't be a Canberra Havoc fan. It's kind of like being a G2 fan. You don't want to back that team because it's going to end up with an upset.
Wait a minute. Wait. What? You can't root for G2?
Fan. Yeah, don't cheer for G2. You'll be upset. They'll make it to the grand final, losing Game 7 overtime. It's just heartbreak. Don't cheer for them, and don't cheer for Canberra Havoc. The last team. Oh, this is where it gets like completely crazy. I'll give Solicit made the last one. I'm actually going to give it to Direwolves. I think even though they've completely split up as a roster, they're bringing in a sub. I think the fact that they've got no pressure on them because of that fact is going to get them sneaking in.
All right. Well, I'm learning a lot about your predictions. Yummy, especially you. I'm learning a lot. I feel like there's a lot of negative energy, okay, towards Calbanga, towards G2. All right.
That's yummy.
Are we going to throw down? I want to be friends with you,
I saw you in the G2 hoodie at the start of this, and it just made my blood boil. I had to.
And he waited until we're live to comment on it. Wow. All right. Well, it is what it is. Predictions are in, my friends. And we're ready to send it off to kickoff. And I believe it's Cringe Society versus Mind Freak that is going to be game number 1. So we're going to throw it over to We're not going to throw it over. Sorry. We're not going to throw it over.
Yeah, before we do that, we're going to have to, I think, talk about the matchup and then maybe go on record on who we think will win.
All right.
That's usually how we do it.
And then we cut. It's live? Okay. Well, it's day 1, so it can only get better from here.
Yes.
Cringe Society versus Mind Freak. Let's talk about the game. I'll leave it to you, fellas.
Yeah, I know you're really excited to get into
Cheese Man. So Cringe Society, Mind Freak, if I want to get percentages from you. This is something we've done in the past with just trying to think of how close it's going to be. I'm assuming you think Cringe Society is going to take it, but how much of a chance does Mind Freak have to win this one?
You know what? Well, I guess they sort of... they've never gone close. I'm going to give it a 10% max of Mind Freak taking this.
And Jake, Twitch chat can vote on this right now. They're probably doing hashtag MF or CS in chat. What do you think Twitch chat is going to be? What are the numbers? Is this like a 90-10, an 80-20? What are we thinking?
It's hard to tell because we've had the Australian Twitter voting before, and they're always very, very kind to the underdogs. We always get 70-30.
Oh my
and
goodness.
I guess Twitch chat's pretty kind as well, honestly, because I don't think Yummy's wrong. Mind Freak have told us in the past, Cringe Society are their Achilles heel, and Cringe Society have been very good at not even dropping single games to teams they don't outside the top 3. So you really have to give this one to Cringe Society. But Mind Freak have been looking a little flat. So I hope they prove me wrong, but it's going to be tough for them.
Yeah, Mind Freak haven't been on the upturn or anything like that. But I think when it comes to these percentages as well, it's a little bit like the NA Yummy Cheese Man, Gibbs. If he predicts something, everyone's against him. I think that might be what's happening here as the Mind Freak numbers go up a bit.
I'm shocked it's that close. I mean, I was thinking it was going to be a 90-10 in favor of Cringe Society. So
is Twitch chat normally savage for the...
Well, we've seen them do it before. It's been up there. It's been, I think, in the 90s before. So,
but listen, Twitch chat always knows best, my friends. Haven't you guys learned this? Haven't you guys spent enough time on Twitch to know that chat is always right?
They're more right than Gibbs, at least.
All right, well, that concludes the Verizon fan vote, my friends. And now I believe we are ready to send it over. All right, Cringe Society versus Mind Freak. We got Jorby and James Spot. You have to run off and catch the game. So we can't wait to watch the game. And let's jump into it.
And I'm back. Jorby, it's good to see you, my man. It's I had the best pre-show with the crew, Orb, Jake, and Cheeseman. It was special. But now I'm here with you.
I don't know how you could sit next to Yummy for so long and retain your sanity, James. I'm really impressed by your longevity, and you always seem to get paired with Yummy whenever you cross paths. But you handled it well, James.
Yes, I don't know if it's kindness or punishment. I'm still trying to make that out in my mind. But today it was beautiful seeing him again. And now we're getting into it. OCE. I love watching my old friends Torsos and Drippe play. It's been a long time. We've been seeing them all the way since OCE was welcomed officially to the region, and they're still at the top of the game.
And Deca, the newest name on the team, he's been hanging in pretty well with this Cringe Society team. As far as Mind Freak goes, though, they haven't been hanging well against Cringe Society lately. In the last 6 matches, they've lost all of them, and Cringe Society will take the first goal. That's going to be Deca's first.
And I love that first touch from Deca. He was on 0 boost. Was able to still get the perfect touch to go with the setup. He had Torsos leading the charge as a blocker. Cringe Society not wasting any time. Twitch chat thought this was going to be not a complete blowout. I mean, it was still pretty heavily in favor of Cringe Society, but from my understanding, Cringe Society is the heavy favorite, and they don't waste any time. A second goal already.
Yeah. I mean, in the last 3 matches, if you look at the game wins, it's 11-3 for Cringe Society. Torsos gets a nice little redirect back into the net, but they've owned this matchup for the last few times they've met up. And I think Jake and Yummy were alluding to that, where people think Mind Freak, all right, this is the time that they take down Cringe Society. And then Cringe Society put on a 2-spot in the first minute of game 1. And Mind Freak are left still stuck on defense, trying to manage their clears against Cringe Society. Requiem, he was just stuck on the back wall with no boost. But did the job well enough, able to get the ball out to Caveman Ben. And despite the low boost situation on defense, very cautious, not taking too many risks, and that was good enough for Cringe Society for another clear as well. Mind Freak can't stay past the midfield line. So Fever letting that drop in front. Mind Freak continuing to struggle to get these clears and then keep the ball out of their own half.
Oh, but this could be a chance. They've rotated heavily into Cringe Society's half, getting them locked down in the corner. A quality challenge, almost had that shot on net there.
Ooh, good midfield there by Mind Freak. Torsos was surely going to put some heat towards the net.
And Requiem had a back pass there and put that pass a little too far forward. So we're seeing some creativity from Mind Freak. And now the 50. Oh, what a dunk from Caveman Ben.
Caveman Ben knew exactly how this was going to happen. Pops this up. I'm going to go for it. Nope. Dunk right on the Drippe. Beautiful adjustment in midair. And that's how you like to win 50s, James. I wish every 50 like that went to the net. That would be
he
quite
clubbed
exciting.
him. I mean, he's getting that Caveman club out, using it, showing us how it's done.
I mean, that was seriously what they needed. I mean, they were struggling to grab any boost on the pitch, and you could tell that they wanted to move forward, but they were always stuck scrambling for pads and making saves. Fever making another one. Requiem not able to get back to it, but they're back here where they were earlier.
And Jory, Fever had to go all the way to Cringe Society's half and get their corner boost before coming back. And he actually sets up this play after getting back, making the stop. And then that flick and Torsos respawned right in front of him. So that is incredibly unfortunate for Cringe Society.
Yeah, Drippe was screening across the net, and then Torsos spawns, is like, all right, I'm going to flip into it. But Drippe's still going supersonic. He didn't have a chance to slow down and even react to it. Just like that, Requiem gets Mind Freak back into a tie. And after that explosive first minute, James, Cringe Society have struggled on the counter-attack efforts of Mind Freak a couple of times now.
Yeah, Mind Freak has really stepped up the pace. And where they've gotten much better is their challenges. They're winning these 50s immensely. And for Torsos, normally when somebody respawns right in front of you, it's a bad thing. You know, you're hoping to catch that net open after a demo, but that last play, Torsos respawned and pinched it straight into a perfect pass for Mindfreak. So Mindfreak, it looked like it was going to be a very rough start for him, but they have kept going. This one, another blistering shot from Caveman Ben. And now Mindfreak have the lead.
And Requiem, he had no boost on this, but it didn't matter. It was just the pure fact that he was falling towards it. And all of Cringe Society are like, okay, he's just going to drag that ball into the ground. We'll challenge it, trap it, get it out, no problem. But Requiem, all he's got to do is shout, no boost. And Caveman Ben snipes it from under him. And I don't think any of Cringe Society were expecting that. Looking at the first and second man, I think that all eyes were on the ball and Requiem on that last attempt. Cringe Society, another demo. The last couple of offensive attempts, they've been trying to demo Mindfreak on the line, but Mindfreak just keep getting these long clears, and a lot of times they're carries. Cringe Society might be able to catch them out, but the third man has been pretty reliable so far for Mindfreak in these last 3 minutes.
Mindfreak, can they hold on? Seemed like Cringe Society had a lot in the tank, but maybe they gassed themselves out early, and maybe just that goal after Torsos spawning there, maybe they're emotionally feeling it right now, because it seems really, Jorby, like you were saying, they are completely flat right now on the offensive side.
Ooh, Fever having to adjust. It's still looking a little scary on the Mindfreak goal line. They're having trouble on that first line defense, and the second falls apart. Drippe collects for Cringe Society, tying it up.
You saw that coming. The panic there, Fever and Requiem both getting out of position. Fever wasn't really sure where to go, and Drippe was able to get that one, sneaking it through the defensive line.
The Mindfreak, Caveman Ben, he's actually just going to drop down. I'm not sure if, he was intending for just a quick drop onto the ground and maybe a quick shot. But he had a good angle on the flip reset. He didn't have a lot of boosts. Maybe that's why. Either way, Caveman Ben hops on top of it again. You want to talk about Mindfreak upping their challenge game. He's been the center of it. Every time he gets into the ball and he's tasked with a challenge in midfield, Caveman Ben has been there for Mindfreak to get them, to keep them pushing forward or to bail them out of a couple situations. He's been pretty critical so far. This overtime, I feel also very critical for Mindfreak, despite it only being game one.
He's looking, he's looking very good. Ben, we've seen him already get a flip reset, showing his mechanics. And those big goals as well, a pair of them. Maybe Mindfreak can get something going now in overtime. Definitely the underdogs here against Cringe Society. Oh, and that could be it. Odeka barely getting that save.
Almost got caught. Cringe Society were all grouped up together on the one corner, and Fever had almost sniped it. He still might find some space. One demo from Caveman Ben. Fever got the catch, took his time, got another 50 win. Here comes KA Requiem, will get it. Mindfreak sent the house to make sure they got the game win.
And this patience from Fever lets the ball drop. He snakes through and lays it up. That was quite the pass, quite the setup from Fever.
I totally agree, James, and it's also a big first win for Mindfreak. They've only won one game in their last 2 matches. This is their second, so they've already matched their game win total from the last 2 times they've played. And I thought that Caveman Ben, despite being at the bottom of the scoreboard with 2 goals, Fever, it's always really impressive when you can take the MVP away from your teammates with no goals on the board. And I think that shows just how instrumental he was on defense and with those setups, James.
And certainly Fever had some huge plays, even going all the way out to enemy territory to snag a boost, get back in time, lead the counterattack. Then that last play, getting it around all those defenders, he read them like a book and was able to get that ball in a dangerous spot. Requiem finished that off in overtime. So Mindfreak, you can't forget, Jorby, they gave away 2 goals right at the beginning of that game. It seemed like Cringe Society was going to cruise to a victory in game 1, but after those first 2 goals for Cringe Society, things really started to look shaky for him. And Mindfreak still holding strong, getting that first Game 1 win despite being that underdog.
Yeah, I mean, I just felt like Cringe Society weren't expecting to lose the challenges. Like, even after they had gotten scored on the second time and the game was tied, you know, the rotation never really started to respect the fact that, well, they had lost midfield. And now they're losing the ball in front of their own box. Fever grabbed a rebound. Requiem's going to need to stop the counterattack really quick, but now behind it, Torsos, well, it'll be easily knocked away by Caveman Ben, but this is where they succeeded in the first minute, James. Just really consistent pressure, forcing a lot of awkward touches on the back wall, setting up maybe another chance. Fever back to Requiem for another defense.
And getting in front of that challenge there. This is going to set up a play for Caveman Ben in the air. Gets his jump back off the ceiling. He was looking for a highlight play, Jorby.
That would have been crazy. I saw him come off and he's like, is he just going to flip into that? That would have been nuts. Oh, he's really feeling it. Yeah. Getting super aggressive on a lot of these challenges, but he keeps grabbing a canister every time he rotates back. You can understand why he wants to keep pushing.
I mean, if you just won this last game, Caveman Ben scored a pair of goals as well. I think he's looking much more confident than almost any other player on the field right now. Zero hesitation. And zero hesitation on some very challenging plays as well.
Oh, he's
even there, that touch was incredibly difficult.
Yeah. I mean, he misses that at all. That's probably a goal. Fever was going to be in a really tough spot. So, I mean, that whole sequence right there was really showing you how good Caveman Ben's feeling, and he stops another one for Fever. Can't sneak it by the gap, and it's picked up again by Torsos, but really, I can't help but just look at Mindfreak being in control on defense, grabbing every rebound, but that was really Cringe Society's goal, and they lost it.
Cringe Society, that was a golden opportunity. And they've had a few chances now where Mindfreak has been on that goal line. They've allowed things to bounce off the backboard, but still no goal come through for Cringe Society, whose offense has dried up since the beginning of Game 1.
Ooh, Requiem wasn't expecting the pass, and it's blown apart. Drippe will punish Mindfreak on this attempted passing play from Caveman Ben.
And Caveman Ben was trying to put it across. You're 100% right, Jorby. And it was just not the right time. The setup wasn't there. Mistake for Mindfreak, and Drippe will clock an easy goal.
Oh, is that another? Wow. Deca will pick up the goal off of what looked like a whifty here in midfield. Ooh.
Yeah, that was a challenge there from Caveman Ben. I don't know if he got a piece of it or if it just kicked out, but either way, kickoffs, a lot of times that can happen to you. Kickoff goal conceded for Mindfreak, so now they're in the exact same situation they were in Game 1, find themselves down by 2. Will they be able to come back this time?
Well, Mindfreak, they got a little less time to do it. Not a ton of boost in the tank. One canister finally picked up, and Requiem buying time as well. Requiem has been a good presence for Mindfreak in the midfield overall today. He slowed down a lot of attempted counterattacks from Cringe Society, but they really need something going on offense. You can't constantly try to keep this ball away from Cringe Society on your own half. We're talking 3 minutes into Game 2, and Mindfreak have 0 shots on net. Beavers had to save the ball 3 times off the 6 shots from Cringe Society. They are really struggling to keep this ball in the orange half. Requiem, another challenge, and Caveman Ben just didn't have the read on the side, so Cringe Society take the ball up again. Demo from Requiem might give Fever the chance he needs. It's bumped up in front. Caveman Ben sets it up again. He just didn't have enough boost to really get the power down onto it. Now Cringe Society look for what would be a really game-clinching 3rd goal at this point.
And that was the opportunity there for Mindfreak. They needed to score at that point. You can tell Cringe Society starting to amp up. Just looking at the shots, already 6 shots for Cringe Society to none for Mindfreak. Mindfreak, they struggled at times to get boost. They're struggling right now. Cringe Society in full control.
Looking much better. And this time there was a little bit more respect afforded to the midfield presence from Mind Freak. But Mind Freak were starting to get a little too comfortable with the challenges they were winning. And I mean, that's something we see all teams across the entire world struggle with is, you know, getting complacent on offense and, you know, getting caught in the rhythm rather than feeling the ebbs and flow of the rhythm of the game. And then you end up creeping up too far in your positioning. The challenge flies over your head and it's a goal. And Cringe Society, they've adjusted. You know, they're not, you know, Third Man isn't pushing up so far on every push. They definitely recognize what Mind Freak were doing, getting a little bit more aggressive, but now they've punished them for it, James, and it was like what they did in the first 2 minutes of game one, which was starve the boost, just consistently pressure the backboard, and that seems to be working against Mind Freak for Cringe Society to tie up the set.
And Mind Freak, they got that respect after game one. We saw how quickly Cringe Society started. Perhaps they were getting a little sloppy, a little loose around the edges, or rough around the edges, and now Cringe Society answering right back. Not even a single shot coming out from Mind Freak, but they did have some chances. Just not making the most of them, really, Jorby. So we'll see if they can get that shooting back on point, because they had some great plays in game one, especially to have that comeback win. So Mind Freak, we know they've got it in them just from what we already saw in the series, but this was not it.
And I thought that they had the pieces in game two. Like, they had some good carries, but then it always either came down to the boost game or they weren't able to put the ball in a high percentage scoring situation in front of the box. They'd always end up losing possession at a bad time, and then they would end up making a poor decision in midfield when they feel like they're already behind, and then get scored on off of those high pressure defensive situations. I think if Mind Freak just spend a little less time on defense, they won't feel so much pressure. And, you know, I don't think they've been panicky. I wouldn't call them that, but they are certainly not aggressive enough in the boost game against Cringe Society, which is where their biggest fault is now. But Fever wants to heat things up in game three off the kickoff, gets the first goal.
He's really sick. He's flicking it past Drippe. And, you know, I was going to say, Jorby, as you were talking, game one thing that they were doing really well was dribbling. They were dribbling very well, especially Fever. You think back even to the overtime winner, slowing the ball down, dribbling it in the corner. So maybe we need to see Mind Freak do a little bit more of that. When you've got the time, take it, because it really worked out game one.
Oh, no. Oh, I thought Cringe Society were about to really make Fever feel bad about where he was sitting in front of the net. He was expecting a pass earlier. It all fell apart, and now we're back on the orange half, so maybe he can put a shot on net and score. Oh, it's off the post. Almost snuck in between the gaps of Cringe Society. Mind Freak, another challenge in front. Requiem, he will actually let that one sit. And Fever's forced to come up, but here comes the defense again for Mind Freak, and they seem to get in a tough situation after a first mistake, but Fever's double blocked and no goal for Caveman Ben. Requiem, the little boost that he has, put more pressure on Cringe Society, and Mind Freak now really wanting to guard the edges, but it's tough as Cringe Society find another clear.
Oh, I love that play from Torsauce. Oh, no, on both sides. I can't believe that a goal did not go in either one of those situations. That was as close as it gets, Jorby.
I absolutely agree, and I thought the Cringe Society counterattack was great, but then that one banged off the post, so both teams trying to find the edges of the net. Deca up quickly for this. This is looking great for Cringe Society, and Torsauce tips it in for a Cringe Society tie.
And we saw Fever going up for that. When he missed, that was pretty much the death blow. Caveman Ben too slow to get to that as well. The pass off the arc, exactly what Cringe Society was looking for. We've got a tie game.
Mind Freak, they still have some really good things going for them. Fever in particular, who's been looking more and more comfortable on the ground especially. And James, you had pointed out the dribble game in game one. But wait a minute, let's talk about his acrobatics for a second. Almost snuck in another double. If he keeps going for it, I'm convinced he's going to hit the next one.
Oh, you hope so, because he's done so much work. He's had some crazy shots. Very, very difficult angles, and to get that close and come up short twice now in a game that's tied, that has got to be rough.
Ooh, Cringe Society. We're a little lost on the defensive rotation, and so they're slow to some of these challenges. running into that same problem from earlier where you see the third man rotating a little quickly, and Caveman Ben makes a great stop, and Requiem makes an arguably even more important touch to get it away from Cringe Society on the return. Fever going to be a little slow. Cringe Society another clear. Oh, a nice little pop. But Cringe Society really wanting to defend the edges, and the demo will just open it up. Deca can just leave the premise, and Drip A rolls it in for Cringe Society.
And that demo really ruined things for Mind Freak. And it all dated back to that touch. It was a bit too heavy of a touch that gave up possession from their own corner. You really need to know when you have that space so you can slow down the play and get a quality clear, or at least buy enough time for your teammates to be in position for when you do lose possession. Bit of a panicky defensive play from Mind Freak, and also a heads up play from Torsos getting that demo. And we've seen how effective demos can be. Doesn't matter what region you're in, you time that demo perfectly on that last man back, it's going to be a very challenging moment for the other team to keep out. But as I'm speaking, Requiem shuts me up with a goal. Mind Freak tie this one back up.
Requiem gets the goal, and it comes off the miss from Deca, who missed it by about a pixel or two. Although it gap's probably a little wider if you look at it from a straight angle, but Deca, I mean, that's one he's got to finesse. He's going backwards and has to really figure out when that camera whips over his head as he jumps up to find the rebound, and that was tough to find, but Mind Freak do take advantage of it, and this time on Fever's ball to push it back into the back wall. Requiem pick up another demo. Mind Freak happy to go back to demos whenever they see fit, but they can't hang on to the ball just yet, and their challenges haven't waned too far, James, but Cringe Society certainly hanging on to it a little bit more. Fever getting the next clear out to the side.
Counterattack opportunity. Fever wanted to get that center ball. If he gets that touch, maybe Mind Freak takes the lead.
A lot of hang time, a lot of Cringe Society. They like to try to trap it, and Torsos shows you why. Able to stand up that dominance, make it as wide as possible to get that last save. Rotation relaxing a little bit for Cringe Society again, but Caveman Ben is all over that first pass in midfield. If he's got the resource to take care of it, then he will be there. He clearly really favors the first man position in this match. They've kept it close, Mind Freak. They'd love to take game advantage here, because the longer it goes, every loss just turns the day into a marathon, into more of a marathon. And we've seen that it definitely hurts some teams, but here comes a shot from Fever, blocked, and Requiem waits for Torsos. He wins this touch. Caveman Ben is flat on the ground, has to retreat. Torsos, 2 touches. Does he have a third? No, waits. It's no shot, but Drip A sets it up, and the ball's high from Requiem in the box. Cringe Society let it drop. We got OT.
Yet again, overtime. Mind Freak was able to get the first win. Can they get another?
Oh, Requiem just goes for the bump. Fever gets the double, but no. Tried to find a really tight angle. That's a tough ask. I don't care who you are. Oh, that challenge is right into the net, but no! Taken away by Requiem out to the corner.
And that would have been a tough one to give up. Still challenging, the low boost. Requiem can't reach it in time, and Drip A will blast it over his head. And Cringe Society getting the win.
Oh, and he tried. He only had a couple boosts left. And just as he turned, he was just beat to the ball. It's about the angle you wanted him to take on it. Cringe Society all over them on that approach. Low boost, eventually the nail in the coffin, if you will, James. But really, Requiem made that first save, and then both Caveman Ben and Fever were both sitting back in net and weren't able to support him. And so I believe it was Torsos. He got a free look at the ball right in front of the box again and just slapped it against the back wall. And that really put Mind Freak through a loop, basically, and they couldn't really figure out how to get out then.
Yeah, that was a very tough situation. And we've seen Mind Freak struggle with boost at times. Cringe Society able to really milk it out of him. But we saw so many opportunities from Fever where he came so close to hitting a nasty shot. and barely missed. So that has got to be tough for Fever. Mindfreak, though, putting up quite a fight, Jorby. Just going by what Cheeseman and Jake were telling me, I didn't think this one was going to be as close as it is right now.
And, you know, the previous results would tell you the same, James. I have to say, for Cringe Society, I do believe some of this is kind of their own making in terms of the closeness of the match, but I also got to give tons of credit to, you know, all three, Requiem, Fever, and Caveman Ben, trying to get a passing play together. Have had solid approaches, good 50s. Really, the main thing I think that kills them is they just look uncomfortable in low boost situations. I do think that that's the main thing that kills this team, because when they have the confidence of the boost, they are more confident positionally, and they're more confident with where they want to place the ball. But as soon as they get into a low boost situation, that's where they really start to turtle up. They want to receive the ball instead of trying to go out and get it on the challenge. And now in front, Requiem, well, 2 challenges knocked away by Torsos, but Mindfreak on the attack right now. Another series of good challenges. K-Man Ben behind the latest couple of them. But just no real angle forward. They keep trying to find these passes in the corner, too, on offense. Here they get one. I think if they keep going for that, it was pretty tight, though.
It was, but they almost made it work. Requiem just hanging up there. Caveman Ben, I like what I've seen from Caveman Ben so far. He's not afraid to go for some of these crazy plays, tough angles, low percentage shots. And I think if you can hit some plays like that, it really does boost your confidence. And that's how you reach that next level, is going for those plays that are spectacular. And I've seen Ben already attempt a couple of them on his own, and he's already made a few plays in this series as well and converted them.
Requiem does keep the ball locked here. As we've been talking, Mindfreak have pretty much been safely rotating on this right side of the attacking half. Requiem, another challenge, tough to handle. Deca able to receive again, but a very aggressive approach here from Mindfreak. Requiem, he didn't have any boosts to grab that rebound, and now Cringe Society turning it right back onto them. Caveman Ben forcing the ball out into the corner. Requiem, he was gone. Caveman Ben picking up pennies, or dimes, if you will, as he goes, with no boosts. Fever back in front on the corner, uses everything he has in the tank. He almost had a full 100 on the play. Now Requiem finally flips it over, and Mindfreak, as dangerous as it may have looked, really Cringe Society giving them just enough time to make the decision, but that is too fast for Fever to catch, and Torsos finally hits the mark.
Yeah, it's a certified banger. 78 miles an hour off the pass from Deca. Not a chance to stop that one. Torsos, you love that kind of shot there, Jorby. No matter who you're rooting for, it's always a thing of beauty when you have such a hard shot right where someone's aiming it in the top corner.
Ooh. Couple nice touches from Deca, and Drippe ends up backflipping into this, right back into Torsos. What is this play?
Oh.
And he missed! He missed the ball!
Drippe!
That was gonna be a free goal, but instead, it's Caveman Ben behind it. Oh, he gets eliminated! Oh, he got demoed by Deca, saving the ball, and what? How is that not a goal 2 or 3 different times, James?
I don't even know. That was...
What was all of that?
I don't know. I don't even know what you call that. I don't even want to try to explain it. That was a disaster all around.
Ooh. Another chance, to get up 2-0. Well, I think Cringe Society, you've certainly had the opportunity to start to put this game away, and now you got to do it again. But Requiem makes Drippe's job difficult, just too far off the ball. Fever makes the next challenge. Now Caveman Ben's gonna wait for Requiem here. Requiem, high bounce, and Caveman Ben just couldn't find the read, so Mindfreak, their attack might be dead right here unless Requiem gets the hop in midfield. He did. Now Caveman Ben pops it up once. Oh, he got bumped, and he definitely had the touch. The rest of Mindfreak crash in front of the box. Requiem stops him again, and Requiem has consistently stopped Cringe Society from getting any kind of presence in midfield. Maybe they finally get it here, but on those last 4 attempts, James, Requiem has been the guy stopping them.
Yeah, Requiem It's a brick wall, but at the same time, you have to give kudos to Cringe Society, whose bumps and demos have saved them so far. Even on that play where you thought they were going to score, the shooting opportunity where they walked away empty-handed, that demo saved them, and the bumps as well. So the physical play from Cringe Society, that has set them apart from Mind Freak right now.
Oh, Caveman Ben off the ceiling, no good. Mind Freak in the final seconds look for their last hurrah on the box up high. Covered for the clear, a Cringe Society, and Fever wants that ball out to Caveman Ben. The ball, all it has to do for Cringe Society is touch the ground, and then they are one match away from qualifying for the playoffs.
And there you go, Cringe Society. Twitch chat was right. They got the win here against Mind Freak, but Mind Freak did not make it easy. There were times where you were a bit worried for Cringe Society, Mind Freak, especially in that game one, the comeback victory. So I think Mind Freak is definitely a team that you're looking to make that top 8, make it to playoffs. And they've got what it takes, I think, to make some upset happens once you're in that single elimination territory.
I think so too. I think there's a lot to like about what we saw from Mind Freak because, you know, we had to see resilience from them. It wasn't always, it wasn't really ever a walk in the park for them. But, you know, when Cringe Society were making those small mental mistakes, Mind Freak were always on top of them. And then when they gained that confidence, they were able to drive the flow of the game themselves. And I think that's something that you really want in a team like Mind Freak when you watch them play against Cringe Society. They don't win here, but I think the more you see Mind Freak, the better they're certainly going to look. We got plenty of more Oceania Rocket League coming up after the break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Knows how to build unlimited right. Start with America's most awarded network.
I'm on my phone 24/7.
Then, for the first time ever, give families more entertainment with Disney Plus, Hulu, and ESPN Plus, now all included.
We're a big soccer family. Handmaid's Tale. I love Frozen.
Then give families plans to mix and match, so you only pay for what you need.
You get so much more than this, a great network.
With plans starting at just $35. The network more people rely on gives you more. This is unlimited built right, only on Verizon.
to escape. When you're walking on the moon, walking on the moon, chase your happy place. It will change your groove. When you're dancing on the moon, dancing on the moon. When we dance again, all our trouble seems to fade away. This is how I feel when you take me to some levels that I've never been. When we dance again, all our trouble seems to fade away. This is how I feel when you take me to some places that I've never been. When we dance again, that I've never been, that I've never been, that I've never been.
Walking on the moon.
One moment to escape. When you're walking on the moon,
Walking on the moon.
chase your happy place. It will change your groove. When you're dancing on the moon, dancing on the moon. When we dance again, all our trouble seems to fade away. This is how I feel when you take me to some levels that I've never been. When we dance again, all our trouble seems to fade away. This is how I feel when you take me to some places that I've never been. When we dance that I've never been, that I've never been, that I've never.
All right, my friends, we are back. A great game has already been completed. James Spot is gone. Obviously, he was doing the casting. We have now lost him. I know it's a little bit of tears here. He is gone, but I'm happy to be with Yummy and Jake again. And honestly, just talk about the game, talk about our thoughts and opinions about what went down. Obviously, all of you guys had Cringe winning, if I remember correctly. Fan votes said the same. Jake, this outcome, it was simply just meant to be.
Yeah, it's definitely expected, but I was feeling pretty nervous about our predictions in the first game because Mindfreak, they started really strong. They showed us a side we don't normally see, which was like very offense, but it was driven by Fever, who is that player to really make plays happen.
I think as well, advantage for them there is Cringe Society have been playing very defensively, though. I guess when it always comes to Mindfreak, it's the weight's on Fever's shoulders. He is such a good player; they really rely on him. But he stepped up in this series. He had some really good assists going on, including the one that got them that overtime win, and they kept it close. So they're looking more like that early season Mindfreak that were getting in the top 4. Of course, no real surprises of who ended up coming top 4 and who came out of that one.
No, it was great signs from Mindfreak because, they kind of made the Cringe Society defense break down like we see Renegades or Ground Zero can. So that was great signs from them, but we still saw just like Cringe Society's offense is just too good and they were just scoring too much for Mindfreak to really handle.
Yeah, there's always these moments that Cringe Society either just like keep them pinned in and eventually the mistake happens, or multiple times you saw Torsos kind of get his big double tap.
Yeah.
That doesn't necessarily lend to a goal, but it opens it up for Torsos or Drippe to get in the goal.
Yeah, Torsos was making nice plays for sure. And, like going for those double touches, going for like some big demos as well. And that's what I've been missing from him, like those big like playmaker kind of plays.
you guys talked about defense there and being able to perform there. Offense versus defense when it comes to Rocket League. Yes, you need both, but is it? I've heard rumors. A bird whispered in my ear that the Oceanic region tends to be a very aggressive region. They like to push a lot. Is that true, or is my bird incorrect?
Well, the funny thing is that is true, but the funny thing is with Cringe Society is they've kind of turned that around, especially because any team that had Torsos and Drippe in the past were all about keeping teams penned in, being as aggressive as possible. And so they're now playing a more defensive style, like to bring some room and then get demos, which is more the SSG style, who, obviously have been dominating or were dominating North America for a while. And I think they're not used to that style. It's working out for them now, but they probably have a bit more time to even develop on that.
Yeah, and we have Renegades in the OCE region, which is just hyper offensive, just making those big plays, having those like big counterattack kind of like weaknesses. But it's okay for them. They make that offense work. So teams can really lean into either one or the other when it comes to offense or defense.
Now, what we're taking a look at, the Swiss 3 brackets, obviously for round 3. What do we think with these results here?
We've got the top 4 from the last regional event in top 4 right now. They're all in contention at the moment. I think a bit of a surprise, of course, to some viewers out here. Gaming Gamers are playing with their sub and coach Vive, but that's where they've had their best performance as well. But on the other side, in that kind of lower area, there have been a lot of upsets. The upper bracket all going kind of how we expected, but Ferox took down Fury, which is a huge one, after Solicit took down Fury, so it looks very likely that Fury are going to be out very quickly. Good and Useful, they've changed their name, so it's always hard to remember. 3-0 Direwolves.
I missed their old name.
My prediction is looking terrible because I put Direwolves in the top 8, and I said that there's no way for Cowabunga to make it, but they just took down Hazard.
I'm so happy you brought that up because I wanted to jump in when you said, yes, your predictions have been incorrect. Okay, Cowabunga scores. How do you feel about that, Yummy? Is that something, does that hurt you on the inside that I came in here with a prediction and it wasn't completely thrown out of the window right away?
Well, yeah, I mean, I don't mind because realistically, I'm still right and they're not going to make the top 8, but
you gotta
I'd still
dream.
Back them, right? I'd still back them. They were against Hazard, a team that are very solid, but, solidly kind of in that 12th place position. They've had some really good results, Cowabunga. I think that the thing that might get to them today is, I think it was the first couple of series that they had to play with their sub. So now leading into them, getting that series win is pretty big because now they actually have more of a chance because their core roster is back. I think their third player, Moss, was playing a soccer match, or as you guys in Sweden would call a football match.
How does that change a team dynamic? Bringing in a sub, obviously, it's not going to be the core 3. How does that rattle a team, or has there been in the past opportunities where a sub joins in and they actually maybe perform better, or they are able to beat their opponents in a match that should probably be over?
Well, in the recent history, we had Vive sub in for Gaming Gamers, and he's doing that again today. And he just played absolutely awesome, pretty much carried the team, had an MVP level performance, and was just incredible. And, we've seen it before, like subs can come in and, just like that free flowing kind of attitude with the team can just really like mix things up and make teams play really well. And, like the honeymoon period is very real in Rocket League since it's such like a feel-based kind of like mechanical game. So subs can really make a big impact coming in.
It's also very interesting to look at, there's kind of a history. Arju as well coming in for Mouse and really popping off in the regionals of RLCS Season 9. But also I'd say it helps those teams that have been kind of inconsistent more than anything else. And it for their teams kind of lower down in OC, I think their subs aren't as high quality realistically.
All right. Well, the next match coming up, Renegades versus Gaming Gamers. We talked about Cowabunga being a great name. I think Gaming Gamers is also a terrific name. Predictions for this match. What do we think?
It gets very interesting, of course, because Renegades have been so far ahead. And I actually think, Renegades are slow starters. They've had some slump in the last week or so that hasn't worked out for them, but they did finally take in the RLO Masters. They took the grand final. They won it through. So you're definitely going to give it to them overall, and the predictions will probably see this breakout from 50%, are we?
Oh, Verizon favored for gaming gamers for a second.
Verizon fan vote. This is a very straight down the middle. Are you guys surprised by this? Jake?
Yeah, 100%. Like, I'm really expecting Renegades to very comfortably take this. They're a very solid team. They've had great midweek results with 4-0 and a 4-1. And winning the RLO Masters tournament. So Renegades looking in really strong form, and I think they're the heavy favorites here, kind of like that last round.
To give some context as well, they've played each other in both Event 1 and Event 2 in the best of sevens, and Gaming Gamers have only got one game yet.
All right, well, I believe now, I'm not going to mess it up this time, I hope. We are ready for the next match. Renegades versus Gaming Gamers. We got Jorby and Corelli ready in the Verizon Skybox. Guys, take it away.
Thank you, Orb and Corelli. For Gaming Gamers, certainly at least how the desk feels is that they got quite the tall order here against Renegades, who maybe will look to sneak through on a 3-0 to start their OCE major, but I mean, I don't know if I'd count out Gaming Gamers totally. They, in that very same Masters that Yummy was talking about, they did have a 5-game set against Cringe Society, which almost went their way. So I definitely think, and they acknowledged as well, that there's something good about this Gaming Gamer squad, but Renegades have been at the top for so long, and the gap has been wide for so long that it's hard to pick against them.
Yeah, and they, along with Renegades here so far, have just been rolling through the competition. And if they could pick up a couple of pieces of what Mindfreak have left in their last series, Mindfreak I thought looked really good, and they gave Cringe Society a good run for their money. I have no doubt here that Gaming Gamers can come out just as strong, as they already are putting on 3 shots in the first 40 seconds.
Well, if they continue to look for angles like that, it's certainly going to be difficult for Renegades, and it's might be similar to what we saw as soon as the save happens from Zen. Nicely done, but it might be similar to what we saw in game 1 with Mindfreak against Cringe Society, and ending up getting aggressive and being able to beat them to the ball. Right now, Renegades, they're getting chipped. Gaming Gamers ended up chipping into each other, but I think it looks pretty good so far for all things considered for what the desk feels like should be an easy take for Renegades, but it is early.
Yeah, absolutely. And both teams have now had some good sustained pressure. Renegades definitely getting the better of Gaming Gamers as we get deeper into it. There's a good pass across to CJ. CJ and the shot off the post. Kami can't get there, and Gaming Gamers get away with the first one.
That's a tough read for Kami. And whenever it bounces on the inside of the post like that and just juts straight back out, it's always an awkward bounce to even be ready to anticipate. That one got away from them, but you had said it, Corelli. Renegades is starting to grab more of those midfield challenges and make things awkward for Gaming Gamers. Zen had to use a lot of boost to recover and get back into his own corner there, just because he wasn't sure exactly what Renegade or what Kami was going to do on that last air dribble. So if they can continue to keep Gaming Gamers flat-footed, not expecting what's coming next, that'll always give you an edge over your opponent. But a long clear for Gaming Gamers, give them a few more chances.
And the desk talked about it in the pre-show. Fiber, a player to look out for on this Gaming Gamer side, and what his mechanic prowess brings to this team. We already seen it a couple times. He actually got bumped into the air and used his second jump to catch up to the ball. And for Renegades, he will definitely be an issue as Gaming Gamers, if they can make it back down the field. Renegades right now doing a great job of not letting Gaming Gamers out, at least with possession. You're noticing a lot of these balls instantly contested rather. And Renegades now trying to put on the pressure. That's a dangerous ball out to the middle, and the shot will go on the goal line. Huge save from Fiber, and back down the field Gaming Gamers go.
That was wonderful poise from Fiber on defense. He didn't start creeping up in front of the net, wasn't getting jumpy, anticipating the shot. He waited for the shot to come to him, and he actually jumped up maybe a little higher than he had wanted, used his boost to flip to the side, recover, and barely keep that ball out. Like, his recovery, had it not been as good as it was, I mean, you saw how close that ball was in the net. I see why Fiber's getting a lot of the talk. I mean, even at the start of the game, he had a really close angle shot that he missed off a pass he received, and that's a nice little carry and a 50 win here against Renegades, who have still, oh no, maybe doing a little too much. Oh no.
Oh no, and I was watching this one on Fiber's camera, and he just stops moving. He knew exactly what he did. Unlucky for him. He was just trying to keep the 50 game going. He did a great job up until Sicky's challenge. Unfortunately, that came perfectly off the top of his car when he went into the flip. And Renegades take the first goal, and unfortunately, that's how it's got to go for him.
Oh, a set out in front again. Renegades have not been able to get any sort of presence on, or consistent presence, I think is what I'm looking for on offense. But they're getting more of it now off that last kickoff. Zen, a nice drop. Used a lot of his boost to get past that first attacker. And it'll be tough to win those successive challenges now. Renegades stop another ball. But still, and oh my goodness. I was just watching Fiber, and oh no, the net's wide open.
Oh,
pass, and the shot is good. CJ will find the net, and this develops probably differently than you expected.
I thought they had missed it. Sicky's touch, I think it got called off in the end. I thought they had missed it, and unfortunately for Gaming Gamers, it got cut up a bit too far, and quickly down the field, Renegades win. Feels like Renegades now definitely showing their teeth in this game, as it's only a 2-goal scoreline, and I think you look back at least to that first goal and you might want to write it off a little bit if you're Gaming Gamers, as that is definitely not how the series is going to go. But that last goal definitely shows the pressure, the offense, and the speed that Renegades have moving downfield.
And now Gaming Gamers in these last seconds haven't really had a response for it either. Not fully seeing the passes develop that Renegades are setting up. They're not able to cut off the angles. In fact, they were covering the wrong gaps, and Renegades kept the ball away and take the first. So honestly, it looked like, to me, Gaming Gamers, they started this match with all intent to set the pace of the game, to drive the match.
Yeah.
They would not let Renegades be the ones to play the song. It would be their song to be played, but I mean, it just proved to be too much for 5 minutes for Gaming Gamers in game one.
Yeah, and like you said, it was a good start for Gaming Gamers. In fact, I thought they were going to catch Renegades out. We've talked about it a few times. We've seen it multiple seasons that Renegades have slow starts. And I think that was a slow start from Renegades. Unfortunately, Gaming Gamers couldn't capitalize. Unlucky on the first goal, maybe. But on that second goal, definitely telling the story here for Gaming Gamers. And unfortunately for Vive, only putting up 70 points in that game. It's going to take a full team effort here to take down a team like Renegades. So far, after that first minute or so, haven't seen that much from Gaming Gamers.
Yeah, Gaming Gamers had a couple of good pushes. I do think that this offense wakes up when Fiber is first man, and he's got the boost to be able to make a couple moves on the ball. With Vive and Zen, it's definitely been a struggle. I know that, I think Jake was talking about Vive, who came in as a sub for this team and just popped off out of nowhere. That seems to be something that happens all around the world in Rocket League, apparently.
Yeah.
Because every region seems to have the story of a super sub who came up and stepped up big for their team. They are going to need a little bit more of it now. And I do think that they were on the unfortunate end of a challenge, but at the same time, those challenges in the corner are inherently that risky for, the reason you saw it turning into an immediate goal. So something for Gaming Gamers to keep an eye on is their risk management. And they're playing a lot of defense, then finally gets a win in midfield.
And they're feeling a lot of pressure again early here. They had a couple early shots, Gaming Gamers did. Renegades, though, doing a great job of slowing things down and regaining possession on that final third. And you're seeing that even Gaming Gamers, when they try and put on the press to Renegades, they don't have the boost to do so. I mean, even in that first game, you saw it. So the boost game definitely going in favor of Renegades. And that's why I think you're seeing a lot of that space open up for them.
I wasn't able to grab the challenge, but he's got another chance in front.
Oh, it's a miss.
Just trying to get behind that ball, and Fiber will pick up the goal. Zenulus on the assist.
And that's a great shot from Fiber away from those defenders on that goal line. You can see them come across right to left, puts it on the back post over the shoulder of those last defenders. So great placement by Fiber. That's just a huge miss by CJ on that back wall for Renegades. And they have paid the price here. Even with all the pressure, we've talked about early on in this game. Not able to capitalize quite yet, and maybe it's here as CJ's shots blocked.
Yeah, Renegades haven't really been able to put together consistent passing in front. That was a good pass that time, but Vive was right there to take the ball away. But they've certainly had struggles when it comes to offense. Oh, CJ just flicks it over, and Zen just trying to stop the counterattack. Sicky puts it on net and saved by Fiber, but they need a quick follow-up from Vive, and they get it. So that's a great stop on that push from Renegades. Exactly what Gaming Gamers need.
Oh, what a
the
shot.
Score far away from Renegades, and 2-0 certainly puts that distance a little bit farther.
Great touch from Zen. That pace from the corner gets out to Fiber, and that ball had beat that first man up from Renegades. And we talked about Fiber being the man to look out for on Gaming Gamers. He has certainly shown up here in this game. Renegades did not respect him getting up so quickly. And you have to give credit to the pass from Zen. That was really why the defense was beat. But this is a great start to game 2 for Gaming Gamers. And they're finally putting away the shots and the chances that they've developed here in this game.
Fiber able to throw that ball out to the side, and he's got to have another save out to Zen. He'll grab it for now, but there's no boost left, and Vive has to come in for a big save. And again, the play just kind of dies here for Gaming Gamers, but you know, as far as their positioning on defense goes, it's been very solid. So even if they do give up the ball in midfield, Renegades, they've had a couple of chances that have definitely forced the defense to really work and think about how they're approaching the ball and where they're putting it. But overall, they haven't punished them on some of these weak touches, like Vive getting that weak touch on low boost. If he can't pick up the save, no, Kami, they do finally split the gap and split the lead here.
Oh, that's a tough bounce. Zen, I think, did just as much as he could to get that touch. He was afraid someone would quickly come across and put a shot on target, but it gets all the way to the other side, and Kami did a great job of being patient for that play to develop. 2 minutes left here, and Renegades gets their first goal.
Hard ball to CJ. Zen forced back to make a save. Renegades, that's several times off the kickoff now. They look so deadly. They just end up winning a couple of those first tough challenges in front, and they usually get a really solid touch off of CJ, or maybe a double off the corner of the post. That's not a great clear. CJ punishes. No, it's off the post again. And Kami, he cut too far right and completely missed his angle on the ball. But CJ picks it up, can't grab the goal. Excuse me. Kami, a roller saved again. Oh, Gaming Gamers somehow have retained this lead, but 2 or 3 times that right post has been bullied by the Renegades. Here's CJ again, but he's blocked. Kami, one more shot, no, blocked again. Gaming Gamers are all over this, but the net's finally open, and Sicky ties the game.
Whew, Renegades putting some dents in the frame, and the defense was getting a little dicey. You felt like that goal was coming, and great shot from Sicky, kind of delayed it a little bit, didn't instantly hit it, and it got around that first defender rather, and tie up the game here. Renegades, a bit of a slow start here in this game once again, and Renegades finally able to break the Gaming Gamers defense.
Oh, here's Kami. Kami, who I felt had the best chance at the net out of all of those chances, but he had just, is shaded too far to the right and kind of ended up creeping past where he should have been on the shot. And here comes Gaming Gamers to try to grab the lead back. The shot's good for Zen, and 3 goals. Gaming Gamers have the lead.
Jordan, we talked about it needing to be a team effort for Gaming Gamers, and a great carry by Fiber over to Vive, who keeps the play alive. Zen there to finish it all off. Everyone getting involved for Gaming Gamers, and a 1-goal lead with 45 seconds left.
Just when you thought Renegades were finally going to, wrest this victory from Gaming Gamers' grasp, and now it's Renegades down again. And not a lot of time left. Good pass in front of Sicky. It's going to be up to Fiber to keep Gaming Gamers in the lead. He gets a solid touch onto the ball, getting harassed in the back by Sicky. CJ blocks off the next attack, and again, Renegades get out. Quick pass in front, the shot, but there's 2 defenders ready to receive it, and more time shoot off the clock for Renegades. Wow, Gaming Gamers really stepped this up, especially on defense, and then taking a couple of players out, keeping the ball locked in the orange half, and Gaming Gamers take the second game off of this Renegades squad, and they've only beaten them in one game out of their last 2 sets, which were best of 7s. So this has to feel pretty good if you're gaming gamers.
Yeah, I mean, again, I felt like with coming into this major, the stakes are a bit higher. Players are going to be playing up to their full potential here. I think we saw it even in the last series with Mindfreak, and now you're seeing it here with Gaming Gamers. This was a quality win from them, even though they absorbed a lot of pressure, no doubt. 11 saves in a game isn't the most pretty of games, but they were necessary to stay in it. They gave up 15 shots as well, but they were able to put away some quality chances and really expose the defense of Renegades. And I think for Renegades, you're a bit disappointed here. You feel like this one definitely slipped away with the amount of opportunity that they had. It felt like Gaming Gamers gave them chances to put them in the ground, and Renegades just couldn't capitalize.
Well, that's what I was, kind of feeling at the end of that. CJ, those 2 shots that he had that had bounced off the inside of the post, they have to find a way to nail those. Because Gaming Gamers, there might not be a conversation at all if Renegades completes those touches, but now you're looking at it, and Gaming Gamers have some renewed confidence. They're going to have to play some renewed defense. Ooh. Zen had no boosts, and Renegades were definitely expecting him just to pop that ball up. Sometimes the best decision, Corelli, is to sit still and do nothing. Don't touch the ball. But not all the time. Sometimes. It works sometimes.
And to be fair, I think patience is a key here for Gaming Gamers. His fiber's up if he's going to knock it down. But I think patience is a key to success here for this Gaming Gamers team, especially as we get into this series. That's a massive miss by Siki. That net was wide open. And Fiber now, you give him the ball to push it over, and he might get a bump on CJ. Vibe was up. And that was another opportunity, Jorby, where it feels like Renegades should have a lead here.
They just can't hang on to the ball anymore on this. And they get these long clears, which end up getting dropped down. And I think part of what's happening as Kami gets the first goal for Renegades is that Gaming Gamers, when you got Vive up like that, typically Renegades were expecting that touch to happen. They were respecting that first touch, because that's what happened on that last opportunity. Was they saw, I don't remember who it was on Gaming Gamers, but they saw him on the back wall, and they're like, okay, well, he's going to grab that, clear it out. Then he doesn't. It drops straight to the ground on a high bounce, and all of a sudden you have to recorrect. But Renegades immediately adjusted to that. I expect they might be playing the loss a little more often. And nice passing play that forces a double commit, and Zen credit on the save.
Here comes Siki again. That pressure ramping up for Renegades, and a point that I was alluding to earlier about patience from Gaming Gamers. They have to keep possession as they break out from their own end. You just give it back to Renegades over and over, and they will eventually break you down. This time it was Siki just picking it up, and Fiber couldn't get in front of him.
I'm not sure if Zen knew that Siki was there, because had he, it would have been better for Zen to be the guy to take that ball to the corner. Instead, he tried to wrap around, and Siki was already making contact onto the ball by the time Zen got anywhere near it. And that just forced everyone else into hurry up mode. You saw Fiber try to dive forward to make up for that lost time. And that's what kills them there. So Fiber or Zen already 3 saves, but you're seeing the offensive struggles pop up again, Corelli, with only 2 shots on net and already 7. And there's the 3rd goal on the 8th shot for Renegades.
This one just sneaks by the defense. Again, Fiber trying to clear this one out, but goes right back into a Renegades player. Vive isn't rotated back yet, and credit to Siki, he kind of stuck that shot by Fiber and through the near post. But Renegades now building upon this lead. Jorba, you just talked about it. 8 shots to their name, and they are certainly pulling away here and looking more like the Renegades team we expected coming into this matchup.
And, I'm not as... Maybe I... fault of getting the closest look at these teams right now. But when you look at how Gaming Gamers have performed recently, in their last 9 matches, do they pick this up? No, Zen was a little too far back. But the last 9 matches, they are 7-2 in matches played. Their only 2 losses have both come to Cringe Society. The latest going the distance, a 3-2 game that they lost. And so it's not terribly out of the realm right now for them to recover. I mean, with how we've seen Gaming Gamers play in the last 2 games when Fiber, to me, the key's Fiber, Corelli, for the rest of this match. If he can find some solid opportunities as first man, he doesn't even have to score, but he's clearly the guy who opens those gaps, who finds the edge that gaming gamers need that put them over Renegades. But other times, this is what happens, and this is why they've been so hard to knock down for gaming gamers.
Yeah, and you talked about Fiber. He's just been non-existent here in this game, and I think that's just the relentless pressure that Renegades have given gaming gamers at the moment. It feels like even with Fiber being the right spot at the right time, Renegades always seem to have a man in front of them, and they're able to shut him down at the source before he can get going. And now Renegades really piling on here. 5-0 is the scoreline, and they're just taking advantage of just the slow defense from gaming gamers.
That's also a nice shot, and I actually almost bumped Vive into that goal. That was a good shot, hitting the far side, and yeah, I feel like the confidence and positioning on defense has just gotten a little more panicky. It's most palpable when you just see each member as they rotate back as third man, they just creep up a little too far. And sometimes they get away with it because their teammate won the next challenge, but all of the other times have ended up with a goal in the back of their net. And not all of them have been, strictly, well, Renegades, they've passed the ball back and forth and, gaming gamers just can't keep up. Well, gaming gamers are feeling so passive on defense because they know that Renegades are trying to pass the ball, trying to get around them. And so while patience is definitely the play sometimes, other times you have to meet the attack at its head. Otherwise, you'll just consistently find the ball in the back of the net. And that's kind of what happened to gaming gamers on that slew of 3 goals Renegades scored.
Yeah. I think it's also just about keeping possession too. If you want to move out from your own end, you have to keep possession, have the boost to do so. And that's credit to Renegades. They certainly didn't let that happen, but there's a lot of just one touch clears to nothing. And you're seeing a lot of solo plays come out now. I think this game's over anyways. Double flip reset for Fiber. Unfortunately, didn't get enough lift on it. And for gaming gamers, this one got out of hand for sure. But I think they've proven to themselves, even in this first couple games, that they certainly can contend with this Renegades team. And unfortunately, this one runs away from them, but there's no reason to hang your head too low.
No, I don't think so at all. I think that, again, sometimes in midfield and then on defense, they just get a little overzealous in their positioning, which we see happen with literally every single team in the RLCS. There's no team that is never at fault for that, but Renegades were able to pick it apart a little too much, and gaming gamers are definitely left scratching their heads a little bit. But Corelli, I think you and I both agree, as we've stated, I don't think that this is anywhere near the end for gaming gamers, nor have Renegades completely flipped this, and there's no chance for them.
No, and I mean, look, we still have a few games possibly to play here, but if Renegades do continue the way that they're playing right now, I'm not sure how much gaming gamers can take. Again, Renegades doing a great job. I think here's the few things that Renegades are just doing so well, and you might even see it here in the replay package, is that they're taking advantage of the small space that gaming gamers are giving to them, whether gaming gamers are too slow or they don't have the boost to get to the ball. But truly, I think Renegades, where they're superior, is that passing play past half field in the offensive side of things. Renegades spread out that defense so well, and it feels like for gaming gamers, anything that they can do to get a touch on the ball, they'll take it, even if it's a bad tackle. And I feel like for gaming gamers, you have to be smart about where you're going with the ball. Otherwise, Renegades are perfectly positioned to kind of hunt you down and find the gaps in your defense.
Yeah, it's, more and more looking beyond the ball and just trying to see even 4, 5, 6 steps in advance how the flow of the game is ending up and what your responsibility and your role is at that very moment. It's ever changing in Rocket League and in a purely situational game, which is why we don't really, talk about roles. We usually just talk about the players that they trend towards a certain play style, or they tend to score a lot because they're accurate, that kind of thing. But every player is responsible for every position on the pitch, and some are better than others. Fiber, particularly in his control game, has been pretty good, but here's a small little pass. Fiber trying to slow it down, but Renegade's a little quicker on defense, and I think that might be one of the differences, is Renegades aren't afraid to go and get the ball and even make a diving stop off of the backboard. That was Kami coming down to make the save. They haven't gotten the clear. Fiber got a flip reset. Double on the goal. No, it's saved. Kami diving back. Zen slowing it down. And right close to him, was Vive, but they can't get the goal. That was the best chance they've had yet, though.
Yeah, and this is good offense from Gaming Gamers through the first minute and a half or so. You have to keep it going, though. Find those opportunities where you can get those one-on-ones with Fiber. You've seen multiple times now. He can be so deadly on the ball, and that one almost went in for him earlier. But unfortunately, again, the space is just wide open for Gaming Gamers. How could this happen for them after so much good offense?
Oh, well, Vive was the third man, and he ended up driving up past midfield. Was expecting a clean pass from Zen. Or actually, no, he wasn't even expecting a pass from Zen. He was thinking it was going to be cleared back to him, but Zen actually got back to the ball. So now Vive wasn't in position for it anymore, and it's risk management again, Corelli. It comes down to taking less risks as third man. Risk management is such a... It's a nebulous thing, but one that becomes more palpable when you see it get blown apart in front of your face. This time, Renegades, again, another strong kickoff, and they've got 2 goals in the span of just a couple of seconds.
Yeah, there's a lot of pain here for Gaming Gamers, and there might be a third if CJ can get around it. It goes just too high. For Gaming Gamers, you really got to get your act together here in these last 3 minutes. You have plenty of time to get back into it. You already had successful attacks where you were able to kind of break up that Renegades defense and make it tough for them. How can you replicate that a few more times to finally find the back of the net?
Gaming Gamers are really hungry for this ball. You said if they can dive at one, Corelli, they'll take it, and that's what they do. If Fiber had to dive at a couple of there, I mean, the second man got demoed, so you needed to buy some time. But even now, it's a high lob from Zen, and you have the space to get a pass out to Vive in save space. Oh, Fiber just misses it. Zen takes the shot. CJ next on the block. Gaming Gamers, a couple of shots. Zen can't turn around. He's got to leave and play some more defense. But even right there, just struggling to connect on those passes, on those leading passes downfield. They're just not on target. Players already for him, and Kami! Oh, the working man in front of the box gets the third for Renegades.
Just bullying the defense through Zen and then through Fiber. And granted, he had to challenge that one backwards as he thought maybe Kami was going to go for the back post. But great challenge game from Kami. And that's another thing that I feel like has gone in favor of Renegades, especially when they're on the offensive third. Seems like Gaming Gamers just struggle to break through that first or second man. And now they find themselves down 3 goals after such a solid start. It really is a shame because it felt like this was going to be the game where they could start making a comeback. But quickly giving up 2 goals is just so painful to see.
Well, we do have a sighting on the pitch. It's now Zen versus CJ. The horns have locked. And the best place to institute the Rule 1 is in the corner. Right where so much chaos can happen since the ball ends up there so much. But we're in a 2v2. And Sticky will pop it over. And for Renegades, I mean, you take this, you're up 3-0. You're feeling pretty good about taking match advantage. And CJ, happy to lock it down. Vive gonna pick up the demo on Kami, maybe get some space. Nice little play by Fiber. Fiber might actually benefit in this space. Fiber's just going to play fullback and takes one out. Oh, no, he ends up saving the shot. Fiber won the 50, but Vive was still playing close in front, and so no goal. If you were going to start the clock at any point in time, that was it.
I think Gaming Gamers could be benefited here. If Fiber is the man in the 2v2, and they will, they get their first goal. And the headlock pays off for them as Vive just keeps the play alive with that challenge against Kami. And you know Fiber's going to wrap back around into it. And there is a chance now for Gaming Gamers.
Yeah, but you only get 1 copy of that card in your in your Rocket League strats deck, which is like 2 cards big. You know, you have you have Rule 1 and then you have a fake kickoff. Like, that's it. That's all you get for the drawed up plays. Everything else, you know, let's go as we play. Fiber low on boosts. Wants a quick pass. Zen gets up there quickly. It's crunch time now for Gaming Gamers. You do not want to be put on match point here. I like the idea to slow down from Fiverr, try to bait that challenge inward, but he didn't stay close enough to the ball. And so it ended up kicking right past him, and he has to jump up for an attempted save. But I think you still feel good, Corelli, if you're gaming gamers. I don't know. Do you feel good if you're gaming gamers heading into this next game?
Here's the thing. I mean, for gaming gamers, they lost to a team that I think everyone expected them to lose to. However, I think there was some good to come out from the series here from gaming gamers. Sure, it fell apart. I think this game in particular was maybe the most disappointing because they had such a strong start, but Renegades just got those quick 2 goals. It's one thing to give up the first goal, but it's another to then follow it up with the kickoff goal. But for gaming gamers, you lost to the team that I feel like everyone expected you to lose to, so there's nothing you're too upset about. But if you're going to win this thing, a team like Renegades is a team you're going to have to beat, so they might get another swipe at them. Of course, gaming gamers not out of it yet. They moved to 2-1, so that'll be their first series loss on the day, so they're still okay. Renegades, however, do qualify with their first 3-0.
Yeah, they get in, and honestly, after that first game, Corelli, I think that they did really return to the form everybody expected. Kami, he winning every single 50 in front of him. Siki putting consistent pressure on the net, and CJ kind of filling in the roles. And I don't mean that in a lesser sense. I mean that in a greater sense, because I thought he had a lot of great touches. I think that Renegades continue to be a force to be reckoned with, and we got more Oceanic Rocket League action coming up. The rest of the Swiss bracket still playing itself out. We got that and more after the break.
Verizon knows how to build unlimited right. Start with America's most awarded network.
I'm on my phone 24/7.
Then, for the first time ever, give families more entertainment with Disney Plus, Hulu, and ESPN Plus, now all included.
We're a big soccer family. Handmaid's Tale. I love Frozen.
Then give families plans to mix and match, so you only pay for what you need.
You get so much more than this, a great network.
With plans starting at just $35, the network more people rely on gives you more. This is unlimited built right, only on Verizon.
Welcome back to RLCS Season X. We are in the middle of the Swiss stage for the OCE Major. I'm here joined by James now. Welcome to the broadcast. You're getting your cast and time in. We just saw Gaming Gamers lose to Renegades, and it felt like for Gaming Gamers, there was a lot of good coming out for them here in this series. Fiber looked great. Just a bit slow on some of the defensive plays. Renegades really started to pick them apart late into this series, and for Gaming Gamers, I think they lost the team that everyone expected to, but there's a lot left on the table when you play against a team like Renegades.
Oh yeah, Renegades, they're just showing us why there is that big three in OCE. They come out on top time after time. So Renegades getting the win here, really doing everything you thought they would. The passing was on point, everything really looking solid for them. And yeah, Corelli, I think things playing out just like we expected, at least so far.
Yeah, I think so. Renegades are now sitting 3-0 here on the day and will qualify. And now we get to, speaking of the big three, we get to jump in now to Ground Zero, taking on Cringe Society, James. And we already saw Cringe Society earlier. They took down Mind Freak for the first game on stream today, 3-1. Now they got to come in against this Ground Zero team. What do you make of this matchup?
So I'm really excited. In the pre-show, I heard them talk about Amphis and his mechanical abilities. So I'm very excited to see Amphis out there against this top team of Cringe Society. And Cringe Society, when they started against Mind Freak, they started off a bit slow. It wasn't as dominating as I had personally expected. So this one, I think, is going to be a tough matchup, and I'm excited to see how good Amphis can be.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of eyes on him just from the talk-up that we heard in the same way that we saw Fiber even in that last series. So we'll get things kicked off here in Game 1, Ground Zero and Cringe Society. And James, I absolutely agree. From what we saw in that first series, it did feel like Cringe Society was a little bit slow coming out into it. See if they could pick things up as they get into this first game, as Torsas looking to take the first shot. The defense there, let him come all the way across, and they do make the save. Here's Drippe shepherding it back to Torsas as he does throw it downfield for Ground Zero.
And this game off to a bit of an awkward start. Amphis, if you were paying attention, wasn't moving. He was having some controller issues at the start. It looks like he did get them sorted out. We'll see if it stays sorted out for the rest of this game.
Oh. And it looks like he is moving around just fine as he was able to pick up that ball. Here's a dangerous one for Jules as he tried to force it through two defenders. Now Amphis plays it back towards the top of the box. Nobody there for Ground Zero. And a big clear for Cringe Society. Is put in, and Deca's going to get credit for it.
Deca, the shot, it was a good thing that it was low. You saw Jules coming off the ceiling of his goal, perhaps thinking it was going to be a harder shot and a high shot, but it didn't pan out that way. Excellent placement by Deca, and Cringe Society take this early lead.
Yeah, and a great start here for Cringe Society. We talked about them wanting to wake up, and they certainly get the job done with the first goal. This one bouncing dangerously down. Amphis is there, still forcing it to the backboard. It's Ground Zero forced to rotate back. Here comes Torsas. He's met by Jules, still looking for that backboard. As it does come clean off, Drippe had missed the touch. He's bailed out by Torsas again. Cringe Society trying to mount some of that pressure inside of Ground Zero, but a great clear from Amphis. Express is already up, but he can't get the touch. Deca, maybe not the best clear, but with no pressure. Cringe Society get out.
And the side flip. Perhaps it was planned by Torsas because Drippe was able to come in and get that clear downfield. Now, I think Cringe Society might find themselves in a tough spot. Amphis getting this mid boost. He'll have to get a good 50 here.
Express does pick it up. Deca looking for Drippe. He tried to make contact on it. Jules shut him down. Amphis throws it downfield. Jules, I don't think, could catch up to a big miss again by Drippe. Now Amphis up to carry this one. Goes under Drippe and does get the fake. Torsas bailing out his team. Still Jules trying to keep on the pressure for Ground Zero, but you're seeing Amphis work that magic.
Totally. He was going for that flip reset. I never saw him use it, so I wonder if it looked good, but I wonder if he got it there. But that was looking very good, Corelli. The air roll was on point, perfectly hitting that ball. I'm shocked that if he didn't get it. But still, you can tell that Amphis has those mechanics. Hope to see him get a few more opportunities to bring him out.
Still ground zero sit, 1 goal down. It will be up to players like Amphis to see if they can break this Cringe Society defense. Amphis, here he comes again, picking this one up. Has boost to work with, looking for a flip reset now. Does get it over Drippe, but Torsas is there to clear things out. And he has been a brick wall for Cringe Society, where his 2 teammates have failed. Torsas has been there every step of the way.
Torsas, you know, we're so used to him being such an offensive player. But he really is the complete package. When you're as mechanically good as Torsas is, you know, you can just be everywhere and make those tough stops.
He's done a great job of keeping ground zero at bay, at least for now. Ground zero have put up quite a few shots now, 7. With a 5 of Cringe Society. Deca will add 1 more. Torsas trying to keep the attack alive, but it's cleared out. Amphis, great first time touch to the back of the net. Wide open, and it's tied up.
And you said it, Crowley. This was a great first touch. This ball was blitzing right at him, the result of a pinch between Torsas and Express. And Amphis made the most of that opportunity. And those are not the easiest to hit right dead center, especially when you are in a surprising moment where the ball's flying at you. You don't get too many opportunities like that.
And you really can't blame the defense too much for Cringe Society. I don't think anyone imagined that ball pinching off their own player to the middle of the field like that. But still, Amphis had an opportunity. 2 big misses by the defense. It's been a little shaky from Cringe Society on their own back wall. They've missed a few times. Still haven't been punished. And Cringe Society now trying to force the issue onto ground zero. That ball turned away, and Jules will chase after it onto the Cringe Society side. Amphis is up, and he's beat his man off the crossbar and in. 2 goals for him and 1 goal up for ground zero.
And this striking from Amphis really is something. You see him air rolling, hitting the corner of his car, getting the ultimate amount of power, and that one crossbar and in. Amphis, so far in game 1, he's living up to the hype. Cheeseman and Jake were talking about him, and I think their words are verified now.
Absolutely. Cringe Society have mustered up 7 shots. Amphis alone has put on 6. This ball to the back wall of ground zero. It might be Cringe Society's last chance. Drippe trying to put this one back post. Torsas cleared out the last man, but the shot just wasn't on target. And that'll do it for game 1. Ground zero. Take it.
And that was a bold bump at the end. That goal line was open. Express was getting bullied out of the way, and it was so close, bouncing off the post. Cringe Society almost tied it up, but ground zero looked like the better team. We saw him, and Amphis especially, he was that X factor, Corelli, that allowed them to get both of those goals, and they were quality goals as well. The pinch that headed right towards Amphis, he reacts, hits it dead center, and then that shot crossbar down. A great game from Amphis.
Yeah, and you can see that individual skill, how it pays off for ground zero, and was able to put away a couple of great shots by himself. He got a lot of opportunity, and I think that's the key for a lot of teams that have a player like Amphis, is to give them opportunity. And he had plenty of it in this game, whether it was team play or the individual play. Feeding him the ball, having him on the ball has proved just so successful for this ground zero team.
And that's what you want. You want to put that ball in your star players' hands when they have space. And we've seen Amphis with so much space to where he could go for multiple flip resets. And he said it, Express doing some heavy lifting there with a good dribble.
He faked the musty and still able to keep possession. Here's Deca. He was the goal scorer for Cringe Society last game. The only goal that they were able to muster up. Now Drippe has Deca under him and is going to pass it down to him, and a great defensive block by Express. He's staying on this ball and tried to collect at the top of the ceiling, and Torsas comes flying through.
It looked like he might have wanted to maybe air roll and tap that with his tires and go for a double tap. That would have been an incredible play. And Express, you know, he's a player that's been around in the OCE scene for quite some time. You even think back to Season 3 Jam Gaming.
here he is now on this Ground Zero squad. He was a defensive rock for him last game. There's a good demo and a shot from Torsos. They open up the net and they put it through. 1-0 Cringe Society.
Torsos, another name we're familiar with. Drippe, the backboard pass, the demo, Torsos rotating in. That is an effective use of the demo. We saw Cringe Society in the first series of the day. That was what put them over the top against Mindfreak, was their demo game and their bump game. And so now they're able to bring it out against Ground Zero, see if they can hold on to the lead.
For Ground Zero, they have to be a bit more wary of the demo game. That first man might not be the man on the ball for too long. He might just come after you. And Cringe Society have executed it multiple times. Here's Amphis, a great flick on. Express is there, and look at the pass and setup. Express puts it home to tie it up.
Strong shot. And this was a team play as well. Jules up to Amphis. The corner pass, great shot from Express. I'm loving what I'm seeing from Ground Zero. I mean, Cringe Society, you know, they have those old school names, but after seeing Amphis play, you can tell maybe he's part of this next generation of OCE players that's bringing the mechanics to the next level. But Express is hanging right there with him too. I'm loving what I'm seeing out of Express.
Absolutely. And that was a great all-around team play from Ground Zero to get back into it. Deca wanted the fake, couldn't get it. Express just barrels through him. Torsos having to pop this one up. Does he get the pinch? He does, but not enough. Here's Jules. Can't get by Drippe. Deca just trying to keep it out of the center of the field right now. Ground Zero slowly advancing towards the opposition, but cut out. Deca, can he get up to this one? It's Amphis to quickly match him. Drippe's shot is going to be good, and a 1-goal lead back to Cringe Society.
A bit of panic here. Amphis jumping up for that. Maybe Express would have had a better line on that ball. I don't know, but that was a tough defensive moment for Ground Zero. Drippe, the accuracy, exactly what was needed in Drippe. You know, that kind of reminds you of the old days. Drippe was the one who was scoring almost everything, especially at Worlds.
He has cooled off, but maybe is coming back here in this major as he does get by one. Express, who else for Ground Zero to clean things up? Here's Drippe. 2 minutes left to play. Torsos trying to put another one. That's a big miss by Express. Follow-up is there from Deca. Pinches it in, and a 2-goal lead for Cringe.
Look at this ground pinch from Deca. He waits for it to hit the ground, upside down, flips around. That was crazy. 80 miles an hour. Deca, a perfectly timed ground pinch. And to get the height on that as well, that was a rare shot, Corelli.
Yeah. I'm not sure if that's how you set it up every time, but he'll take it as Amphis now tries to go on his own individual way. Shut down by Cringe Society. Still putting on the pressure now. You're seeing their offense really start to get into a groove as Ground Zero struggle to push out from their own end in this game. Here's Jules and Amphis. They drop it back to Express. Not enough on it. Amphis forced to go all the way to his own corner. Tough bounce.
You saw Amphis trying to do a bit too much there. Breaking up the play. His teammate had the ball. Wanted to get involved. And that is something that we've seen before, especially with ultra mechanical players, Corelli, is that desire to be on the ball.
Yep. And sometimes it doesn't always work out the way they want. Express, that shot's going to go a bit wide. Less than a minute to go. That was the best look Ground Zero's had in quite a while. Torsos up to Drippe, looking for the back wall. Amphis doesn't there, and Torsos, I'm not sure if he got the called off by Deca and it was too late, but still, it was tough to read, especially not expecting the miss from a player like Amphis. Here's Express trying to force it. Amphis was there, but not enough. And coming up now on 30 seconds, Cringe Society happily carry this one down the field.
Well, that might end it. Yeah, that's in. Deca, another goal for him. This one looks like he got a bit of a pinch off the wall. No, it's just a dunk.
And I think Ground Zero wanted a better pinch than that and didn't get it. And it just goes straight into a Cringe Society player. Deca now 2 goals. 4-1 is the score. And with less than coming up now on 20 seconds left, it is basically impossible. Cringe Society have definitely run up the score. Looked a lot better in this game than in the previous game. And for Ground Zero have definitely cooled off. It doesn't feel like they have as much command as they did in that first game. Everyone from Ground Zero was a bit quiet here.
Yeah, this was not what you'd expect from Ground Zero after seeing what they could do in Game 1. Game 2, all Cringe Society. We saw the defense in a bit of disarray at times for Ground Zero, and then up on the offensive end, some double commits that ended up costing them. So Cringe Society bounced in right back in Game 2, and I think that veteran experience really helping them out.
Yeah, I think so as well. And for Ground Zero, I think when you go into this next game, you kind of have to reset because that first game was so good from them. But you are seeing what happens when Cringe Society have command of the game. They put up 8 shots on you. They have a lot of opportunity. And I don't feel like we really called out anyone's name on Ground Zero that was generating some quality offense. Yeah, they had a good goal, their only goal. But outside of that, it felt like Ground Zero had nothing in this game.
They struggled to defend their backboard at times, which really punished them. And, you know, no discredit to Express or Jules, also some veterans of the game, but Amphis was not in his element. Game 1, he was setting the tempo. Game 2 looked to be a bit of a liability at times, going for balls that maybe he should have left for his teammates. So we'll see if they can balance it out. There's no denying that Amphis is a great player. We'll see if he can find the right mix.
We'll see if Ground Zero in total can come back here. Express trying to get the second touch. He does get 2 to go from Cringe Society, but Torsauce again there to clean things up when it got dicey for them in the midfield. Now quickly our Ground Zero trying to counter. A good demo on Drip A. Unfortunately, Deca's there to push this one down the field, and he does well to move down the sideline all the way to the other half. Here comes Drip A. His shot's gonna go just too high. Huge missed opportunity for Cringe Society.
And I think there was a team bump. I think Amphis and Express or someone had run into each other. That net was wide open. That has got to hurt.
Already 3 shots for Cringe Society, and one definitely should have fell through. Express doing everything he can to stay behind this.
Just bear hugging the ball there. Didn't seem like he wanted to let that ball go for good reason. He was right in front of the net, trying to keep that out, using everything he had.
Jules just trying to prevent Cringe Society from getting a piece of it. Torsauce, no boost. Amphis there to meet Drip A. Jules looking for this one across the box. Express gets the demo on Deca. Jules, can he drop it down? No, it's off the crossbar. A good look for Ground Zero. It was a tough one, but their best look they've had all game. And a big clear from Express now will maybe put Ground Zero back on the attack. It'll be returned by Torsauce. And Deca looking for the pass over to Torsauce. The defense from Ground Zero fighting for every inch at the moment. Cringe Society doing a good job of receiving those clears from Ground Zero and setting up passes with them.
Yeah, this is a good back and forth game. You can tell these teams well matched. And then chance to, oh, Jules, that backflip save. And OCE, Corelli is such an interesting region as well when you have 3 different teams sharing those titles. And all names that we're familiar with as well. And now getting this chance, the fall major, the international stage, and you know, all the viewership that comes along with it when you have these big events. The pressure is really on, so that clutch factor that we were talking about on the pre-show, you wonder if that'll start coming into play.
It's always interesting to see Cringe Society actually getting the goal here. A 1-0 lead for them as Express cut a bit flat-footed, does make the save, but unfortunately comes right back up to Torsauce and nobody there to bail him out. A 1-goal lead now to Cringe Society, but James, it is interesting to see something that the pre-show talked about was kind of the top 9 players are on the top 3 teams. And I think you have to say it's true from what we've seen so far here today as Drippe rips off a shot. Cringe Society, Ground Zero, Renegades all look like the best teams in OCE, and Cringe Society looking better than Ground Zero here in this game.
And we had, Brains versus Mechanics, Brain versus Brawn. And right now, the Brains seem to be in favor of Cringe Society. They're just playing fundamentally sound Rocket League. Great challenges. The rotations are there. We did see a few missed shots, but overall, they are keeping Ground Zero in the back. There's only 2 shots now, 3 shots for Ground Zero after that attempt, and already 10 for Cringe Society. The 2-goal lead with under 2 minutes left. It's going to be tough for Ground Zero to get back in this.
Here's Amphis off the corner. Oh! He has another flip to put it through, and he cuts the lead in half.
And look at this. You said it, the flip. He gets it back right here. It bounces off the post, flips back into it.
Wow.
The presence of mind from Amphis. And that was a huge goal. That could be the momentum swinging back in favor of Ground Zero. We'll see if they can keep this going.
That's the spark that Ground Zero definitely needed to get back into it. That was a great goal by Amphis. They have 6 shots in this game. That was certainly their most dangerous. Here's Drippe on the big clear. Cringe Society, though, on the other hand, want to get another one, get that cushion back. Torsas does get a second touch after his initial shot. Deca still fighting for it as Amphis gets a great challenge to the Cringe Society half. But Cringe Society, James, they've done this a few times. They'll just return with an even bigger clear.
Yeah.
And it puts them right back into offense.
We talked about, or I exclaimed on that great block from Amphis, but then you're right. Drippe hammered that ball from his own corner all the way back down, and now Deca getting a big 50. And the angle Torsas will tuck that one in, even though it was already headed into the net. Wow, what a turnaround.
Yeah, that was a great play by Deca, but the defense of Ground Zero kind of getting sucked into the play. Everyone gravitating towards the ball. Even Express coming with such speed at the ball as that last man. Obviously wasn't expecting Deca to just plow through his teammates. And a great setup as well by Deca. That one hurts if you're Ground Zero.
Certainly does, especially after Amphis got such a powerful goal. You think that might have been enough to rev him up. But no, Cringe Society comes roaring back. And a lot of it due to those solid clears. Not only hard hit, but to areas of the field that completely kill whatever momentum Ground Zero was able to work up.
And you're seeing something that happened in the last game with Renegades is, Ground Zero, they were able to stick around for a little bit. They might get one for the road. They will. Jules will get it. But to the point, Cringe Society still just putting on so many shots, something that Renegades did as well. So much opportunity. You're gonna run up the score a little bit. They get 3 goals here, but they had 12 shots in this game alone and pretty evenly spread out, I'd say. And for Cringe Society, they're up 2-1 now in the series.
And they're looking very solid. The clears are there, the passing plays, demos, bumps. They're playing just fundamentally sound Rocket League. Cringe Society playing the smarter game. You can tell Ground Zero, I would give them the check mark in the mechanics section, but right now Brains going in favor of Cringe Society, and it's that positioning that's really helping them get these wins, really.
There's a lot more intent behind what Cringe Society is doing. Again, very similar to what Renegades did in the previous game where they were able to bring that ball down, receive the long clears from Ground Zero. Although Cringe Society is very happy to outboom you, I will say. They are very happy to toss that ball right back up over your head and chase after it. And they've been the faster team. As we move deeper into this series, they've been picking up the pace to the point where it feels like Ground Zero haven't been able to keep up with it on that defensive third for them.
They really haven't been. The defense is thrown into a bit of a scramble, and you can tell the third man in multiple situations for Ground Zero, not quite sure when to come up, and the timing is not there, and that allows Cringe Society to get it past them and get the goal. So we'll see if the positioning can get sorted out for Ground Zero, and if Cringe Society will be able to finish this off. And another chance early, and they're gonna walk away empty-handed. Corell, you thought that might be an early goal for Ground Zero.
Yeah, Express just had to get over that one, and it was a bit too high. So for ground zero, that was the opportunity to get the go-ahead goal quickly. Now they're going to have to fight for a little bit harder. Amphis, quick one-time touch towards the net. Now Jules looking for the setup over to Express. Amphis there to meet. Express tried to get the touch. Cringe Society holding on for now, 2 go, but they do get the clear past everyone for ground zero. Can Torsos find the angle? He does! Past the first defender, and a 1-0 lead for Cringe Society.
Torsos, it was a battle all the way down the field, picking up pads. 0 boost. He could have gone for the corner boost, but has that killer instinct. Stays on the ball, gets the block. And now we see an early lead for Cringe Society. And they are looking solid. They had a bit of a slow start, but continuing to play better and better.
And they're putting the pressure right back on to ground zero. Good pass over to Torsos. He gets bumped out of the way. Now Jules Express is bumping Drip A. Can he get to the other side? He does. It was enough time for Jules to go back post on him. And we're tied up.
And with the series on the line, that is how you stabilize. Express, huge bumps on Drip A.
So tough for Drip A there, seeing how that play developed, especially getting bumped out of the way. Here's Drip A again, picking this one up, wants to carry it himself, up and over everyone. He's just gonna do it all by his lonesome. And back in the lead is Cringe Society.
And I said I give the mechanics there in favor of ground zero. Drip A must be listening to the stream, bringing out some solo plays of his own.
And something ground zero has to respect, obviously. Here's Jules. See what he can do with the ball. Tried to get the flip reset, I think, but couldn't get under it enough. Express gets the bump out of the way. Amphis is there. Express is a maniac, a bully on the field, and another goal is off of his bump.
Not only does he get the pass, jumps off the wall like a wrecking ball, hitting the defense out of the way. And this one is turning into a slugfest, Corelli.
All tied up. Drip A, and leave it for Torsos. And again, coming by himself. It certainly has been a much closer game than previous ones. Ground zero, I think we'll be happy to see it that way, especially after the previous game. Here's a shot from Drip A. It's blocked by ground zero. Still, Cringe Society, I think, getting the better of the defense here of ground zero. Express was met by Torsos, but does get the ball out, but only for a moment. Drip A.
Deca getting in the way of that. He saw Amphis was ready to receive that pass, and it's better to just get a back pass on your own than take a risk and let Amphis maybe go for a double tap, maybe go for a shot. And that's the smart play that I was talking about with Cringe Society. Always knowing when and where to hit that ball, and almost getting an opportunity there.
Shot down from Deca is turned away by Express. Amphis looking for Jules. And Jules can't connect as he moves down the sideline. Drip A looking for help from Deca, but he comes in backwards. Amphis now had opportunity, but not a lot of boost to work with. Still tied up. Cringe Society has been knocking on the door a bit more. Torsos does get the cut. Jules, as he beat, he does get the touch away, but only for a moment. Drip A looking for the corner of ground zero. Now Amphis on the dribble. It's cut out by Deca. Express, his turn to go. And can only keep the ball for so long. Jules shot down. It's going to go in. A small opening for ground zero, and they find it.
Great strike from Jules. Gets up, shoots the ball over Torsos. You could see the defender maybe thinking they had enough time to wrap around the back of the net. There was no time. The strong shot from Jules was there far before that defender even had a hope to get there.
And a great game here for ground zero to respond back after the previous one. Jules, great second touch to the back wall for on the Cringe Society side. still have to hold on to this lead for another minute and 15 seconds if they want to stay alive in the series. Here's Drippe. Has a lot of space to work with here. Gets 2-3 touches on it before he's finally cut out. Amphis. Couldn't get by one. Drippe again picking up full boost and getting control. Now 45 seconds left. Ground Zero doing a great job of running out the clock. Good pass from Express, but that shot's too high from Amphis. Jules there. Can he clean it up? It's directly at Torsos. Defense certainly tested on the Cringe Society side. Amphis trying to put this game away with another goal. Won't be able to do so for now. Torsos, big clear, but that was all he had left in the tank. Jules trying to get away, and that's a little scary if you're on the Ground Zero side. Here's Torsos again. Jules to pick it up. He's got boost to work with, and he's going to carry this one very slowly. Burns 2-3 seconds off the clock. Express looking to kill it. He will. And Ground Zero get one back and send us to another game.
Smart play from Ground Zero at the end. Really bringing out what they had to get the win, forcing the game 5. And this is what we were hoping for. Winners of the 3rd regional, Ground Zero, going up against winners of the 2nd regional, Cringe Society. We talk about the big teams in OCE. These are 2 of them. This matchup, Cheeseman was telling me before we got into it that this one might be the best one we'll see all day. And so far, it is living up to that. Ground Zero, this game 5, Corelli, we're in for a treat.
It's always nice to see a team respond back like Ground Zero, especially when the previous game had gone so poorly for them. But here they are, and that was an impressive game for them. We saw Express at the bottom of the scoreboard, but man, he contributed so much with the physical play that he dished out to the Cringe Society side is what opened up this game for Ground Zero. Send them to a game 5. So here they are, Ground Zero and Cringe Society in a game 5 here in the Swiss stage.
And two goals, Corelli, directly attributed to those bumps from Express. So that physical play from him, you don't get to see it, like you said, you don't see it on the scoreboard, but man, does it make a difference.
Here's Amphis. Can't hold on to it. Torsos looking for Deka. He does meet him in midair, but didn't have the angle. And a big clear for Amphis and for Ground Zero as they try and muster up their best attack. Amphis does a good job to cut out the initial touch by Deka. Express fighting in the corner, landing on the ball just to prevent the clear from Cringe Society, and they're forced to retreat. Amphis looking for some help, and it's a bit of a dangerous ball. Jules was a bit far back to receive that one, maybe as fast as Amphis wanted. Still no harm, no foul here. Deka has a second touch. Express, big clear. They got 2 beat here on the Cringe Society side. It's up to Drippe. And with no boost, he does make the initial touch.
Oh, such good clears. Oh, the counterattack set up from this hit from Torsos. Look how quickly they turn on a dime. Off his own backboard, throwing it all the way across the field to Deka. And Ground Zero, they got caught out. That is a brilliant counterattack from Cringe Society.
Yeah, it was a little hesitation from Amphis in the midfield. He didn't know if he could get to the initial ball that came across the net, or the field rather, or if he was going to play the touch. He decided to play the touch, but at that point, he was the last man back. And so Ground Zero get beat. Tried to make up for it there with that shot. Jules has Express waiting. It does come out to him. But unfortunately, he's just got to bang it against the wall. Jules wants to go under Deka. Deka's having none of it. Torsos gets by one. Can't get by the rest of Ground Zero. Here's Amphis. Blocked by Drippe. Express wanted to keep some midfield control, but Torsos just dunks him out of the way. This ball played up into the box. And Ground Zero struggling to stay with it, and a big miss by Express. This lets Deca come through. Can he get over it enough? He does, but a big save from Jules. Torsos to put it away, and a 2-goal lead now for Cringe Society.
Oh, that miss from Express, that's going to haunt him, and that might be the reason why they lose this series. We'll see how close it gets, but that miss has to feel terrible for Express.
So a 2-goal lead now open up for Cringe Society. I think this series has been very close. Almost a 3rd goal. Deca's going to put it away. It will be 3 for Cringe Society. They pull away.
Yeah, it looks like the wheels are starting to fall off for Ground Zero. That tough miss from Express. Now a goal immediately following the kickoff. Cringe Society up 3-0. We're approaching the halfway point. With how close that this series has been and how hard it's been for these teams to score at times, this is going to be such a difficult situation for Ground Zero to come back from. We'll see what they're made of now. That was nasty.
That was amazing. Look at this light touch to keep possession. Just the smallest touch. And instead of passing, he's going to go for the shot, back post and down. Used his flip perfectly.
And he even got a touch off the wall as well. A light touch off that wall, Corelli. That is ultimate finesse. It's tough to tap the ball that lightly.
Yeah. That really was, I think, the most impressive part about that shot was that initial touch to gain possession. That's so hard to do. And he nails it perfectly. Like you said, James, it feels like the wheels are starting to fall off for Ground Zero. Cringe Society have just proved to be a bit too much here in this game. They have certainly outshot them here in multiple games. And it feels like Cringe Society have just been a bit better overall when it comes to the attacking side of things. Ground Zero's defense started to get a little bit dicey at times. Caught out a few times in the midfield as well. Didn't know where to go. And it was just this onslaught of attack from Cringe Society that ultimately broke them down. Demos coming out. Clear from Jules. If Ground Zero are going to get back into this game, they need to start scoring some goals in the next few seconds or so, because you got a long way to go. You want to get onto those kickoffs. It's not about just scoring the first one. It's about getting the next couple as well. Quickly off kickoff is what you'd want.
Yeah, we're going to have to see a goal and then a kickoff strategy or something to even make this game possible. But, then Jules, that was a good idea going for the corner pass, but he accidentally hit the double, breaking up any opportunity. I saw Express, he was looking for that rebound on the first bounce and did not expect that second touch, and that's going to waste even more time off the clock. And Cringe Society, when you talk about that clutch factor, it really does seem like Cringe Society has it. There's a reason that they got to the finals every single regional. These guys up there near the top, if not at the top.
Yep. They've looked good. And that one might actually find it for Amphis, maybe too little too late. And unfortunately for Ground Zero, I think they are going to drop this series. There's a lot of promise in this team. I mean, they're one of the best teams in OCE, no doubt. This was a Game 5 against Cringe Society, but unfortunately, this game got away from them. I think it was Game 2 that got away from them as well. So for Ground Zero, how do you prevent these games that just load up the scoring for the opposition? How can you keep it a bit closer and give yourself a chance to stay in it? As they certainly weren't able to make the comeback in this one. 6 seconds left of the clock. Express not even able to break 100 points here in this game. Actually, no, he does get 100 right at the end.
Right at the end.
The last touch gave him 100 points. He got a clear or something, but it doesn't matter. Cringe Society able to come out on top in 5 games. And, we talked about the slow start, but I think they looked pretty good throughout. And Ground Zero gave them a good run for their money. But at the end of the day, I think a lot of people would think that Cringe Society overall are the better team, and they proved that here.
Oh, certainly. And I thought Torsos had some great moments. He was one of the players mentioned as mechanical, and he showed that again this game with those finesse touches to be able to get that goal in this game. That was just beautiful. So Torsos, Cringe Society looking very good. And that's enough for them to move on to the playoff round, which we'll be seeing tomorrow. But Ground Zero still going to have to get one more win.
Yep, like you said, Renegades and Cringe Society now are through. Renegades, the first seed, of course, after they beat Gaming Gamers. Like you said, Ground Zero, not out of it yet. They moved to 2-1. We'll probably see another one of their games later on. But we got to go to a quick break. When we come back, we've got more OCE Rocket League coming up.
Knows how to build unlimited right. Start with America's most awarded network.
I'm on my phone 24/7.
Then, for the first time ever, give families more entertainment with Disney Plus, Hulu, and ESPN Plus, now all included.
We're a big soccer family. Handmaid's Tale. I love Frozen.
Then give families plans to mix and match, so you only pay for what you need.
You get so much more than this, a great network.
With plans starting at just $35, the network more people rely on gives you more. This is unlimited built right, only on Verizon.
All right, an excellent Game 5. Ground Zero Gaming versus Cringe Society ending 2-3. I asked you guys a little bit off stream here on your predictions for this specific match. You said it was going to be close. Yummy, you said whatever team has kind of the best day is going to be victorious. Do you think the better team won today?
Yeah, of course. I think when it comes to Cringe Society, when they're looking good, they shut down opponents. And especially when it comes to Amphis and Ground Zero, they look best when Amphis is really hard pushed up. He didn't really have the chance to get out of defense too many times in that series.
Yeah, we did see Amphis, like, he was going for it, especially in that first game. He was looking, like, really active and trying to make those plays, but Cringe Society still sticking to that play style of looking very organized as a team and really shutting down the Ground Zero offense. Yeah,
you really like to see Cringe Society in moments like these where all of their goals, it's not really anything special needed to be done. It's a pressure play. This one from Torsos obviously was a bit of a special moment, but a lot of the goals were just them opening it up, them hitting the backboard, demoing somebody out, and causing the mayhem that way.
Got it. All right, we have an interview ready. All right, Torsos from Cringe Society, who just qualified 2 playoffs. How do you feel at this moment in time? I'm assuming a little bit happy?
Yeah, definitely good to get revenge from last weekend. So hopefully we can just take it all tomorrow, I guess.
And you feeling, I guess this is the first time you've really come out as second seed as such, apart from maybe regional event 1, where it's a different format. Do you think that's going to hurt you in terms of the single elimination bracket tomorrow at all?
I don't think so. I think actually having like a harder matchup earlier in the bracket will probably be better for us, so we're like more focused when we move through, actually.
Yeah, right. And you've had 2 second places now. Has there been a focus for you guys to try and take that number 1 spot back? Because you're looking very consistent and, rotational as a team at the moment.
Yeah, I think we're very comfortable beating anyone that's not Ground Zero Renegades. And I think we got a bit lazy after we won the first regional, so we definitely picked it back up this week, hopefully. Like, we're not like fully used to how we're like supposed to play, and I think bad habits came back by our old play style. So hopefully we'll sort that out by tomorrow.
How much training, obviously as somebody who's kind of new to watching competitive Rocket League, for a major like this, all right? This is when it matters the most. How much extra training is involved with just getting yourself ready, getting your team ready? Is there something specific? Is it like a boot camp situation that goes on just to kind of get the team in the right place?
I guess team-wise, it's just 2 scrims every day. It's like 2 hours each night. But then like individually, I play like 8 hours a day sort of thing. I don't know how, I don't keep track of how much my teammates play, but I'm sure it's a lot as well. So it's a pretty big deal for us.
Was there a lot you got out of, say, the extra tournaments that are happening, the League and RLO Masters this week?
Yeah, for sure. For me especially, I think lots of tournaments is really good for me because I kind of get nervous when it's just like, oh, this is the one tournament every 6 months I have to perform in this. So the more there are, the better for me.
Yeah, and you've said before to us that you're really looking to get those solo plays back. We saw a really nice one that series. How are you feeling with them, bringing them back into the play style?
Yeah, no, I really need to just be like confident. Once I get confident with how we're playing, I can just keep putting them back in. And like, I think I'm starting to get the hang of it. So if I just keep consistently do that, I'll style on everyone.
All right, Torsos, we're going to say thank you to you. Congratulations again for qualifying for tomorrow. Can't wait to watch you guys play. Yummy, something I want to move on, something I want to touch on real quick. All right, something that happened in the last... Well, since we last spoke, Cowabunga.
I know what this is about.
Cowabunga. I just want to bring it up. That's just, if there's a topic we want to talk about. Yeah. Cowabunga won over Vort Central. Your thoughts on that?
Well, I definitely think Twitch chat are prophets. They've been saying one word all day, and Cowabunga have really made a huge splash in this top 16. They'd only won one single series in the top 16 before, and now they're already kind of on that match point to be able to go through. Most importantly, they got that win over Vort Central. You can kind of like question maybe their other wins and their performances, but Vort Central's a huge win considering their consistency, and it's earned them a spot to verse Ground Zero to try and get through.
Ground Zero is definitely a different beast there. Yeah, like I was expecting Vort Central to keep up their consistent streak, but it's a similar situation that we saw Vort Central in when we first saw them playing, where they have 2 chances now to qualify for day 2. So I'm keen to hopefully see them on stream and see what's started to work for them in this major.
Do you think the dream is going to end there? Do you think that's where the dream stops, Yummy?
So, well, Jake put Vort Central in there. That's looking a bit unlikely now. But I put Direwolves in, and they're totally out. Though I didn't realize they were playing with their subs, so I'll give myself some slack. But I think they're actually really favorable, Cowabunga. Actually, they've gone from no chance. That win over Vort Central. Sure, then they've got no chance, in my opinion, against Ground Zero. Let's just put it that way. But it's going to have a really favorable matchup, considering what's likely to be those round 5 matchups. To me, it's going to come down to whether they can play under those nerves. They've never really been in that get into top 8 situation ever, even got close. So it's going to be tough for them to perform under the pressure, but they'll have a good opponent.
All right. Well, taking a look at the bracket here for round 4. What do you think?
Well, there's of course some really interesting matchups in that lower bracket, and especially you go back to Cowabunga. They're going to be versing one of Southern Stars, Hazard, Skyfire, Ferox, or Good and Useful, and that's obviously really good signs for them to be able to move through.
I think Mindfreak and Solicit will be like a really close one as well, because we had Solicit make top 8 before. Mindfreak, they've been struggling a little bit with that consistency where they were always looking like top 4. So I think that's a really big series to watch as well.
Yeah, there's gonna be some surprises, I'd say, no matter what, coming in to this final bracket. And another surprise as well is that Fury has been knocked out 0-3. So 2 teams that were constantly fighting for the top 8, Fury and Direwolves, are both out. And I already know Scarth has tweeted out that basically he's taken time off and he doesn't know if he's going to compete anymore. I guess that's how devastating that loss was for him.
Yeah, I mean, it's devastating for the major as well. Like Fury really looking like that solid 7th to 8th, getting into day 2. So to go out 0-3, that would be so disappointing for them. But maybe Scarth's just not used to the new format where he has to wait 6 months again for another chance. They'll be back in action, and hopefully he can get his motivation back.
Well, next in action, Hazard Esports versus Skyfire. Obviously, our Verizon fan vote is going on right now. Please vote in the chat. But what are our predictions for this matchup?
This is an odd one as well, because we've never, ever, ever seen Hazard on stream. They've always sat on that 1 win, 3 losses mark that usually doesn't get shown. They're now, obviously, they're 1 win, 2 losses. They've had a couple of tough ones, but they took down Direwolves, which gives them in good stead. But I put Skyfire for my top 8, so definitely sticking with them on terms of even still making top 8.
Yeah, Skyfire looked good when they were sneaky boys last week, making it into the top 8. They did sneak in with those 3-2 victories for all their wins, but they were looking like a solid team, and they put up a decent fight against Cringe Society. So I'm keen to see them against, less intimidating of a kind of matchup, but I'm still favoring them for sure.
All right, it's got to be interesting to see where the chat is placing this. 75 to 20, 80 to 20. Wow. Is that expected? Obviously, it probably aligns a little bit with what you guys. Yeah.
It's hard to expect anything, right? Because we haven't seen Hazard on stream. I do think this is a close matchup, so I'm really not sure myself either. But you got to give the slight edge to Skyfire here.
I've watched a few of their replays. Hazard play. They're not dangerous, but they're really consistent, rotational. They're solid. So it's all going to be whether Skyfire make mistakes or whether they, play solidly to beat Hazard.
All right. Well, if we're ready, which I think we are, if you guys are ready at home, we're going to jump into the next match. Like we said, Skyfire versus Hazard Esports. And we got Wave, Punk, and Achieves ready for you guys in the Verizon Skybox. Take it away, guys.
We've got two teams here, a few new faces for the broadcast. Skyfire taking on Hazard in a 1-2 matchup. So both of these teams currently 2 matches away from qualifying for tomorrow, but both on the brink of elimination to Chiefs. This is going to probably be a pretty safe matchup. So these teams are going to be looking primarily to not get eliminated right now.
Yep, and as the desk said, nothing wrong with picking what you know. Skyfire, you definitely have to put him in the favorites, especially with making top 8, but that's the best part. As Hazard has never been on stream, now's the time. Make a name for yourself, show the world what you got.
We'll get to see that one happen live right now. Hazard in the blue, Skyfire in the orange as Cyrexel tries to get creative. And his teammate with the best name I've ever seen, ever, Mr. Schmoopinator, gonna be trying to schmoopinate the frick out of this Skyfire roster. Finn's gonna get bumped away. Here comes Cyrexel into the midfield. Actually, that's a good shot. CJM gonna block it. Cyrexel keeps the pressure on as his teammate there. It's Lofton in front. Schmoopinator's up for it and bounces off of Riv. Here comes in negative. He's got it off the wall. CJM to cover him up. The ball will continue to stay in this back third, but move laterally on the field.
And I am loving the midfield control from Hazard here to start off game 1. Absolutely boxing in. Skyfire, great vision. Pass to Cyrexel. 2 people dive. Shot was wide. And everybody glad on Skyfire that Schmoopinator forced to poke it back into his own side and give him a chance. But that first minute looked amazing from Hazard there.
And a very solid pressure, but no goals to show for it. First minute and a half going to come and go, and now on the other end, see Riv get up for the shot. Negative makes the save, and now with the clear down the side, we'll see CJM pick up the ball. Stops Finn getting harassed in net, but Schmoopinator demolished. Now Finn, after the bump, gets the clear in midfield. Negative to try and trap it, takes it to the sky, and now for the air dribble over the top of one. No, stopped by Riv. Onto the ceiling he goes. CJM to cover it up, get over the top of the second man.
And really, the patience out of the midfield from Hazard is what's bringing them so much success. They're in great positions. They're reading the clears very well, understanding exactly where the ball is headed next, and they have a lot of space to work with. Demo on the goal line, but Riv up quick, and Cyrexel wants a demo as well, trying to continue to open the door and put that pressure on Skyfire in net.
Hazard continues to look strong on offense, at least with the setup game, but they've yet to get through. We're still scoreless approaching halftime. CJM now up on 1 to the upper 90. Negative to cover it up and get it away. Now Riv up to try and find a pass inwards. Here's Finn on the shot. Got 2 defenders up for it. It's off both posts and out. Cyrexel goes for the block and covers it up just fine. Now Negative going to look to see if he can clear, but Riv already on the ball. He's got Finn to pass to once more. And Riv's just going to go for the air carry all by himself to the far corner of the box. And that was pretty, but didn't really do much here. As Riv be the next player to challenge this ball here. Neither of his teammates really able to do much. Ball stalls out at midfield.
Yeah, CJM actually had a real nice touch into the middle. Finn didn't think one was coming, though. Negative goes for the bump and pulls Riv off of the back wall, excuse me, to try and make this save. Really just gets trapped dodging the demo and can't make it all the way across the net. So finally, Hazard, with a lot of great pressure early on in the series, play a pretty decent little stint on defense and a quick push up the field, and the pressure gets there.
Cyrexel making his name known, a critical block in goal. And now the pressure on the other end. Can it go in? It does! Tie game from Rivs. He drops it, bounces it off the ground, and it's 1 apiece.
Really not a bad touch there from Schmoopinator, but it's Finn who gets that hard touch into the middle. Really, Riv didn't, I don't think he struck that ball how he was wanting to. I think he was really trying to drill that into the top corner. Got a little bit above it. Either way, the bounce throws off the defense just enough, and they get the goal right back.
Here's Riv now looking for the lead. Cyrexel breaks it up. Negative out to challenge. Finn will get the touch, and Schmoopinator, nice long shot from his own corner. CJM clears to the side, earns himself a savior medal. Now Finn trying to put pressure on. Bounces off the corner into the midfield. Schmoopinator's up. Nobody home for the rest of Skyfire. Cyrexel through the air. Riv picks it up here in the corner. Negative ball flies past him. Schmoopinator to try and take the shot. Cyrexel over the top of 1, just goes straight beeline to the goal. Ball was a bit high and Finn covers him out. 1:13 on the clock, still tied up at 1 apiece. Skyfire with 3 touches, now 4, just to get the ball to midfield. Some clever passing, but all of it going to be immediately nullified here by Schmoopinator and the Hazard lineup.
Yeah, I actually thought that clear was pretty all right from Skyfire. The thing that let them down right there was how aggressive they pushed after they relinquished control of the ball, and that's a very timely demo from Finn. He didn't get that one. You felt for sure it was going to be a goal for Hazard. But Skyfire can...
Oh, it's in. Smoopernator out of the corner. The double dominances will get it done. They're up 2-1.
Disaster here for Skyfire. CJM catches the ball a little heavy, was thinking about it, rolling up the wall, ends up tipping it out, and Smoopernator right there to jump all over it. 2-1, late lead. How do you break out, Skyfire? You played a lot of defense here. You got to get aggressive. What do you do?
Had to play defense, not because they would like to, but they've been trapped. Smoopernator towards the box again. Negative and Cyrex will fall him back, and now here comes the three-man drive from Hazard. Finn over the top. CJM not able to reach that ball, and now Riv chasing this one down up against Cyrexel, gets the pinch on him, and now up against another player into the box once more. Smoopernator's got it away. Finn to stop it in midfield, turns it around. He needed this turn. 10 seconds left on the clock. Still just a one-goal game. Stalled in the corner. Here's CJM up against Cyrexel, pinched into the midfield, and Riv is behind CJM, so nobody in the midfield to pick that up. We can burn the clock down. Cyrexel kills it. Hazard Gaming takes game number 1.
Cyrexel, great mind on him there at the end of that game, pulling the defender up the wall and then just delaying and realizing that you can just let the clock run out, smack it down. And Hazard, an excellent start for never being on stream. I mean, that was some of the cleanest, most textbook midfield defense I think I've ever seen in Rocket League. They really had him boxed into the tent there for the first minute and a half or so. Great play.
Yeah, I mean, it was 9 shots to 6. The scoreboard doesn't really tell the full story. Or does it? Like, Hazard had so much pressure on offense, but I felt like most of it was getting it into the third and keeping it trapped in the third. Midfield play, like you called out, very, very excellent. But actual solid shooting opportunities mostly dealt with just fine by Skyfire. Skyfire's defense was able to handle the back third pressure very well, which is always a good thing to be able to rely on. But you do want to be able to see it turned into offense on the other end. Skyfire only one meaningful opportunity there, and there was a few chances we saw from Skyfire of wide open nets, bounce the ball off of both posts. Should have been a tie game. We should be in overtime right now.
Yeah, there were a couple of chances Skyfire could have put one away, and I think it's just they get a little overly aggressive, or at least they looked that way in game 1. Perhaps that could have been just because they were forced to play so much defense earlier on, and it's just a little bit of getting back in the rhythm of things. So here in game 2, you're really looking for them to pick their spots better and manage their clears to find some gaps, or at least force that midfield defense to make a tougher touch or approach on the ball.
CJM with a challenge. Finn is going to leave, go back to his half, played across his own goal. CJM now in the corner will reach for this. Loses control on his first touch. Riv will put it high. Now Smoopernator through the air, uncontested, looks for the shot, doesn't make contact. Cyrexel now up for it. Nobody home in the backfield as Negative's got a careen back, look for the retreating defense. CJM gets covered up by Smoopernator on the rotation, and now Negative takes the shot from midfield, blocked by CJM, and he'll dribble it back around all by himself. Goes for an early roll, but gets over Cyrexel with it. Smoopernator will take over control. He and Negative going to advance into offense. So shot from Cyrexel will be good. A nice bump from, I believe, Negative here to pave the way.
Yeah, Riv going real aggressive, trying to bait out the 2-on-1. Actually did a great job, but it's the support from Cyrexel, and unfortunately for Finn, he's in the right spot covering the net, but since he let that first man go by him and Riv wasn't able to get that ball into safety, no way to make sure that you're able to dodge the second bump attempt, and Hazard again on the board first.
Smoopernator in the midfield. Finn looking for CJM in the corner. And he gets the pass around. Finn now up above the crossbar. Riv tries to stretch forward, but Smoopernator will get the clear now out to Cyrexel and advance it across midfield. There's Negative up against CJM. Negative will just crank it to the backboard. Nearly able to slip it in the upper 90, and Cyrexel will shoot at the open net. The rest of the rotation slow to get around. I think they were trusting the defender to get the clear.
Yeah, Riv and CJM thinking Finn had one. Riv realizes his teammate doesn't have it, rotates back, and gets bumped into oblivion. Cyrexel, a nice open net, and Skyfire ready to move forward. Bad approach and punished.
And again, the bump from Negative.
Yeah,
he has cleared the way for both goals. We've seen Hazard put in game number 2. Now Riv, excellent shot. Negative with the save off the backboard, clear out to Smoopernator. CJM not going to quite get there in time, and this one's a nice long play to the back third. Skyfire. Finn with an attempt to clear, but Negative takes away from him. Riv now out to Finn. He's trying to adjust. Smoopernator covers it up. and bumps CJM now. Ball loose in the back third. Finn keeps it nice and high up to midfield. Gonna try and dunk Negative. Does stall it out in the midfield. CJM now up to try and take a shot. Dribbles it into the goal and puts it through. 2-1 score line. Skyfire on the board.
Much needed goal here from Skyfire. 2 people caught forward. Finn, excellent job tracking Schmoopernator on the back line. Cyrexel knows they left their teammate hung out to dry. A little too late getting back though, and a well-executed 2-on-1.
2:47 left to play here, about halftime. Schmoopernator. He attempts CJM. Gonna rotate out, leave space for Finn. Here's Negative to keep it on the ground. Riv. Putting it high, Cyrexel. Long touches. CJM into the corner. Skyfire starting to come alive in game 2. Schmoopernator over 1. Countered by Riv, sent it nice and high. Here's CJM to try and finish it. Doesn't make contact. The clear from Negative is good. Here's a follow-up from Finn off target. Cyrexel gets off the wall and blocks it. And now Finn trying to rotate out, maybe just trying to take control, but CJM will be able to crash into the corner. And there's Riv as well. CJM once more. Pressure in the corner here from Skyfire, but nothing really crossing into the box. Finally, a touch from Finn. Gets it away from there, and it's turned right back into the corner again by Negative, who manages to get the clear at midfield. Ball now into enemy box.
Just feels, I'm just watching Riv. I've gone to his perspective because just watching him play from overhead seems like he's moving at about 1,000,000 miles a minute, but here he slows it down just enough to catch the pass from Finn. Uncontested here. Nobody from Hazard in the area. Negative knows he's in a tight spot. Combine that with a demo. Schmoopernator trying to cover a lot of the net, but a well-played shot from Riv gets it into the goal.
Beautiful. Beautiful infield pass. And it gives us a tie game. Finn hits the brakes on him, looks for the brakes on 2. Negative tries. Riv will try to push it through a second defender, but the blocks are good. Now Finn, now off the corner, just took the ball a little bit too high, lost all forward momentum. Riv gets called off by Negative, or I'm scared off, I guess is the word I'm looking for here. Riv now into the box. Cyrexel puts it high. It's a nice stop, but it's going to need some help. Schmoopernator's up for it. Finn's going to beat him to it. And now off the ceiling, looking for the play with Riv. They pinch it off to the side instead of into the goal. And Cyrexel with a monster clear all the way to the corner. Unfortunate for him. 3 Skyfire players waiting for that ball.
And Riv having to wait again on that back line. This is a tough one again. There's the bump, and he just doesn't have the command. That's a tough catch to make under pressure. I mean, Negative just throws this at him, and it is a delicate touch that is required to stick that ball on your car or get it out to the corner one way or the other. Catches it heavy, immediately tries to go into damage control mode, but can't handle the demo. Another lead for Hazard.
Hazard with the lead once more. We've yet to see Skyfire in front. We've seen them now tie up a series, or tie up the game, but yet to take the lead at any point, despite being the favorites on the desk. And it's hard to blame them. You have a newcomer here, someone that has been around the scene, but not been in a point of the, like, reached this level of the broadcast before.
Yeah.
I love these sorts of stories. We get to watch a team in the making. Schmoopernator over the top. Oh, It's an excellent play. Riv not quite gets the shot. Schmoopernator tried to block it. We're tied up again.
Yeah, I'm surprised this one snuck through. I mean, Riv just takes a big curve back into that ball. Just lifts it towards the net, hoping it goes in. Well, sometimes you get lucky, and it does. Out of reach of the guy diving out of the corner. So a late equalizer here from Skyfire. They give themselves a chance. We'll see if they're able to continue to play as aggressive.
Oh, the shot from Schmoopernator wide. Here's Negative in. Back onto the backboard once more, up against Finn. Still keeps it competitive. Is anyone there for the shot? Here comes Schmoopernator down and into the box once again. Cyrexel's already up for it as well. Super loose. Manages to actually touch that. That's 3 shots, none of them good. Infield pass. CJM to the net. Schmoopernator with the save. That's Skyfire trying once more to win it in regulation, but here comes Negative. Time expired. Ball lofted in the midfield and nobody home. Finn will put it into the ground. Overtime in game 2.
I actually thought that was a lovely touch at the end there from Hazard to tip it straight up. Unfortunately, nobody in position. They force OT. Skyfire have done what you wanted. Mind the clears. Got a lot more time, at least not stuck in their own half. Not necessarily playing offense per se, but definitely battling for possession, and that's all they needed. We'll see if it turns in to bear fruit here in OT.
Oh, CJM takes the shot after a double commit from Finn and Riv. Now Negative on the wall. He's got 2 players lurking in front of him. They get it away from him, but Schmoopernator had the read already. Now the pass up to Riv. This shot is good. No, just wide. Schmoopernator now to the side. Cyrexel to follow it. Counterattack coming through from Hazard. A lot more pressure, though. It's Negative hung back. Negative's field awareness been super solid this entire game. Negative gets another bump. Oh, the shot was wide. Negative bump game has gotten Hazard to this point in game 2. Can it be what gets them the win?
Ooh, big save there from Negative. Great press from Skyfire and a much-needed touch from Cyrexel, but you can see Skyfire really playing that long, clear, chase it down, and hope for the best on the ensuing challenge. Cyrexel, now it's his turn trying to find some bumps.
On the corner. Finn high. Keeps it trapped. Cyrexel, excellent touch, and a demolition onto Riv will break up the offensive pressure. Finn doesn't make the contact. Now Negative flying on the field. He's in position to look for bumps once more, but Riv gets off the ground quickly this time. Will not be around to be bumped, and now does all the damage, getting it down, getting a demolition himself in the enemy territory.
Ooh.
Oh, that was close. Here comes Riv for the final shot. Cyrexel gets the save. There was enough defenders in the area. It seemed likely they get the stops, but still just slow enough to make it exciting. CJM off the ground to the oh my goodness, nearly pitches it through Negative. Now off the wall, back to midfield. 3 players piled up on top of each other for Skyfire, but the play from Cyrexel is just deflective. We'll have time to space out. Back in front of the box. Riv up for the shot. Finn looking for it. No, he's not going to be there to take it this time. Now Negative back down the field up against CJM. He gets one stop. Negative turns back around, and Cyrexel will make the attempt. 2 minutes into overtime. We're still going. Here comes CJM off the ceiling, but like you said, no boost, no play going to happen. Riv is just looking for a setup once more.
Hazard hanging by a thread right now. They just don't have any boost in the tank. Cyrexel's been driving around on 0 for like 30 seconds now, just hoping to find something. Excellent corner boost stealing. A big bump in the midfield opens a gap, and Hazard will have a chance to catch their breath here.
Skyfire's been trying. Is this in? Finn gets the stop. Skyfire on the rotation. Back up bumps multiple times. And an excellent, fortunate bounce off the wall from CJM's touch will give them field control again. Negative to take it away from Riv on the enemy territory. Now Negative over the top of Finn. Here's CJM. He's got Cyrexel and net to deal with. Schmoopernator will stop the ball in the corner before he can get there. And now Riv, the pass out to Finn, over the top of Schmoop. Here's Negative. He gets the stop once more. Negative absolutely MVP if they win this game, but they've got to win it. They're right on the brink of losing it. Ball in their back third still as we cross into 3 minutes.
And talk about playing defense all last game. Well, now they've put up 20 shots over on Skyfire. There's the bump from Cyrexel. CJM makes it back just in time, and Skyfire look to start the offensive engine rolling again.
Negative gets demolished, but not before he wins a 1v2 in the midfield. Puts the ball back in the corner once more. Cyrexel's coming down for this one. He's going to look for the bumps on Riv, maybe here. Just actually goes for the ball. Riv went for second touch, and that slows play down immensely in the corner here. Now as the midfield pass comes through up to CJM, both players miss, and the ball is wide. Cyrexel picks up control, flicks 1, gets 2 to bite in the midfield. Ball dangerous as it goes above the goal, and Negative gets the clear. Finn with a nice touch to loft it once more. CJM's up for it. Schmoopernator covers him up. Out to Negative. 2 players coming on the ball, and CJM's got it. Takes it away. Back and into the back third of Hazard.
That's where Riv is coming up big right there. His speed and willingness to go for any challenge is really breaking up Hazard's ability to find a long clear, and he's just playing at 1,000,000 miles a minute, it feels like.
Ooh, Negative with a stop. Cyrexel gets demolished by Riv on his rotation through. CJM should top this one. Schmoopernator's got half a tank. Can he find the demo onto CJM? Takes over ball control instead, and now gets the dunk on Finn as well. CJM comes out of the corner. Long clear. Negative's got to be there for the stopping. Gets it. Negative right now with 7 saves in the game. 2 players commit in the corner. Cyrexel neutralizes both of them, but can't advance the ball at all.
Oh no, they
Finn,
both went up the wall.
Such slow play here. Hazard just not going to take any bait. Riv looking for the bumps. Oh, they still get the stop. They get another one. You gotta be kidding me. Finn up for it, goes for the soft play, can't sneak it under the crossbar. And we're going to go into 5 minutes, 2 games here in game number 2, and we're still going.
Oh, a very delicate touch required. Schmoopernator gets an unintended second hit. Now Cyrexel's in a terrible spot, and he is managing beautifully.
He actually emerges with ball control of all things. Now Riv, stop on 1. Schmoopernator trying to take it out. CJM up.
Not a good touch.
There's Cyrexel over one. Negative getting a little bit harassed in the midfield as he has control. Schmuppernator to try and win the game. He sneaks it in. 5:29. It took him 10 minutes and 30 seconds, basically. And finally, Hazard up 2-0 in the series.
Riv playing real tight there on the near post, expecting a completely different outcome there from that ball going in there. A clear. He was ready to go out. Ended up taking the hard bounce, got around his teammate, and he had no space to react. And Hazard indeed jump all over it after playing an insane defensive stand for what felt like that entire overtime.
I want to point, Hazard scored 4 goals in this game. Negative is on top of the scoreboard with 1,093 points and scored none of them.
He's got 8 saves,
3 assists, 8 saves, and 2 shots. The 8 saves, I can't even say which one I think is more important here. The assists from this man, the setups and the bumps, set up bump on 3 of the goals. The guy was so instrumental in creating these opportunities, was what got them into overtime. And then the saves is what kept them in overtime, kept them alive as Skyfire gave them their absolute best effort. What a game, Chiefs.
You know, I think for that one, the saves definitely went out for for Hazard there. Some crazy defensive requirements, a lot of really awkward spots they got put in, handled it with just enough grace and finesse to get the ball out of some real tight spots. And if you're Skyfire, you are fuming after losing that game because you know you had so many chances to put them away.
For being named negative, he sure has a positive impact. Schmuppernator gets another one here. That's another lead for Hazard as they're looking for the sweep now.
Yeah, this is why this is a dangerous touch. Finn trying to catch that ball, doesn't catch it properly, has to let it bounce back up to him on the wall and forces him to take a much more direct approach into the middle of the box. And Hazard sees that one coming. They jump all over it, and his 2 teammates behind him just can't adjust to it before it happens.
There's Finn with the setup. No goal. And after playing essentially 3 games of Rocket League, Skyfire still have yet to lead at any point in the series. Getting 2 goals in a row here would be so helpful. Here's a setup. Oh, and the block from Cyrexel. We thought the Skyfire defense was strong. Oh, CJM finally puts one in. There's a tie game. What a shot.
One heroic effort matched by another. Tough shot to nail here from CJM. That ball falling so slow. It is so easy to get on top of that ball or right under it, just hit it right back up to the ceiling or bounce it weakly in front of the goal. Takes a real great approach to nail that into the top corner. Excellent shot.
Riv beats one in the midfield and now looking for that elusive lead. Schmuppernator with a stop. Back around. A negative, looking for Cyrexel. It's into the back third, cleared to midfield. Schmuppernator with a stop, and CJM to take over in the air. It's 2 touches to beat negative. Cyrexel not going to really make the play, and Schmuppernator gets all bamboozled because of Cyrexel's positioning. Finn scores a goal, and hey, that's Skyfire with the lead.
Yeah, Cyrexel was thinking about going up for that, and then I think his teammate behind him might have called him off because he just straight gave up on it, or he just realized he really did not have as good a look as he thought. And Schmuppernator, I think, was thinking Cyrexel was going to commit, and so he was a little late to hop up as well. Leave the door open, and Skyfire slammed it shut.
Can they hold on to the lead? We have seen Hazard have no issues scoring. Finn back out. Riv looked for a pinch with his teammate off to the wall, and hey, it's going to kind of work out as they pass it now down in the midfield. CJM to the backboard. No one really going to be in a position to follow up on this, and negative just dumps it in the midfield, though. And Riv happy to move up in the third man, but gets bumped by negative. Who else? Cyrexel now to play it into the midfield. Finn takes it off to the wall. Schmuppernator does try and play, but negative comes in on second touch, wins that challenge. And now Schmuppernator up against Finn, keeps it on the ground. Midfield play, fantastic for both sides.
Yeah, tough challenge there from Finn. Riv kind of left that one out in a dangerous area, so a nice recovery effort from Finn to regain ball control. Schmuppernator trying to do the same thing here. Negative catches it on the go. Schmuppernator back to the net. What a play from Hazard here to tie it back up.
An interesting give and go. Not exactly the pinch they were hoping for. And Schmuppernator has the entire net to shoot at. Poor Finn. Just has to sit and watch. Doesn't really know where that's going to go at all. Has to react. Schmuppernator ties it back up. 2:50 left to go here in game number 3, and a 2-game lead for Hazard as they're trying to stave off elimination. This one high, Schmoopinator stops it on the goal line. Negative can't quite do it. CJM takes the lead right back.
Twice now in this game, CJM able to come through and deliver a big goal and give them another lead. Half the game left. Can Skyfire hang on to it, or do they get bounced out here and go 0-3 to get knocked out?
CJM with control over the top of 1. Negative will take it away from the top 90. Here's Riv into Finn. Infield pass. Schmoopinator covers it up. CJM's going to have to get back, and he's got plenty of time and space. The ball lost a lot of pace. Now the pressure. Hazard back on it. Still half the game to play. Schmoopinator to Cyrexel. Cyrexel's in position, and they have to respect Cyrexel being there. He looks for a bump on Riv after winning the challenge against Finn. But now Riv takes to the air. How much boost does he have? Not going to be a matter of boost. Doesn't go high enough. Now 2 players here in this corner. Negative will look for Schmoopinator. They've got it away. CJM back in. Here's Cyrexel. Out to the edge. Negative up for it. Can he find Cyrexel? Cyrexel looking for some bumps. Riv manages to dodge the traffic.
Ooh. Now that would have been a pretty carry out of their own half. Just letting the ball slip off the nose. Riv, trying to work hard and keep ball possession here for this final 90. But look at how hard Hazard pressing. Schmoop wants it himself. He had Cyrexel over there, but he actually had the defense beat.
Tried to dish it in, and Negative again was harassing goalies in net. This is the longest lead we've seen Skyfire hold on to. Schmoopinator versus Riv in the corner. Pinches out towards the goal. Finn gets a clear, but is right to Negative. Onto the backboard. Here's CJM. Can he connect with Riv? Cyrexel's up for it. Blocks 1. He's still got to have to take a boost, but the ball's already outpaced him. Gets the bump onto CJM, and now looks for one on Finn as well. Finn managing to dodge the bumps. Gets the ball to back to midfield. But the reads from Hazard right now, they are right where that ball needs to come every single time. Look, Cyrexel already on the far side. Gets covered up. No one's in the backfield. No, Schmoopinator rotated back around and cut it in midfield. Final minute of gameplay, trailing by 1. Skyfire right now with the lead, going to try and get on the board here in the series. Riv takes it nice and high. Ball lost. Here's Schmoopinator. No, covered up by CJM. Oh, no one's home.
Oh, Cyrexel, I don't know what his plan was there, but I think he just threw Negative for a loop as well. Didn't know if he was going to touch it or let it go, and Schmoop now has to play defense. Precious seconds ticking off the clock.
That was a good look. Cyrexel backing out a goal. Was scary, and Finn tries to play it behind Negative. He adjusts quickly, tries to get it to Schmoopinator. It's good and in. Oh my goodness, the defensive attack gonna miss there on the front line, and we're tied up.
CJM trusted Riv to hit that ball. He turned forward, started moving upfield, saw Riv miss, and could only watch and pray that that ball was not in the net. Unfortunately for them, another equalizer, this time with 17 left, overtime looming.
We just played 5 minutes of it. Riv's going to try and win it in regulation. CJM coming up for it, getting hounded. Schmoopinator, a nice long touch. Finn keeps it alive to his corner, a dangerous one. And what a monster clear. Riv going to look for the goal, but it goes dead in the midfield. Overtime, 2 games in a row. And Hazard 1 goal away from knocking out Skyfire. Opening kickoff goal, not going to be good. Cyrexel to the outside. Finn into Riv. Infield pass. What a way to keep themselves alive. They needed 5 minutes to lose it in the last one. Only 13 seconds to win it this time.
Well, how about this one? Straight into the middle. Bang! 89 miles an hour. Just smashed. Doesn't matter if it's right at the defense when it's that quick from that close. Good luck making that save. And Skyfire finally get a game. And they will be very happy to take that win because they definitely felt like they deserved game 2. But man, does that one make your heart beat a little quicker when that one felt like it got away from them there at the end of regulation.
Yeah, 9 shots apiece for these 2 teams. The 5 saves from Hazard Esports, you would think that they were going to be good, but man, the 6 shots from Schmoopinator too. He did so much work on the offense, but finally Skyfire's defense holds on just enough to get them that opportunity to score a winning goal, and it goes in this time. Nice infield pass to clean it up as well. We'll go to game 4.
Yeah, and CJM, 2 big goals, none more important than that very finely placed shot into that top right corner that started off this game. Yes, of course, Riv hits the banger to end it, but CJM got him there, I think, with that perfectly placed ball. And that was a shot that absolutely required precision. So Skyfire, well done getting a win. You definitely feel like you deserved one in the series. Now you got another 5 minutes ahead of you. And really, you just want to see a little bit more consistency when it comes to their approach on defense. They figured out how to break out. They're taking a lot better care of the clears and where they place the ball and meeting Hazard and challenging for possession. But now it's all about the consistency on the backfield. They let a couple freebies in last game that gave them a little bit of a scare.
Well, as we get into game number 4, we're not going to want to let those freebies in at any point. Here comes Negative with a pass across to Cyrexel, but the rest of his team a little bit too far back. And Hazard, with their first appearance here on the broadcast, has made a strong opening statement, but you got to be able to put the period on the end. Here's Finn, got Cyrexel and Schmoopernator up in the air. Now CJM across towards Finn. Beats 2. Riv puts it behind Schmoopernator. Lots of space. Finn going to try and take that away from him. Not back into the box. Cyrexel and Negative, not exactly the best of touches. But Negative going to follow this one out. Looks for a block. Cyrexel might have this for free. Up on the wall he does. Only 30 boost to work with and pretty high at an awkward angle. He wanted more. Now Schmoopernator actually going to have lots of space, and Hazard scores the first one.
Cyrexel, this takes great control. The delayed flip and then just getting out in front of that clear attempt to make it a little bit more of an awkward approach for the defender, and the ball leaks back into the middle. Schmoopernator coming from across the ball up from the wrong side, gets out in front of it and still got enough power on it to tip it into the net.
That's Hazard with the lead once more. They've scored first in every game so far. Finally, most of the patterns baked. Negative, you're driving backwards. Not going to do much for him. Difficult when your boosters are facing the wrong direction.
You know, it's the threat is more valuable than the execution. Force the defense to respect the fact that you're at least there. Not a bad idea. Oh, dear.
Pressure by confusion. Yes. I don't understand what I'm looking at. I've never seen this before. So they put it onto the back wall. Negative comes out of goal, plays it to the edge. Schmoopernator up. Negative gets a demolition, but Schmoopernator's still going to have to play for control, not for the attack. Negative takes it away onto the edge. Pass into the midfield. Negative's looking to block. Cyrexel gets it back out, and CJM dumps it back into the box. Now up 40. He's got a full take-up boost. Can he double tap it in? Oh, look at CJM go. Tie game.
I think Negative didn't give him enough respect here. He definitely dismounts in position, but then he drives out of the goal and just doesn't even give himself a chance to make the save. CJM, again, excellent car control to turn that one in traffic, and a nice tie game.
Skyfire's had no trouble tying up this series in just about every game. It's just getting that lead and holding on to it that's been a little bit of a struggle, and they seem to have solved that one in game 3. So this might be the start of a new chapter in the series. Negative up. It's got Schmoopernator in the midfield. Wins the challenge despite all the blocks being in the defense's favor. CJM down onto the wall. Schmoopernator out to the edge. Cyrexel's rotating in. Negative demolished in net. Only 2 players here in the back third. Negative spawning in the near corner. Will sort themselves out. Schmoopernator over the top of 2. Finn now in his own back third. Gets bumped off the ball. Won't make the best of touches. Negative gets bumped out of the way by Finn, but here comes Cyrexel over the top of 2. Negative going to move into the midfield now. Rotating out. He has predicted the win of... He's predicted many of these 50-50s correctly. Negative consistently moving before. Finn gonna look to dribble them all. Absolutely breaks their axles. And that's the lead for Sky.
Finn catches this pass, and I'm thinking he's gonna rip that into the left side. Does nothing with it. Gives the defense time to set up. And then he continues to do nothing with it and lets it roll into the bottom left-hand side. Talk about putting everyone's brain in a blender.
The poor people, they're bamboozled, mentally boomed. As Cyrexel's going to try and tie up the game. Here's Schmoopernator with booms it onto the backboard. No one's home. If Negative can just take the shot, but gets bumped out of the way by Riv. He won't be able to make the play. Now Riv, flick over 1. Up to CJM. And Negative X just I don't know, kind of like flopped on that ball. Lucky for them, nobody from Skyfire was running to take the shot. Now Negative off the backboard gets all of that one. Then Riv with a quick adjustment stops it in the midfield. CJM to the outside. Now pass. He's got onto the backboard. Here's Finch. Takes the shot. Blocked by Cyrexel. Negative now in the midfield. Pass 2. Double commit on defense, but they get all the clear. Yep. And now the bumps as well. Here's CJM with control. 1 minute remaining. Negative in goal. Gets it away, but right now Skyfire holding on to the lead. They might take us to game 5. Negative over the top has other ideas. He wants to tie it up and win it in game 4. Looks for a bump on CJM. Finn coming out of the backfield is not quite sure what to do. Out of midfield, rather. And now Schmoopernator with a touch that Negative's got to deal with in his own back third. CJM off the edge. Finn dumps it across. Cyrexel high. Oh, 2 players commit. Nobody home back here. If Riv takes his time, he should be able to score. Whoa. Finn's there as well. Negative up for it as he rotated back quickly. The double commit on offense will remove the immediate follow-up, but they don't really need the goal. 13 seconds left. Skyfire's just got to hold on to it.
Oh, it's dangerous.
Oh, Negative got the demolition, but the work was already done in the midfield. Now Schmoopernator not going to hold on to the ball. It will be in the air as the clock hits 0, but can it stay there? CJM's got control, taking it towards the goal. Cleared off to the edge, just not going to take the right bounce. Skyfire come back, rally in 2, and are looking for the reverse sweep.
Skyfire getting a little antsy there at 0 seconds. Almost giving Hazard an opening, but still, I mean, that speed from Riv, I think. He's only got 200 points, 1 assist, and 1 shot in this game, but I think a lot of his value on that pitch is just the aggression that he's willing to apply to the defense. And sometimes it appears to be a little bit of a double-edged sword. I think Skyfire had a chance to put some of this game away, but Riv, I think, confused a little bit of his teammates in a couple of situations. But Finn, with the biggest brain dribble I've ever seen, and CJM with an excellent finesse goal into the top left, will get Skyfire into game 5.
It's like the quintuple fake. It's like, surely he won't bluff 5 turns in a row. Surely this time he's actually got to move and just I'm gonna block his actual move. Oh wait, he bluffed. Oh, I'm gonna block his actual move. Oh wait, he bluffed. Wait, I'm gonna block. Wait, the ball's in the goal. What's happening? Well, let's go to game 5 and see how things go, because boy howdy is this one lit up. Hazard started off strong. Skyfire now comes roaring back. Who's gonna take it here on Champions Field?
Oh,
Skyrex is going to start off with a strong kickoff goal. They are done playing games, and it's time to win.
The perfectly executed kickoff. Schmoopernator gets a little bit delayed, tips that ball up, just gets to that challenge a split second later, and the hard follow-up from Skyfire, too close to the ball. Cyrexel a little delayed behind him as well. Just goes right for it.
That was a brutal cheat up, absolutely eliminating Riv, who went for boost. No way he was getting back in time. But they'll avoid a kickoff disaster here for the second kickoff of game 5. Negative already looking for bumps on a CJM. Schmooper out of the corner. Over 1. And now under 2. Now Negative. So we're seeing Skyfire hold on to the midfield for now. And slowly push this ball deeper and deeper into Hazard territory. There's CJM up against Negative. Reed's not bad. Keeps the ball at least in midfield.
You like to see that aggression from Skyfire going for it in the midfield. Both CJM and Riv putting a lot of pressure on those defenses to come and challenge for the ball.
Oh, here's Cyrexel with the drop. Riv gets the block. Is there any follow-up? Negative keeps it in the corner, and Schmooper maybe a little bit too far back here. I don't think there's going to be anybody to pass to. He's going to try and adjust and keep it in the corner. But now just having to fly out. Retreating defense. CJM's going to look for the stop, and Schmooper will touch it before CJM can take it. Back down. Cyrexel high.
Oh, no boost.
CJM to stop it in midfield. Negative. To the corner with Riv and Finn in front of him. Beats Finn. Riv out of net. CJM up as well. Nobody else from Hazard advanced. They've got that 1-goal lead, but seen that 1-goal lead not matter at all the past 2 games. CJM tries to take the high drop shot.
And And if there's anyone I'd expect to put that in, it would be CJM. He has delivered some phenomenal goals as Riv continuing to be so aggressive in the midfield. Doesn't matter what kind of touch he's going for, there will be one. It's Finn trying to pick on an open backboard and keep Hazard using boost to get up to the ball and see if they can continue to lock him in here.
2:50 on the clock. Negative takes a stop at the gas station, gets filled up, and now back out. Close to midfield once again. Skyfire going for the small methodical touches to push the ball deeper and deeper in enemy territory. Negative gonna try and go for the pound the other direction. Riv onto the ground. CJM back up to Riv. He's gonna get 2 touches in the midfield, and Finn gets it past Negative. Cyrexel gonna try and get bumped by Riv, but dodges it, and now Schmooper back down the field here, just takes it towards the goal. CJM gets the block,
he can score.
doesn't get demolished. Riv gonna get bounced. Oh, what a hover, what a block. Tried to bounce it off the ground, but still couldn't quite get it in. Schmooper with the pass back to Negative. He's up for it, but blocked at the point of contact, and now the follow-up from Cyrexel is
What a
high.
lift.
Negative looking for the bump on CJM. Here's Riv to get it away from Cyrexel. The pressure coming through from Hazard all over the place. It's strong, but still not enough. The defense of Skyfire holds.
And they're doing a great job right now with some real creative approaches from Hazard on offense. CJM forced to just dump it into empty space. And a bit of a rushed approach from Hazard, but thankfully, not the best executed backboard clear means everyone with a chance to breathe. And Hazard come down with it.
1:38 on the clock, still just a 1-goal game. Hazard understanding they've got to play perfect defense at this point. The offense is not quite working. They've had their opportunities, but the defense from Skyfire strong onto the backboard. Finn's up for it. This is going to be a crazy shot if he hits it. He put it down, and Schmoopernator blocked it. What a shot from Finn. But Schmoopernator just right there, and now the pressure back down the other end. Here comes the counterattack.
It looks to me like Hazard trying to turtle up a little bit. If ever they just leave an uncontested ball over on that Skyfire side, they all just leave, and that is a dangerous proposition when you've got players like Riv and CJM who make some very aggressive and strong touches on the ball.
Negative chasing this. He's out of boost, won't be able to get that one-touch goal. Your CJM wasn't able to take a shot from midfield. Played for control instead. Negative off the backboard, keeps it high. Cyrexel's going to reach for this one. Finn and Riv just had to respect and react. Lucky for them, Cyrexel didn't touch it. Now Negative with the quick turn. Up against Finn, shoots far post. 30 seconds left, up by 2. Hazard looking to clinch it.
Beautiful dribble from Negative here. Riv just gets that, like I said, a little overly aggressive, trying to do too much when he really doesn't have to. Ends up dropping it back on Negative's hood. A clean catch and a quick, hard shot to the back post. Beats the defense for a huge insurance goal.
Finn takes it down. Bumps on Schmoopernator. 20 seconds left. They've got to score 2. Hazard. And just try and hold on to this ball. 13 seconds left. They're doing a good job neutralizing Schmoopernator, though. There's an air ball here. Covered up by Negative. Earns himself a savior medal. Follow-up shot blocked by Cyrexel. 5 seconds left, and the game is all but over at this point. Cyrexel will touch it to empty space, and it will touch Hazard. Take it in 5 after making it exciting in games 3 and 4.
The new kids on the block. First time on the stream. A dominating game 1, and then it is just an all-out battle for the remaining 4 games, having to show both sides of the defense and offensive execution. A couple games in there, game 2 especially coming to mind, where Skyfire really took them through their paces, and a well-earned defensive win gets Hazard just enough to be able to come through in game 5. What a series. Wow.
Oh, they had to put up 8 saves in that series, but Negative does get MVP here in game 5, and I'd say he gets MVP of the entire series. That was some chaos we loved to watch, and congratulations to Hazard. They survive, and we'll see them continue to move on. Skyfire are going to have to play some other day, but we are done with that one. Now time to move on to the next match as we continue this round's matches. Gaming Gamers taking on Canberra Havoc after the break. Stick around. You're watching RLCSX.
knows how to build unlimited right. Start with America's most awarded network.
I'm on my phone 24/7.
Then, for the first time ever, give families more entertainment with Disney Plus, Hulu, and ESPN Plus, now all included.
We're a big soccer family. Handmaid's Tale. I love Frozen.
Then give families plans to mix and match, so you only pay for what you need.
You get so much more than this, a great network.
With plans starting at just $35, the network more people rely on gives you more. This is unlimited built right, only on Verizon.
We are back and moments away from getting into our match between Gaming Gamers and Canberra Havoc. I'm Wave Punk, joined here by Chiefs, and we just watched an exciting thriller where we saw Hazard, newcomers to the broadcast, beat Skyfire and knock them out of the tournament.
An epic matchup. I mean, game one, it looked like Hazard, New Kids on the Block, were here to dominate. But Skyfire showed you why they made top 8. A huge offensive performance in game 2. Ultimately not able to come through with the victory though. But for the rest of the series, it was Skyfire putting all of Hazard through the defensive paces. CJM and Finn obliterating the defense left and right. But at the end of the day, Cyrexel, the Schmoopinator, and Negative with the bumps and demos get the job done. Well played to Hazard. You have earned your win.
Yeah, we only got to see them in the 1-2 matchup here, which does mean we will see Hazard again, hopefully a little bit later on in the broadcast. They are not quite qualified through yet till tomorrow. But in the meantime, we've got Gaming Gamers versus Canberra Havoc here. This is a 2-1 matchup. So these guys, neither team on the brink of elimination, and neither team, this match is for qualification. So we should get kind of the opposite here. Two teams with everything to play for and really nothing to lose. This should be some exciting Rocket League Chiefs.
Yep. It's going to be a lot of fun and some familiar faces for those of you who've seen a couple RLCS Worlds matchups. Leduc, Spydoge, and Walcott over here, over on Canberra Havoc, and the new kids on the block that everyone seems to love, Gaming Gamers, Zenulus, Fiber, and Vive. This is going to be a good one.
We've got the boys of Canberra Havoc in the orange, Gaming Gamers in the blue. Both teams played Renegades today. Gaming Gamers come out with a slightly better result, taking one game off of them. Canberra Havoc got swept. We'll see how they do now going up against each other. Fiber to pick up control, takes to the air with an absolutely insane looking car. Love it when the players choose to get a little bit more creative than the stock tains. Here comes Spydoge. Past one, picks up the boost in midfield, turns on this one, looks for the shot, gets blocked by Vive in the air. Now Zenulus looking for the extension to midfield. He's going to follow behind him. He's getting challenged by Walcott on the ground, and it pinches out to midfield. A shot from midfield is good. No! Off both posts and out. Gotta be slightly more accurate than that if you want a goal.
Oh, that's so frustrating. It felt like Canberra Havoc had a goal there, especially because the Gaming Gamers hesitated to go for that ball. They let that opportunity through. I think they were trying to take their time, and they got caught off guard. Unfortunate, though. Pings off 2 posts, kicks out.
He's back in the midfield. Fiber to turn around. Leduc gonna follow it. Walcott down. Zenulus takes it to the sky. There's Spydoge with the counter. Vive through one. A nice touch. Here comes Canberra. Walcott up for it. Into the middle, in front of the box. Leduc above, and he drops down. Dangerous. Leduc to follow it up and get the first goal of the game. That's Canberra on the board.
Well played here from Leduc. Walcott drops into the middle. Got to win 2 challenges, though. Quick recovery. Even beats Vive to the ball. And that is, of course, the product of being able to have the momentum of your car follow the play. When you go for that challenge against 2 people, of course, the defender has to turn all the way around, but Leduc, that took some speed to get back up there and beat the defense to it.
Clean, decisive action earns Canberra their first goal. Now Zenulus out to Fiber. Back in, Vive takes a shot, and Spydoge will cover it up on his retreat back in. Now Vive looking for the pass to Zenulus, taken away by Spydoge. All the way down, he's got Leduc chasing behind him onto the backboard. A good touch from Fiber will make Leduc have to reposition. Walcott keeps the ball dangerous, and it goes back into the corner. Here comes Walcott on the follow-through. He's out of boost now. But now looking for goalies as well, trying to create space. Leduc in the backfield. Gonna go for a second goal. Fiber gets it away.
A lot of time here as well. Nice play from Spydoge. No need to do anything too crazy. You got the lead. Take it back to your half. Always love to see a team take care of the ball and try and keep possession.
Leduc down. Fiber on the retreat, plays it to his corner. Now finds a clear. Spydoge to try and stop it at midfield. Vive picks up control. Walcott takes it from him onto the backboard and bounces. Zenulus now in the sky will take 2 touches. Try to pick up the midfield boost. Won't be able to chase the ball any further. Fiber takes over for him, pushes the ball further into the orange. Here's Vibe with a touch over the top of Walcott. Looks for a second one, but Spydoge off to the edge. Now Leduc out of goal. Gets it into the blue.
Speed of Canberra Havoc, making it tough for Gaming Gamers to ever come down with possession on the ball. Their positioning is so strong that the blue side just struggling so much to find a gap to place the ball through. Really having to work for it to even stay with the play. And here, Fiber finally gets tied up on the near post. I mean, he's just trying to grab this boost, hope his teammate comes away with it. Sees that one's off, tries to take the ball cam off to line up with the challenge, but just gets out in front of it. And Canberra Havoc up 2.
I mean, I can't believe that first touch from Leduc wasn't in, or from Spydoge wasn't in. Leduc gets a free one there as Fiber, I don't think knew Leduc was there. And tried to adjust to just pick it up on the rebound. 2-0 now for Canberra. Spydoge. A nice flick into the goal line. Fiber gets it down. Zenulus trying to take control. In the final minute, Spydoge with a touch over the top. It's off the crossbar. Here's Fiber on the chase. And with a flick over, too, could possibly get the first goal for GG. Back in front of the box. Stop from Walcott. Vibe over to take control. Not able to get it through Walcott. Fiber over the top of one.
Oh, no.
Now high. Walcott on the outside. Keeps the ball on the edge. Pass back in. Fiber falls back. Gets it past one. 30 seconds remaining. They need a goal right now. This is an opportunity. Vibe's there and scores. 1 goal game. 24 seconds remaining.
Hey, Gaming Gamers getting excited there. They know they got to score, and they see this pinch come out. Yeah, of course they're both going to dive at it. They need to get something in the back, and at least one of them got it there. Vibe able to turn it in. Fiber, great job to win that challenge along the side wall, but not a lot of time left. How do you manage the kickoff? And it goes right where they want it.
Oh, man. This one dangerous. Walk out with a stop. Now Vibe looking to pick it up. Can't quite get enough control, and Spydo's up for it. Gets neutralized by Zenulus. Vibe rotating back. Won't be able to touch it to a teammate, and Fiber has to play defense. Gets the stop. 7 seconds left. Zenulus into the air. Plays it straight to Walcott. No, but Fiber's there to cover it up. Spydo's on the backboard. Gets it away. Zenulus to chase. Ball is out of time. Here's Vibe to take it. Doesn't make contact. There will be no goal, and Canberra Havoc will walk away 2-1.
Nice play from Canberra Havoc to close out game 1. Taking out Fibers, the right move. They had the chance there. Vibe, excuse me. I just want to say Vibe forced to stretch for that one because he knew the guy behind him was demoed. But Canberra Havoc, I mean, they didn't get a lot of shots on net here. But this was an incredibly difficult game for Gaming Gamers to try and stay with just because of how strong they were playing positionally. I mean, this whole game was literally just Spydoge, Walcott, and Leduc being in the right place at the right time with the right pace. And that made it so tough for Gaming Gamers to ever come down and hold position, consistent pressure here in game 1. Excuse me.
Yeah, I was just Googling Zenulus. I wanted to know what Zenulus meant. It's not actually a word, it doesn't seem.
It just sounds cool.
Maybe it's associated with like sorcery or something like that. I was just like Fiber and Vive and Zenulus are like such gaming. The first two are distinctly gaming words. It's like fiber internet and like the Vive headset for VR. It's just like one of the Zenulus, like an easy, because they're gaming gamers. So like they have to be named after gamer stuff, you know. But yeah, Canberra Havoc gonna take that one. And Gaming Gamers, I don't know. They looked okay earlier today, but did get the 3-1 there, not giving us a lot of room, not a lot to go off of. They only got 1 win, and now dropping another game here. Canberra definitely looking stronger in the series overall, I'd say.
Yep, you're really just looking for... I think what will help Gaming Gamers is actually getting that ball to go horizontally on their own side of the pitch, because right now trying to go straight towards that midfield, Canberra Havoc's positioning is too strong, or at least it appeared that way in game 1. You really got to move that ball horizontally when you're on your own half to get them to just follow pace of play and pull themselves out of position.
4:40 on the clock here, just the start of game number 2. Gaming Gamers looking to bounce back. Zenulus through the air. To the edge, gets tangled up with Vive, but manages to hold on to some control and get the ball across midfield line. Fiber out to challenge this one. Spido should get first touch, and Fiber with a long read doesn't quite find it. And Vive also misses down into the box. It's dangerous. Oh, what a save from Zenulus. Both of his teammates with catastrophic mistakes. Zenulus bails him out.
Leduc is angry. I mean, that was free, and he knows it. He missed that shot, and he paused for just a second on that back line. He was like, I just missed that. And then he got back on the gas pedal and headed back to net. A frustrating miss for Leduc when you're gifted an opportunity. But I have to look elsewhere.
That's that lean back in your chair and, like, sigh for just a moment.
Yep.
Before holding down right trigger again. Resuming play. Walcott with the pass out to Leduc. Leduc not quite able to get his car fully behind that ball, and the ball will stretch over his shoulder. Fiber on the back wall. Back to midfield. Walcott with the dribble. Gets it past one. Ooh. Now Zenulus. Touch into the corner. Spido's through the air. Zenulus through two. Now Fiber. Takes a shot from midfield. Walcott with a save. Is any follow-up here? Zenulus versus Leduc in the corner. It's going to bounce off the ground. No, it's killed by Walcott, and he holds on to control. Now up against Fiber on the backfield. Fiber to take it and gets it off to the side. And what a skyrocketing bounce. Onto the backboard once more. Zenulus, a great touch to block Leduc's follow-up. Vive, the ball gets challenged off of his hood. Fiber to try and kill it in the midfield. Such a neutral game from these teams. They're constantly just playing for stop you from doing what you want rather than here's, well, I'm actually going to make something for myself. That was about the worst way I could possibly say that, but you get what I'm saying. More pressure from Canberra. So they're looking for that first goal. What a pinch.
Yeah, exactly. When it's limit what your opposition can do, the team who currently holds the possession and the initiative on the attack is who's going to come out on top. And right now, it's just Gaming Gamers struggling to gain that initiative, truly hold on to possession, not just get one touch and have to keep fighting for it.
Fiber off to the side. Got it lofted for Vive. Oh, well, nobody was challenging, though. Leduc just waited for those teammates to do the fancy pass move. Now Spido's with a shot that is going to be on target, but slow and steady. Now Vive with the pass across the Fiber. He's got up against Leduc and puts it upper 90. What a dangerous shot to take, but it works. Fiber gets him on the board.
Great race up the pitch from Fiber, but how about Vive getting that ball back into his lane at the right speed? I mean, under pressure when you've got people behind you and you know it, that's not an easy touch for Vive to make. That requires a great deal of precision, and he put it on a plate for Fiber.
Fiber makes it worth shooting in front of Leduc there, and the only place Leduc couldn't reach. That'll be the first goal of game number 2, possibly the tying goal of the series. See if Canberra can find a response. It's 5-2. Can he get this one? Spido's will stop him. And now over the top. They get it back into the midfield. Zenulus with a bit of space gets dunked by Leduc. Here's Spido's up for it, looking for the tie game off the backboard. Here's the follow-up. Leduc puts on the pressure once more. And Spido's can't quite get out of the corner to keep it on. Walcott nowhere to be seen. There's Walcott up, pass back out to Leduc. Half flip catch, Vive.
Oh dear.
Onto the backboard. Spido should be able to reach this one as there wasn't a follow-up from the rest of Gamers. But a minute remaining. Zealous onto the backboard. This one dropping dangerous. Here's Fiber with the pressure and puts in a second one. GG coming alive.
Really weird dive out of goal here from Leduc. I mean, he's got 100 boost here. He can see the shot coming and he pre-jumps it. Like, Fiber hasn't even hit the ball, and the Duck jumped at that ball. Talk about getting antsy on the goal line. I mean, I think he was just worried Fiber was about to rip one into the top corner, and that's why he jumped so early, but got a little ahead of himself and then couldn't make the adjustment.
Ball now lofted with 1 minute remaining. Canberra needing to find one to give themselves a chance at 0 seconds. Leduc, Spido's challenging this one quickly. Full-on hustle, Fiber. An excellent second touch. Sets up Vive here, who looks for a third goal. Leduc just goes for the touch and will be rewarded. Now Walcott out of goal, doesn't get the second one. Leduc stretch downfield, Vive to stop it here. Leduc with the catch. Spido's behind him. Vibe with the challenge. Spido's gonna have a free shot. Can he get this read? He just wasn't quite positioned well for the read on the ground, so the flight became so much more difficult. And now 12 seconds left in the game. It's looking pretty solid for Gamers Gaming. Leduc gets it back out to midfield. Here's Spido's last opportunity. He's got to score on this touch. It has to drop in right here, and it's not going to. Zenulus gets it away, and that's the tied series 2-0. GG come back alive.
Great 5 minutes here from Gaming Gamers. They do a nice job. At least that first goal, I think, really executing that horizontal movement up the pitch. You know, they get that strong clear. Sure, that first touch is under pressure, but Vive delivers. I mean, if you're going to make one quality touch in the game, make it be that one. Put it in the perfect place for Fiber to take that initial lead. And then after that, Canberra Havoc. I mean, the other goal they gave away, just a weird mishap on the defensive goal line from Leduc. But other than that, this was still, I think, 5 minutes of just battling for possession. And a tough game for Leduc because that miss that you just saw right there ended up being the difference maker.
Yeah, no, there was 4 shots from GG in this match, and all of them were Fiber. We saw 0 shots from his teammate. That tells you how much that ball was spending time in the midfield, or in the back third for Gamers Gaming. But it felt like a very midfield game. We were talking a lot in the middle of that match about the players playing more of like a takeaway game rather than a creating game. Just trying to stop the team from doing what they want to do instead of creating better offensive opportunities for themselves, because those are dangerous touches to go for that usually leave you exposed. And so the 4 shots we saw were just enough. Fiber being very, very efficient on the offense gets GG the win. Now we're tied up at 1 apiece. Guaranteed game 4. Canberra takes a shot. Spido just gets a stop and then a clear from Leduc. I like the decision to shoot straight at him sometimes. It's kind of it's the fake of shooting. You're like, surely he won't take the obvious shot.
It really does feel like you're just trying to blow the fastball past the guy.
Yeah.
You know, when you're just like, all right, here comes 93 down the middle. Hit it if you can.
Yeah. And they're like, oh, goodness, left. He's going left, right? Oh, no, he went straight at me. Dang it, if I just hadn't moved. Leduc. Try and put the pressure on Zenulus. Not going to get anywhere. Runs into Spido. Just got Walcott in the midfield. Vive puts it high. Walcott up for it. Fiber's already up for it as well. 2 players out on the defense. Nobody really set up in the midfield. Leduc takes the wide rotation, and Zenulus gets it through him. And now 20 boost to work with. Can he get the double tap off the back crossbar? Leduc will turn on this one. Neither Vive nor Fiber anywhere to be seen.
Almost the full length there for Zenulus. Tight gap to squeeze out on defense, almost turned it into a goal, and then that's actually a nice challenge there from Walcott. Removing Fiber from the play is never a bad option. As people say, one of the most mechanically proficient, and he will turn this one in. Teammates able to recover possession behind him. Leduc a fraction late. Vive sees that Fiber's got this one in lockdown, turns it in for the opening goal.
Yeah, entire net to shoot at. Spido's company not there. Nowhere to be seen as GG takes the lead once more. Now 3 goals unanswered. Actually, I believe 4 goals unanswered. If you go back to game number 1, they scored the last goal in that game, but it wasn't able to get a second one to tie it up. So they have done all the scoring since end of game number 1. Fiber putting it high. Walcott with a stop. Drops down. Here's just a worm burner, as Yummy likes to say. Blocked by Vibe. Now Vive up for another one.
Wow.
Lofted. Oh, over the top. Vive. Counterattack. Walcott in the midfield. Spido's there. Stopped by 2. Oh, and dear. This turns into a back pass for Vive that helps develop the enemy's positioning. Ball will spend more time in the corner. Spido's with a touch. Vive out to Zenulus. Intercepted by Walcott. And Canberra's gaining more and more control. We've seen them do this a few times, but not actually had it turn into a goal just yet.
Yeah, it's turning back into that. Just don't let them do what they want for free. Make it a battle for every inch. And I think that gameplay definitely does favor Canberra Havoc. But I think as the series goes on, you're going to see Gaming Gamers really start to figure out how Canberra Havoc like to approach those positions. And they might start breaking them down. And now that we're in game 3, I think we might be approaching that point. So it'll start to come down to the speed and aggression. And the guy to look for from there will be Fiber. And if he gets put in a tight spot on defense, I'd look for him to work a little magic.
Oh, man, the pressure from Canberra is a nice setup from Leduc. but Spidoj not quite able to turn it in. Now Fiber looking for the setup by himself. Walcott pitches it out. Vibe over the top of 2. Little try and pitch it against the wall. Get it past Spidoj, but Spidoj gets all of his bumper onto it, and Leduc's got a nice clear. Now here comes Canberra looking for that tying goal. Fiber keeps it high, gets a second one off the ceiling to get it over Walcott, and now up against Spidoj. Spidoj beats him in the 1v2s. Fiber gonna have to chase this one down after Vive passes upfield to him, and Leduc, an excellent read to get it back to midfield. Beats another player. So many challenges in the midfield, back and forth. Both teams kind of starting to falling apart a bit when they get into the back third.
Man,
midfield
so
game from both
close.
sides strong.
Canberra Havoc having a real great opportunity there. It was just the bounces were a little too unpredictable for him to set up a real shooting angle. The defense was actually toast for Gaming Gamers. Nobody really in position to be able to challenge a shot, or they were going to have to make a tough save, just the bounces working against them. And that will suit Gaming Gamers just fine, but Zenulus has to give it up. Aggressive look from Fiber. Vive gets the demo, and he turned around for the ball. Zenulus in a bad spot, and a huge block. Leduc into the middle of the net. And Gaming Gamers stretched themselves just a smidgen too thin. Zenulus, try as he might, cannot get enough done.
I don't know. That's a really difficult shot to hit. That's one of those almost, you could have 2 goalies and both of them would be like, nah. And the moment they were like, oh, it would be too late, you know?
Yeah.
So, I don't know. Tie game. Finally, Canberra back on the board. Spidoj takes it to the sky. 40 seconds left. Are we going to overtime, or can one of them find that golden goal here in the waning moments?
Nice back pass.
It's a match point. Spidoj past 1 to the sky in the corner. Nice setup, a crack across the box. There's Walcott up against 2 and now back 5. The attempt. Spidoj to the sky.
Yeah.
Fiber against Leduc. Time starting to expire, but the ball's still kind of in the dead zones. Off to the side. Either team being too aggressive. Here's Vive. Does it keep the ball alive? No. Overtime in game number 3. Next goal takes match point.
Canberra Havoc definitely content with an overtime there. Fiber able to sneak one into the corner, put Spidoj in a you need to buy time situation.
Oh, there's a nice one from Vive. If you've just been a little bit further forward, he got the shot for free. Now players tangled up on top of each other. Now the position you usually expect in overtime. And here's Zenulus. Now with Spidoj kind of alone in the back, they get it past him. The rest of the defense going to get set up quickly and dodge disaster. Leduc with a nice long one. Spidoj to the sky. Zenulus finds the answer, and Vive will put it into the orange corner. Now Walcott. Flip
he's too
over
late.
1, flip over 2. Can they find it? And he sure can. Spidoj on an empty net falls on the ball. A loose double tap to win it.
And so the same thing that got Fiber into the overtime situation, just a little too aggressive, thinking that as the third man, they've got the time to go for a challenge, but both times, just a fraction late, a clean beat over the top of Fiber gives an open net, and Canberra Havoc will win game 3.
Game 3 in the books. Canberra Havoc now up on match point. Man, you know, after the way that last game went and the way this game started, I was starting to really believe in the Fiber train here, as he again is the only player that got a goal on 3 shots there, 2 saves. Fiber has been everything for this Gamers roster, but Canberra Havoc in overtime, I mean, it's just a few openings on defense achieves. That was both the goals for Canberra.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you're right. That equalizer obviously requiring a heroic shot from Canberra Havoc to get that one into the back of the net, but still the result of just a little over aggressive, and that's when you just can't afford to make such a risky decision there in that third man role, because if you let that uncontested push come back through and put the people rotating into net in tight situations, goals like that happen at the top level, and Canberra Havoc made them pay in both spots.
Well, we'll get into game 4. Canberra up by 1 game and on match point. They win this one, they take the series, and they will advance to tomorrow's playoffs. So Walcott up, challenged by Vive. Fiber in the corner, moving out. Zenulus to attempt. Now Vive. Fiber out to the edge. Walcott high. Fiber continuing to just try and play defense in this corner. We get it through 2 now. Back to midfield. Leduc to the sky and Vive. Not going to make any contact. Zenulus up against 2 defenders. They're covering the far post. Zenulus just tries to put it up on the crossbar. You're kidding. Then one of the most blatant own goals I've seen in a long time. Leduc drops the LOL in all caps in chat.
Yeah, he's definitely trying to hit this one out into the corner. But obviously does not get around the ball enough and just smashes that top left corner.
Man, Leduc should aim for the corners more often.
Yeah, for real.
That was a banger of a shot. And GG will take that one. Happy to have it. Now look for the response at the other end. Walcott puts it high and Spido's up. Gets it past another defender. Fiber off the wall. Gets it out to the edge. And you know Leduc is looking for that redemption. He's got a whole game ahead of him to make it happen. And Walcott will get it. The defender's caught with their pants down.
Fiber almost makes a beautiful play. He just misses the timing on that perfect landing to dribble that ball past the midfield. And Vive can't cover up. Just misses the read. And a gimme for Canberra Havoc. Leduc's own goal redeemed.
Well, not for Leduc just yet, but for the team. They are tied up. Leduc's still hungry for one, I'm sure.
I think Leduc's still upset about that open net he missed 2 games ago.
Yeah. Sitting over there just doing the muttering under his breath. He's playing the game. Can't believe it. 3:33 on the clock. Spido's into the corner. Walcott circling to midfield and Vive. Nice loft. Up to Zenulus. Zenulus going to chase this one himself. Look for the flip reset. I think he actually used his flip right as he got it. Not going to do much with it, but Fiber over 1. He's got Vive on the far side. Traps against the wall. Here comes Vive for the shot, and it's just off the post. Walcott now back out, getting pounded. Zenulus trying. Walcott with an open net to shoot out, but it's his own, so he's got to play it to the corner. Yeah. He will not take the open net.
Demonstrating the proper technique for pushing the ball to the corner as Leduc waited patiently in the goal just in case, you know?
Leduc, he's like, Leduc, you see that? I understand the temptation, but it's just don't do it, man. Don't go to the dark side. Spido's out of this corner. They're approaching halftime. Reminder, Canberra Havoc up by 1 game. If they were to win this one, they are done and through to tomorrow. Spido's into the sky and Fiber to cover him up. Excellent touch from Walcott. Zenulus off the backboard. Actually doesn't make contact. Here's Leduc to try and equalize, try and take the lead and redeem himself. Spido's off the wall, up against Fiber. Got in the air first. Out to Zenulus. Walcott now. Looks for the pass into the midfield. Through 1. Fiber's there. 2 players commit for Canberra. That leaves Spido's alone. And his touch is going to be well worth it. Vive demolished out of net. Walcott's got it back down. Here's an opportunity. Nobody's there. Leduc just doesn't realize he can go up and take a free shot, I guess. Now off the backboard. A miss from the backboard defense. Spido steals the goal, or the boost, rather. English. Wow. Walcott with a drop. Fiber with the stop. And now Zenulus trying to try. But couldn't get the clear. Leduc keeps the pressure on, and Vive finally with an absolute howitzer to the corner.
A much-needed clear there from Vive and Fiber. That is the big block that they need in the midfield to get things back into an even footing for both teams. And Walcott able to sneak this one back to the midfield line, and Zenulus fires one down the middle. Spido dodges the demo and gets the save.
Oh, the follow-up from Fiber blocked by Walcott. They keep it clean on defense. So far, Canberra Havoc have yet to let Gamers Gaming score on their goal in this game. But here comes the opportunity. Zenulus and Vive going to try and do it. Spido in net gets the save. The defense continues. Walcott off the wall. Plays the ball only to himself. Vive's there first. Gets the pass across to Zenulus onto the backboard. Where is the pressure from the rest of Gamers? Vive hesitant to move up. Not confident in his ability to read it off the backboard. Fiber now with a setup. Vive no boost. He might have been able to play as a deflection board of some sort, but not able to position himself tighter. Final minute of gameplay. Fiber onto the backboard. Just trying to stay alive in the series and get us a game 5. Leduc now to the corner. He's going to miss it. He's out of boost, and Zenulus takes over control. Now across the field to Vive. He's going to try and slow it down. No, couldn't quite kill it.
Don't panic. Yeah, there you go. Walcott recognizing nobody around. Just take a deep breath and make sure we get out of here.
Man, Spido just challenges the midfield. I feel like I've yet to see him lose one. But the pressure from GG continues. 15 seconds remaining. Tied up at 1 apiece. Overtime possibly looming again. Here's Vibe, gets taken away. Zenulus pass 1, no! Spidos gets it off. The demolition from Zenulus on Walcott and net. Fiber gets the pass down to Vibe, but outdistances his teammate. They're not able to get the shot right away. Now Spidos up for it, and we'll go to overtime. In game number 4, Canberra Havoc score. They move forward to the playoffs.
Gamers Gaming tries they might. I think they had a couple good opportunities to get the offense started, but just miss executing. And I think the thing you need to see Gamers Gaming deliver on defense is going to be those tough clears over their shoulders. Spidos makes a big one. Leduc under no pressure. Panics. Fiber in the middle. Spidos there to make the block. Walcott needs the second save. Zenulus out to the corner. And again, Canberra Havoc having to play some tough defense.
Spidos was completely out of boost. Walcott saves him there on that second touch and keeps him alive in game 4. Walcott up. Nice blast over. Zenulus with a nice interception, but he's out of boost. Can't get the second touch, and Leduc will play it into the corner back behind Zenulus, and now over the top of Vibe. Here's Fiber, last player on the offensive drive. Neutralizes enough that Vibe can do the quick half turn. Gets it back into the box. Spido's up for it over the top of Zenulus. No, Zenulus reaches it just enough. Pushes it off to the wall and chases it himself, using all his boost just to keep the ball in the back third and see if Vibe and Fiber can find the shot. But Spido's going to emerge with control. The guy does not lose the 50-50s. Zenulus off the wall. Walcott into the midfield. Leduc to quickly turn on that one. Beats Vibe. Important touch to stop the counterattack from Gaming's Gamers. Now Vibe on the back wall looking for it. Oh, a touch from Spidos again saves him. Zenulus now to keep the pressure on. Is Fiber anywhere to be seen? 2 goalies up for it. Fiber's got to find a way to get the shot towards the goal, but just bounces it off the corner twice. Minute and a half into overtime. We keep going.
Oh, Spidos, I think he was trying to tip that back up into his teammate. Leduc from the midfield will try and keep the pressure going, but Canberra Havoc probably going to have to fight for possession again.
There's 3-1 Fiber. Back out to Zenulus.
Oh, in the same spot.
Walcott and Zenulus right on top of each other. Spidos just waiting for this ball to come down to him. Just goes for the flick instead. They get it past 2 now. It's all up to Walcott. He plays it to the wall. Now Vibe with the setup. 2 players commit, and Walcott demolished. That's the defense completely amok for Canberra Havoc, but they get an excellent touch out of it on the double commit, so won't be too punishing. Now a long one from the corner. Walcott with a stretch. Gets to it. And this has been a very GG-heavy overtime.
Very.
They've had way more shot opportunities than Canberra, despite Canberra being 1 goal away from being done for the day. Well, Duck really Zenulus trying.
It's going to feel like, I think, if Gamers Gaming can get a hold of those long touches that go over their shoulder and up the wall, they start getting a handle on those, then Canberra Havoc might be in trouble. They've let a few of those through, and Fiber needs to make a nice touch. But so far, an excellent overtime for Gamers Gaming. Just no mistakes on defense and the inability to find the demos on the goal line to try and open more holes.
No mistakes on defense, except I don't think the ball's touched the back third. Gamers Gaming in like 3 minutes. Here's a shot from Zenulus. It's too high. Follow-up from Vibe is good. They push it through and force game 5.
Doesn't have to touch the back third. They'll just keep them boxed in the whole time. Zenulus, that's the right idea. Go right back up to that backboard. That uncontested approach, trying to get up to it from the goal line. Can't make the read. That's what's got Gamers Gaming into a little bit of trouble in their series, and it leads to victory here for them this time in Game 4. Canberra Havoc struggling to find that offensive rhythm that they had, and again, the own goal is the difference maker here. This one could have ended 4 minutes ago.
Name a better duo. OCE own goals on Utopia Dusk.
Oh, no.
Oh, wait. Happens a lot, apparently. Gamers Gaming there. 2-1. We've gone back and forth in the series. Canberra Havoc winning games 1 and 3. Gamers Gaming winning games 2 and 4. So that means we go to game 5, and it all comes down to this moment. Fiber again on top of the scoreboard here. Also with no offensive stats. Other than he had about 4 shots, but no assists, no saves. No assists, no goals. The 3 saves, the savior medal there for Fiber, the thing that put him on top.
Yeah, a lot of that credit comes from his ability to chase down the ball and get a lot of challenges, clears, centers, things like that, stuff you don't really see on the stat lines. So well-played game from Fiber. The speed definitely paying dividends. We'll see if Canberra Havoc start to get a bit more of a handle on the midfield here. But like I thought earlier, Gamers Gaming starting to get accustomed to their opponents. And now it's up to Canberra Havoc to show that they've got another bag of tricks to open.
Game number 5. This one's for all the marbles. You win here, you're through to the playoffs. You lose, you're going to have to play another best of 5 against somebody else. Well, both these teams would love to be done for the day. Zenius the trap on 1. There's a flick over 2. Leduc off to the edge. 5 now. Chasing this. Zenius puts it high. Now chase down. Onto the backboard. Fiber with an excellent clear. The no man's lane. Walcott will try to adjust and attack it. And now the counterattack just wide again. Canberra Havoc had many excellent looks, many excellent counterattacks that have gone wide, just barely wide of the goal.
Oh, hello.
Oh, Spidoge looking for the absurd angle.
I think he got bumped. It came off a little hotter than he expected.
Vive falling back. Vive in particular, it feels like has been a little bit timid in this series. Oh, as this drop is dangerous, Zenulus will get the clear. But struggling to read things off the walls.
I think that's everyone on Gamers Gaming. When they're getting those long clears over their shoulders, I think it's been tough for them to really get a handle on them sometimes. But so far in this game, nothing too dangerous yet, but definitely what Canberra Havoc want is to spend more time past the midfield line, which they have done so far.
There's a touch to the corner. Blocked again by Spidoge. If I had to put one player in the MVP role from Canberra Havoc, I feel like Spidoge is that player for me.
Definitely right now, yeah.
This midfield
great
play.
On the challenges, great on the clears. Yeah. Not necessarily the big setup artist, but making a lot of critical touches.
Definitely keeping his team up on offense, the most of any of them. Fiber's touching the corner. Spider's got the boost steal and now going up. Not gonna happen just yet. There's a pass out. Spidoge with a shot from the corner. Oh, it's just too high. Bounces back out, saved by the woodwork. Leduc now to come in, tries to get it behind Fiber, but no, Fiber's there. Now Vive up on the challenge. There's the speed we're hoping from him. And now Zenulus with an excellent dunk into the backfield. Leduc will have time to pick this up, but Vive's gonna bubble off of it. Zenulus quickly turns back in on this. Can he find the shot? No, it's just too high. Follow up from Fiber's good, but Walcott will block it and keep us scoreless halfway through the decisive game number 5.
And a real nice continuation from Walcott as well, exercising the time. Now he puts the pressure on Fiber. Leduc turns it in. Walcott works magic on the goal line, works it in the midfield as well. Great usage of time and space, delays a challenge, gets the bump. Walcott does everything, and Leduc tips his cap. Thank you very much, sir.
Well done to Walcott to wait for, or well done to Leduc to wait for Walcott to make that possible. Canberra, this might be it. They got to hold on for 2 minutes. What has been a low-scoring series. Every game is headed by 2 goals. A nice block on the flyback. And Vive with a follow-up, though, immediately equalizes us. We're going to keep playing.
Got it right back. Walcott denied by Fiber. Massive block. Leduc trying his best. Unfortunately, though, doesn't go to safety. Goes towards that top corner of the box, and Vive, waiting on it, jumped on it.
Very neutral kick out. Vive to pick this one up and is looking for the lead right here on the follow-up. Dropped it into the box. Can anyone get back? Leduc recovers from the corner, and Spido's now going to try and look for a counterattack. He's got Walcott underneath, finds the pass down, but intercepted by Zenulus. Leduc in the goal. He'll come out on the challenge. Zenulus missed contact. Vive was there. Now Fiber up for it. Just gets a pass across the field, forcing everybody to reposition. There won't be any shot following up that touch. We'll actually see a change, a turnover in possession. Here's Leduc with a setup. Nearly got the flip reset for a clever play.
Fiber was actually, I think he got locked flat-footed there. He actually had no idea what was about to happen there with Leduc. Spidoge again from the insane. This time it comes off soft. Leduc tries to slam it home. Zenulus on top of things.
Fiber looking for bumps way down the field. Zenulus got one touch and now dropping into the box. Leduc gets it away. Final minute of game 5, tied up at 1 apiece.
Ooh, here's the tough one.
Silver goal. Fiber off to the edge. Walcott was there. Fiber past Walcott this time. Leduc in the backfield. Goes from third man to first man in an instant. Spidosh. There's Vibe. Fiber now. With less than 30 seconds. Pressure from Gamers Gaming starting to build. Spidosh to try and neutralize it as he's done the entire series. Well, duck in the corner, not the best of touches, but no strong positioning from the Gamers. 9 seconds left. Overtime looming on the horizon. Who gets the final push? Zenulus into the corner. Here's Fiber to try. A bump from Zenulus might help, but ball's going to touch the ground. No real shots there at buzzer beater time. Overtime, next goal wins the Chiefs.
I think Gaming Gamers actually caught him off there at the end of regulation, but unfortunately that touch from, I believe it was Zenulus, just a little too strong. And so overtime here, and honestly, it really is a toss-up here. I think they both played pretty evenly matched in that regulation. So does it come down to another big dribble from somebody like Walcott, a defensive mistake?
Nobody's home. Nobody's home.
Nobody's home.
That's the game. Oh, they left it wide open on defense. And the freest goal of the tournament's going to send Canberra Havoc to the playoffs.
And the same problem that bit Gamers Gaming earlier on in the series, Fiber, too aggressive from the midfield as the third man goes for a challenge that he has no business going for and is justly punished.
Oh my goodness. Fiber actually admitting, he's saying, like, I trolled, guys, I'm sorry. Like, he's feeling that pressure. He knows the mistake he made, but they will have another opportunity to try and qualify to tomorrow. And with how close this series was, it's hard for me to look at this team of Chiefs and not consider them one of the best in the region and worthy of playing those playoffs tomorrow.
Yeah, I think Gaming Gamers definitely played well. Definitely the series got away from them. Some awkward mishaps here on defense, letting a few goals I think that they would normally square away and get out to safety came through as well. And some slight over-aggression as well really bit them in the behind here in this series. So good luck to Gamers Gaming in that 2-2 round.
We'll see them a little bit later on, but for now, it's time to turn things over, get the next round set up. We're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, we'll have the last round of our OCE Major. Stick around. You're watching the RLCSX.
Knows how to build unlimited right. Start with America's most awarded network.
I'm on my phone 24/7.
Then, for the first time ever, give families more entertainment with Disney Plus, Hulu, and ESPN Plus, now all included.
We're a big soccer family. Handmaid's Tale. I love Frozen.
Then give families plans to mix and match, so you only pay for what you need.
You get so much more than this, a great network.
With plans starting at just $35, the network more people rely on gives you more. This is unlimited built right, only on Verizon.
All right, another Game 5 situation. Gaming Gamers versus Canberra Havoc, 2-3. Now, Yummy, you predicted that this was going to be a close game to me off stream. Obviously, now seeing the results, Havoc is out on top. Havoc as a team, what can you tell us about the team and the players, and what makes them so strong that they're able to close this one out?
I mean, they made Worlds 2 seasons ago, and it's been kind of crazy because they split up. They were together. They split up, all went their own ways because, you know, when you do go to Worlds, you get pulled away. But they come back together. They've got a whole new experience, and they're still just trying to figure things out. I think this is why we've had some doubts about them overall, and why they've had some rough moments. It's a new meta. They're coming back together. Leduc is the kind of player who, just speaking to him this last week, would put himself down and even say that, you know, he wants to step up because he feels he's letting down his teammates. So for them to get cleanly into the top 8, this is their best run so far, I think is not just good for the team, but it's really confidence boosting for Leduc.
Yeah, and they all looked very like mechanically on today, like playing fast, hitting their shots, being solid in defense. But I think you're right, Yummy. It still feels like Canberra Havoc haven't exactly found the exact play style they want to be doing week in, week out.
All right, well, we have Walcott from Havoc ready with us here, all right? How good does it feel to close that series out?
Honestly, I thought we were on the verge of losing. It was pretty crazy in the team communications. I don't know. Feels pretty surreal to actually have won that.
I mean, I just spoke about it exactly then. Leduc has been doubting himself a little bit, not just this week. I feel like the past few weeks too. What's your thoughts? You know, playing with Leduc, obviously he had the own goal, but outside of that, the performance of Leduc and Spydoge on the new roster.
Yeah, recently we've been in a little bit of a slump, and I think we were kind of doubting ourselves today. We haven't been getting good results even against teams we know we should be convincingly beating. But today, finally, we've decided to actually show up and play the game, so that feels good.
All right, and playstyle-wise, we're talking about, like, we're not exactly sure what you guys do want to be playing, because, you know, I've seen great pass plays out of everyone. You used to be really big on the demos. Is there like a style of play you guys want to be trying to do moving forward?
Yeah, without giving too much away, I am kind of the demo guy. Like, that's what we want to be. I want to be a bit of a disruptor.
Big secret, bro.
Yeah,
good.
That's not too hard to know, is it? Like, you just watch a bit of gameplay and you can clearly see that. But yeah, but we just try and get some nice close passes going on and hopefully wreak some havoc.
Who do you think will be the toughest opponent in the playoffs? Looking at the teams that have made it thus far.
Yeah, Renegades we really struggle against for some reason. Like in scrims we do okay, and then on the day they just are on another level. So I think probably them. If not, yeah, probably the other obvious pick would be Cringe. Yeah.
How often do you scrim with other teams leading up to a major like this?
Well, we do like aim for about 2 scrims a night, and we only really scrim against other top 8 sort of teams in that sort of vicinity. So we get it pretty regularly now.
And how is how would you say your training is? Obviously, training with the team is very important. Is there anything you do prior to a match like this to get in the zone, or like even before the whole major? Like, is it music? Is it specific food to get you dialed in, or is it just simply practice, hanging with the team, talking strategy and so forth?
I actually find it suits me best to just live my life as usual, not really worry too much, and then an hour before I just get on and scrim, and then just straight into the games. I feel like that's what suits me best.
Well, one thing I want to know quickly is what were the comms like when Leduc got that sicker top corner own goal?
Yeah, we just pretty quiet, to be honest. He was a bit upset with himself. Don't worry about it. He scored a really good top corner shot just before it, and then he just happened to do it the other end. So.
Yeah, nice.
All right, well, Walcott, we're gonna let you go. Thank you so much for joining in, and congratulations once again for making it to the playoffs. We are going to move on, as you do in a show like this. You move from one segment to the next. Good stuff.
You're really getting a handle of this one.
It's smooth, guys. Okay, it's a smooth operation. Let's take a look at the standings thus far. Jake, any comments on what we're looking at right here?
So Hazard today, that's been the big one I've been looking at, like them versus Skyfire. I was really impressed with their rotations. They look like a really solid team, and Shrupinator just scoring everything. So I'm really keen to see them in the, deciding game now. And then as well with Ferox, the last time they were on stream in this game 5 kind of moment, they got smashed by Gaming Gamers and then didn't even score a goal. So I'm hoping we can see a bit more redemption out of them in another clutch kind of moment.
Yeah, those guys on the right as well, they've certainly earned themselves a tougher run. There's actually a really interesting match as well. Cowabunga versus Team Ferox. Those two teams are going to be coming up in this round, and that's going to be over on the RL Oceania stream. So make sure you're tuning into that one as well, because neither of those teams have made it in the top 8 before. Both of them have been really working hard for it as well, but of course, like Gaming Gamers versus Hazard on this one, this is going to be a tough one for Hazard, of course.
Yeah, I mean, let's go into predictions for that. Jake, 2 great teams. Who do you got on this one?
So Gaming Gamers, like that match they just had against Canberra Havoc, super close, and everyone's really playing well. I've been really impressed with Fiber's shooting. Like he's always been the carry, always been like, really mechanical. So you still have to give it to Gaming Gamers, but Hazard's rotation and just team play, I've been really impressed. I don't think it's going to be a smashing, but it definitely could be. Gaming Gamers should be favored.
Yeah, I think no matter what, the loser of that last series, Gaming Gamers Canberra Havoc, was always going to go through in this round 5. And you speak about Fiber as well. It is a really nerve-wracking situation for a lot of these players. This is their first ever time, or maybe the only ever time they'll ever be on the Rocket League main channel if we do go to LAN events and only top 2 end up going. But you've got a kid like Fiber who's so mechanical, but I feel like his real strength is that he doesn't care. He doesn't care whatsoever how important the situation is. He's still going for his freestyle goals. He's still having fun. He's backed up by a serious player, or Zen, trying to play very seriously and really grinding his brains out right now. And then Vive, who doesn't worry too much either.
Well, one thing in favor of Hazard, I guess, is, Gaming Gamers, they have been playing so confidently, like Vive's just been doing like everything, just stealing boosts, going for redirects. But in this kind of match where if you lose, you're out, if you win, you make it, like things could start to break down and maybe the Gaming Gamers honeymoon could be at an end. So I think it really does hinge on if they can keep that kind of like free-flowing style that I'm sure Fiber really helps them with, just being so chill.
And when it comes to Hazard as well, they've been a team that never even got to this position before where they could qualify. And they're in a stage now, they're playing on stream. Schmoopinator's already got some really big fans. So Rexel's been popping off more than he ever has before as well. So they're actually carrying a lot of momentum here. And I'm really excited to see them really prove themselves for the first time.
For sure.
It is going to be interesting to see. We're going to throw it over to the casters for the next series. All right, we have Stacks and Turtle in the Verizon Skybox ready. Guys, take it away.
And welcome into the 5th and final round. It all comes down to this. Gaming Gamers, Hazard Esports, Turtle. It's been a long, well, I'd say nighttime for us. It's been a long day for a lot of these players. Gee, Turtle. Hey, you want to say that again? It was actually very brilliant, and the fans deserve to hear it.
All right,
No?
I'm back.
All right.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hey,
Can you hear
look
me?
at that.
I'm back. See, that has never happened to me. That is my first mute in RLCS. In the first week, I don't know why it doesn't happen to me. It happens to everybody else, but now, obviously, as we're in it, I get dealt with the audio issues, but we're back. And I was going to talk about how this is a situation. You mentioned it being a long day. I mean, this is a situation where a lot of these players haven't even been on the mainstream channel like they talked about on the desk. A lot of nerves and a lot of emotions riding high now for all these players on the field. But Gaming Gamers, man, I mean, you have to be fans of these guys. And if Fiber is the type of player to not care, I don't know him too much, but if he's the type of player who, doesn't have a lot of that anxiety riddled through his personality, then he's going to be chilling and not even worried too much about this qualification match.
Fiber trying to start the scoring off for Gaming Gamers. And Cyrexel's got the stop there. Now Zen up top looking to take his shot himself, and that's going to go off the crossbar. But Vive is right there. Plenty of pressure on the orange half of the field, but Negative should get this cleared. Zen did cut him off, but that's finished off. Here's a shot, far side, just off the mark. Follow-up from Negatives just a little bit wide. And now the pressure shifts only for a moment as Gaming Gamers get it right back downfield.
Oh man, I'm loving the space so far that's given to Hazard and what they're doing with it. You can see a lot of good passing from Cyrexel, especially to get it across field. And so far, the possession looking good. I mean, we talked about the fan favorites too on the desk. Schmoopinator doing a lot of the scoring. And speaking of scoring, Fiber pops off with the first goal of the series.
And it's always great to get that first one under your belt, especially after you came so close to qualifying the previous round. You only get, what, about 5 or 10 minutes, and then you got to go right back at it again. A huge mental obstacle for Gaming Gamers to overcome early in game one. Zenulus now does not go for the mid boost. Instead, tried to get to the ball. He couldn't. That should give Hazard Esports at least a chance to get downfield. That demo on Negative certainly slows him down a lot. They've got free reign here. Here comes Vive. His shot right down the middle is saved away by Negative. Another opportunity easily sent away, but Gaming Gamers certainly seem to be the better of the two early on here. Almost another bump on Negative. He avoids that, but it goes right at Vive.
Wow. Yeah, we even saw this in the previous matchup for Gaming Gamers. The demos is what was hurting their defense so much, so they've applied that same strategy now to their own offense. They realize, hey, this is what beat us. Let's actually use that tactic against Hazard Esports, make their defense all over the place, go for some demos. And I think that is the element we're missing now in these nerves. You know, whenever the emotions are high, getting a demo relieves so much pressure, gives you a lot of space, a lot of time to get that defense sorted. And it's a crucial element right here in this qualification match.
Zen trying to dance through the air, runs into the obstacle that is Schmoopinator. Now Vive battling with Negative. Things are slowed down to a crawl midway through game one. Vive looking for Fiber. It's been a great tandem so far today. That goes well wide, but again, could be more pressure. Vive can get a shot off here. He opts for the pass over to Fiber, and that's still blocked away. Cyrexel, all that effort, and all he got was a demolition afterwards. Another shot on, saved away by Cyrexel, just off the respawn.
It seems like it's a tracking setup for Gaming Gamers. I mean, if you look at the positioning of their midfield, they're not fully pressing up too much with that offensive line. They're waiting for Hazard to get a touch a little clear. That's not big enough. And look at this drop-down pass from Fiber. Can you ask for a better setup? It's so easy to find that shot if you're Vive.
Yeah, this is just a shooter's dream. Dropped right in front. Defense a little slow getting there. Vive adds a goal. Everybody's got either a goal or an assist so far, as Gaming Gamers are all over Hazard Esports. But still a minute and a half to go here.
Oh, there's plenty of time for sure. And
a
this is
fortuitous
an opening,
bounce,
okay.
And still Schmoopinator couldn't score.
Oh man, that was a great opportunity. Hazard, they're gonna want that one back. And still the shots coming in from the midfield. Excellent passing, and I have not been disappointed with the possession so far from Hazard Esports, but it's the time that they're just stuck in their own half. When they get it on offense, it's 1 or 2 opportunities gone, and then they're back on their own half.
Negative taken out by Vive. More demolitions proving helpful for Gaming Gamers. Zen dropped down to Vive again. Schmoopinator blows up the play. Less than a minute to go. Cyrexel's got to get the attack going after Negative whips. Cyrexel got a split reset to score!
Cyrexel, my goodness. Look at this first touch to keep it close. Gets that flip reset. It didn't look like he got all 4 wheels. I saw him plant his car behind the ball, and I thought maybe he didn't get the flip reset. I'm guessing the defenders didn't think so either. And to their surprise and to mine as well, he got that shot in. Still a chance here. 46 seconds left. They just need 1.
Zenulus looking to get that one right back. He does not. And here comes Hazard. Negative over 1, but Fiber's there to break him out. Now Cyrexel can't clear the zone. Schmoopinator's got to slow things down. They can't panic here. Only down to 30 seconds. That's still an eternity in Rocket League. Cyrexel against Fiber. Fiber wins that one as well, down to 20 seconds. Now you start to throw caution to the wind. Fiber shot right at Schmoopinator. They've got to turn this into offense. I think Cyrexel was trying to tangle up with Zenulus, Didn't quite work out. Vibe does not get the goal. So now 5 seconds to go. Fiber one last chance to drop down to Zen. His shot's high. They couldn't put it away. And the ball does bounce. They could have numbers back the other way, but it just develops too slowly. And Gaming Gamers hang on.
Yeah, it was a clutch moment too there in the end, keeping the pressure. And Gaming Gamers, they're doing the same thing they've been doing this whole first game, is just setting up that trap, waiting in the midfield. You'll see Hazard go for a clear. It goes right into the hands of Gaming Gamers. They go for a midfield pass, and boom, they've got an instant shot on net. They just rinse, repeat. They get 2 goals. We remember that drop down pass earlier as well. Mechanics looking strong. We saw a little bit of life from Hazard with the flip reset, but overall, they just could not transition that ball out.
Yeah, they certainly had their opportunities. Hazard, they only get the 1 goal out of this. Yeah. And they're a team that has struggled scoring on the day. Not many teams averaging fewer goals. Not many teams have scored fewer total goals either. And they've had more games to play than some of the other teams as well. They've got to get the offense going, though. This is their last chance.
Yeah, I was still looking at that flip reset from Cyrexel. That was such a nice goal, but also reflecting, it's like if the only goal you're going to be able to put in is off a solo effort where nobody's around you, I mean, how much can you rely on that if you're Hazard Esports? Meanwhile, on the other side, Gaming Gamers, they're connecting passes in the midfield. They've got good pressure, and also they have that element that we saw from Hazard with the mechanics with that drop-down pass. So it just seems like everything is working in favor of Gaming Gamers, but there's still so much time left in the series. Let's see how Hazard bounce back.
Important kickoff here for Hazard to start things off on the right foot, going on into game number 2, on to Forbidden Temple as Hazard tries to stop the bleeding here.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be difficult, and I just want them to focus a little bit more on the clears, as we might actually have a delay here. I think we're just waiting to get everybody suited and readied up in the server, making sure all the connections are fine. But like I was saying, I think it's going to be difficult if they can't find solid clears. That's the name of the game for Hazard Stacks.
Yeah, it certainly is. We're going to wait and just make sure everybody is on the field and ready to go. Little confusion right here in the opening kickoff of game 2. Want to make sure everybody is ready to go. We had a nice little light show.
Yeah.
I know, right? We had you muted. We have the players
it's just how it goes.
Kind of joining a little early. Nobody knows when they're supposed to go. I think everybody's on and ready to go. And pretty soon here, we will actually have a second game. Remember, Gaming Gamers up a game here in this best of 5.
I mean, I'm having issues, okay? Everybody's having issues with getting connected. We're fine, though, okay? As long as we can relate to one another, there's no worries. But Stacks, this is an interesting one. I think that we even haven't seen Schmoopinator pop off as much as we expected to see. I mean, Jake was talking about him and being a big impact earlier on and just scoring almost every single shot that he got his hands on. Now comes out here, he's a bit quiet in game 1. The question is, do we rely more on him, or do we just focus it up as a team?
Well, I think for any situation, when you're in this stage of a Swiss bracket, as we've seen in the other regions, it's usually the team that is, in fact, greater than the sum of their parts. And I think if you have a team that relies on one player, eventually that magic kind of wears off. So, for Hazard Esports, I mean, somebody else has to step up. It was Cyrexel that scored the only goal for Hazard in that first game. That's a good start. Came a little late. Like to see them off on the right foot early here as we finally get into game 2.
Oh, yeah. And I'm excited here because this is where you change things up. Game 1, a little bit of a feeler match. You're kind of seeing how your opponent wants to play. They had the advantage of watching that previous matchup for Gaming Gamers, but, not too much has changed in terms of their play style to adjust to the offense. Let's see what they do here in game 2.
Well, Vibe was going to have a shot, but he got nudged off the play. Now Cyrexel leaves the boost for Schmoopinator, and he may need some of that. The ball comes right back into his zone. He's waiting at the back as Vibe will play a ball rather ambitiously towards just a random part of the field. Cyrexel getting chased down by Fiber. Schmoopinator off the respawn, and Cyrexel managed to break free as well.
And we're looking at a lot of demos on the side of Gaming Gamers. Not much of a response in terms of physical plays out of Hazard Esports. And here's one off the corner, Schmoopinator. He's coming alive in game 2. We talked about him on the desk a little bit in game 1. Finally, we see his name pop up.
It's one of the things we were looking for, right? When is Schmoopinator going to wake up? Well, there it is. First goal, 50 seconds. Well, caster math, 50 seconds into game number 2. He gives them their first lead of this series. Just as Gaming Gamers had struck early in game 1. Zen blocked by Negative. take this down himself. Needs to slow down a little to give his teammates time to get in position. That shot wide from Schmoopernator. Now Cyrexel looking to drop one down in front. Instead, he got a demolition. Good enough.
Oh, no.
As Negative clipped that high. All he had to do was just roll it in.
Negative. There was a double demo on the defense of Gaming Gamers. You had the shot. You went for the bounce hit. Now off the crossbar.
My.
Nobody has accuracy right now on the pitch. The shot's a little bit too high. Everybody's getting too much power on it. We saw the bounce attempt earlier from Negative, and now the crossbar hit from Gaming Gamers. Oh my goodness, both teams exchanging blows, but they come out empty-handed.
And this is the kind of stuff when you look back after all the splits are over with and you start counting the points and you think about how many opportunities you had to get some points in this major, you wonder, man, what might have been that 15-second sequence right there.
Yeah.
Somebody had to score. Nobody did. Here goes Zen with Vive running interference. He's still downfield, but Negative made sure to play keep away from him. Now Fiber needs to drop this one down. He does, but just off the crossbar. He was so close.
Gaming Gamers, they've been doing those passes so much where it's above the net. They drop it down. That's what happened in game one, and we saw Fiber. That would have been a beautiful shot on net. I think he wasn't even going for the pass. He could have gotten the mechanical shot in. So close off the crossbar yet again. And they still keep the pressure, though. This has not changed since the first game. It's Gaming Gamers just so confident, staying in the opponent's haphazard, failing to get the clears, and then boom, a demo comes out. Still can't relieve the pressure.
Oh, Fiber, what a pass out from Zen. That hit Fiber right on the nose, and he threaded the needle near side.
Oh, yeah, I really like this play from Zen. You could have easily taken this ball all the way up the wall or tried to dribble it and keep it close, but instead he pops it instantly out into the midfield. That's a quick play. He saw his teammate, good vision on the field, and that's all you need to tie it up against Hazard.
By the way, some decent news for Orb back at the desk. Cowabunga, they're at least alive in game 3. They have a lead as Cyrexel couldn't score there.
It's the shots. It's the shots again. They have those opportunities. The double demo came on earlier. Now Cyrexel misses his chance. That could have been the security that they needed. And now the lead, actually, to go up in game 2, and yet they're still tied up, looking to get their first lead.
Zenulus, and he got spun out there. I think he got clipped on the challenge through. This goes across. Nobody there. Negative, a little slow getting there. So now Vive just throws this downfield, and that's a big relief for Gaming Gamers. That could have been a huge attack for Hazard Esports. Still could be. Negative, collecting some pennies, looking for a pass. He's found it, but there is Fiber. He read the play and cut it out.
Oh, and you can see Zen, a lovely pass on the defensive end to find his teammate, go for a better clear. And it's those small little areas on the side of Gaming Gamers. When they're on defense, they find passes. Like here, connecting in front of your box. It's a little bit risky, but it makes the transition out so much smoother, and it's a necessity when you're trying to outpace and maneuver your opponents on Hazard Esports.
Zen looking in the direction of Fiber, but he had to go all the way back for boost. That leaves Vive to chase this play down. He does so, but still could be vulnerable to another Hazard counterattack. Down to 40 seconds. Vive can't make contact there, but they had to respect it. Zen right at the backboard. Fiber to bring this one back in, and Cyrexel is right there. And it's just like assembly line defense right now for Hazard, trying to weather the storm as that one skips just wide. Now Fiber has Zenulus lurking at midfield, but he opted for the shot, so Zen has to play this. Fiber again, over Schmoopernator and through Negative.
Oh, and this is what we're not seeing from Hazard. It's this little element. Look at Zen, the tiny touch to Fiber, and then Fiber just carries that all the way through, gets a little bump on Negative, I believe, got some contact. And that was a lovely play, again, from Fiber, who has been popping off. The nerves not affecting him one bit, Stacks.
15 seconds for Hazard to find a strike and tie this game back up. Otherwise, they will have 1 foot in the grave here in the major. Schmoopernator, good pass across, and Vive comes in to save the day.
Oh my goodness. Whenever you put it on net, you're still getting the ball safe. It's the accuracy out of Hazard. The one time they're able to put it in, they still can't get the goal. I feel for these guys because, you know, Negative earlier on, whenever the double demo came out, Negative couldn't find the shot. He went for the bounce pass. And then later, Cyrexel barely missed his open net opportunity. Now in the final moments to tie things up, it gets saved. Stacks, how are you not going to be sad whenever you're watching this? Whether or not you're a fan of that, you just want to see an overtime, and we didn't get it.
Yeah, hey, look, I like good defensive grinds, right? Like, there you go. I'm one of the few players that, you know, I'll take a 2-1 game. I'll take a 1-0 game that played like a 5-4 kind of a track meet.
Oh, yeah.
And just the finishing wasn't quite there on either side. That was a game of survival, and you have games in a tournament like this where you're not always going to hit every shot. You're not always going to hit basically shots that are sitters.
Yeah.
You've got to survive those games. Those are the games you have to win to give yourself a chance. Gaming Gamers have, and now they're 1 win away from going on to tomorrow's playoffs.
Oh, and that's tough too, because Schmoopernator, he needs to be the guy behind the ball taking those shots. A lot of times it comes down to Cyrexel or Negative, who can't find the finishing touch to put it in the net a little bit off in terms of accuracy. Maybe focus on having Schmoopernator be a little bit more aggressive or come in as that third man. One of the two. He just needs a little bit more action behind the ball on the offensive side.
Zen trying to spring Gaming Gamers back into action, and Hazard having a tough time clearing the zone, so Fiber graciously take the shot, but it is saved away by Schmoopernator. This skips away from Zen, so Vive has to play a little bit of a keep away game and does pump the brakes to let Negative go right on by. And then they get a backflip, and now it's 1-on-1. He got a stomp on Schmoopernator, but it's still kept out by Negative. What a play!
Oh, we saw the bump, and Negative still came through to recover and get the save. I thought we were for sure going to see when this is off the crossbar. The accuracy, it's still plaguing them. That final shot from Schmoopernator, was on point, but Zen got the save, and both defenses now having to make a strong effort to keep this ball out. And we've seen saves on both sides.
Well, this is good read by Cyrexel. Brings the ball right back in, not letting gamers off the hook. What Zen does at least get the clear. That fooled Schmoopernator. Cyrexel at least keeps it around midfield, but there's Vive right at Schmoopernator. It's been so well positioned for much of this. We almost had a little bit of car locking on the side, but gee, both these teams actually want to win this game, so they didn't engage any further.
Oh yeah, 100%. And on the side of Hazard Esports, I like their defense a lot better. It seems like they are recognizing the space they're giving to Gaming Gamers, and now we'll see they have so much more pressure and offensive possession. Look at this hit from Schmoopernator, then now he's gonna go take the corner boost if he can. And that's the kind of starvation that they needed, the element they were missing, is to keep this ball out, keep passing it with that transition game as well. It's just so much stronger in all aspects of the pitch, and I'm excited to see it because we'll get a little bit closer of a matchup and more opportunities given to all three players.
Defense is having to work a lot more here in this game and actually answering the call as Negative makes another save there. Third save of the game for Hazard as they are trying to weather, again, the storm of Gaming Gamers, trying to force them out of the tournament. Vive knocks Cyrexel off the play, but Negative can come up, and Zenulus is right there. It's a great win to send this all the way down. Vive didn't get the demo or boost or ball, and that means Hazard at least wins on this exchange, but they've got to keep the pressure on here with 2 minutes left.
Oh, a huge hit there from Negative into the corner, but then it gets cleared out beautifully from Gaming Gamers. Massive clears now. We'll see how Hazard Esports decide to react. It doesn't seem like they're too, planned for what happens when they do get possession. I'm looking for more passes out of them. Like it's a little bit too linear. There we see Schmoopernator just kind of hit it forward, and they're waiting for a mistake instead of trying to force it out with the pass. And there's a good midfield hit to Negative. Let's see what it opens up. A better shot on net. More of that from Hazard, and they've surely going to get at least got a better opportunity to put one in.
Cyrexel at least getting it to the backboard. Negative started to come up, but he just couldn't get there in time. Now Schmoopernator gonna have to try and go 1v3. At least sets this up for Cyrexel. Now for Negative, and that's cleared away by Zen. And here come Gaming Gamers quickly downfield, but Schmoopernator gets a solid clear. And then there's an open net the other way, and it's in! Finally, Hazard in front again.
Oh, and I'm trying to look at who was on defense. It's Fiber in the midfield. He didn't expect that bounce. You can see him lurking in the midfield. He goes up the wall, expecting Schmoopernator to roll it up, which is something that Hazard have been doing this entire time. They've been predictable with their clears. This time it bounces perfectly for Schmoopernator to catch everybody on Gaming Gamers off guard. And here's another one from Schmoopernator.
hello.
This time, he's pinching it in. Hazard Esports have come to play.
Schmoopernator, welcome to the series.
Oh, yeah.
He is almost single-handedly bringing Hazard back into things here. 2-goal lead as that one seemingly came out of nowhere. Now Gaming Gamers realize that they've got a fight on their hands here in Game 3.
Yeah, and you can realize that a lot of it is coming from the transitions from defense, which is something I wanted to see pick up. You know, they need a little bit better clears, a little bit less predictability. Schmoopernator 2 times now in his corners has done something and touched the ball in a way that nobody expected it. He keeps it a little bit closer. He's gotten that ground pinch earlier and also the awkward bounce from the corner, and they go up 2-0. The defense getting so much more tested from Gaming Gamers, and they have not passed it whatsoever.
Still, against a team like GG, all you are is one demolition away, one bump away from conceding a goal. They have had plenty of physical play and plenty of good passes like this to set up an opportunity now for Fiber. No, that's well blocked by Negative. Good proactive defense going out and attacking the ball. Now down to 20 seconds. Fiber for Zen to bring him back within one, but Sai makes the save. And Fiber can't have that roll up the wall. He adjusted nicely, but now they're down to 10 seconds. Gotta score here to have a chance at a kickoff goal. They do not. And the wind has just come out of the sails of Gaming Gamers in Game 3. There will be no sweep, and now it's a series.
I thought we were going to see a little comeback from Gaming because Cyrexel, it didn't look like he was going to get the save, but huge credit to him for pre-jumping that final shot. I think there was 12, maybe 15 seconds left. Had that gone in, they would have only been leading by 1. There could have been a chance, but no, it was saved out. And Hazard Esports with a much better defensive stance in Game 3 take-it stacks.
Yeah, and it's not like they had to make a ton of saves either. Just 5 saves, you know, again, on 5 shots. Gee, the math adds up. But it was just a much stronger offensive effort as well. They were able to put plenty of shots on, and not just around the target, but actually on the target, and forcing Gaming Gamers to kind of stretch a little bit. And yes, they caught him out a couple of times. That's all you got to do. Survive here in round 5.
Yeah, and it's a huge highlight on the clears out of Hazard Esports from Schmoopernator. That was massive. Let's see if he can do it again in this next game. And I also want to mention that, you know, Gaming Gamers, when they were passing the midfield and pushing everybody up, Hazard Esports always had an answer on that shot. They were contesting a lot more, getting better challenges. And then even in the end, we see Cyrexel getting a solid pre-jump. It's plays like that we didn't see in the first few games. Hazard Esports starting to step it up with the pace to match that offense and the aggression from Gaming Gamers.
A late goal has tied up the series over on RL Oceania as well. Team Ferox was up 2-0 in the series. They're going to overtime in Game 4 against Cowabunga. As they mentioned on the desk, neither team has made it to this kind of stage in tournaments. They got a shot, one of them. Here's Zen as we bring things back to Gaming Gamers and Hazard. Fiber trying to force this ball through in the corner. Vive shot, blocked by Schmoopernator, who just happened to be there, I guess, and it works out.
That's what I'm talking about. With the pre-jumps, somehow Hazard Esports have been able to predict almost every shot that comes their way. Whenever everyone on Gaming Gamers is pushed up, they will get in the way no matter how much boost they have. The pre-jumps, the prediction game for them stepped up so many levels here in the past few games.
Schmoopernator will again try to start the attack. This is a decent challenge, but this should be Gaming Gamers ball all the way. Fiber's shot easily stopped by Cyrexel as it was a little bit high. Now Vive, great pass again to Zen, but the shot sails.
Midfield passing, setting up that trap one more time. This time it's the accuracy from Gaming Gamers, which we didn't see earlier. See if more shots will get a little bit more warmed up here. And it's still difficult for them. I mean, they have not been able to keep the possession and also that pressure forward because they're faced with Hazard Esports having more challenges and actually stepping up to the plate.
Cyrexel's shot here, top corner on the near side. Just a challenge fastball, and I believe it was Fiber was not up to the task.
Yeah, and we were talking about accuracy earlier where Cyrexel and Negative both missed an open net, open opportunity. This time he finds the top corner. Things starting to look so clean for Hazard Esports. If you're on the side of Gaming Gamers, you are feeling the nerves.
And not long before that, Cowabunga did score in that overtime. So the other series going on over on RL Oceania, Cowabunga and Ferox, that's going to Game 5. Big opportunity for both squads. Fiber Bring this one right back in, drop down in front, and that's a great clear by Negative. He had to sense 5 was coming on.
Yeah, it's those clutch moments on defense. I'm still getting impressed every time Hazard Esports make that play. They haven't been able to get a touch in the first 2 games. Here they come out, and they're doing it without even sweating. It seems like they're not panicking at all. We haven't seen that many double commits. And now the passing from the corner. Schmoopernator just carries this one from the corner all the way around for Negative to have the final shot.
First goal of the series for Negative, and it comes off a beautiful feed. Wow. And the defense just, I think there's kind of a combination of worrying about Schmoopernator and wondering who's in front. Negative caught up on him in a hurry. 2-0 to Hazard.
I don't even think that the defenders thought Negative was going to find the accuracy to hit that shot. He was coming across the ball. So it seems like those mechanics still getting stepped up. Every single shot I'm getting more and more impressed with. Hazard Esports, so threatening. I think we're going to see a Game 5, Stacks.
There's still a lot of Rocket League to play, and I'm sure gaming gamers are going to have a lot to say here in the next 2.5 minutes. This shot on from Fiber requires a save from Schmoopernator. Now Zen has 5 lurking again and almost hit him, but Schmoopernator made the stop. But this goes off his end. Well, it's a great back pass after the demo. Now Fiber, I'll flip reset pass to 5, and he forces it through!
Hold on, I need to see this again. Fiber, we got to slow this play down. I don't know how he got so much power. Did he double flip reset? That's what I was wondering. I didn't know if he got the second flip reset. When I first saw that play develop, I thought, how did he get it across? It's because he got 2 flips instead of 1. What a play from Fiber.
I'm pretty sure that's illegal, but we'll go with it. Zenulus, oh, he's got one to work with as well, and that's going to be stopped by Cyrexel. So how do you recover now for Hazard Esports? You know you were going to get Gaming Gamer's best shot at some point here in this game. You've got it. Now you've got to recover. Negative, battling through Fiber. Schmoopernator coming up, and this time Vive is up to the task.
Oh, and it's Fiber with the mechanics. This man's starting to pop off. They mentioned him on the desk. This is something that needs to happen from Gaming Gamers. The mechanics, I'm still amazed that he was able to get that double flip reset so fast. Zen now going for something a little bit cheeky, doesn't get it. And the other side, the counterattack, Hazard Esports. That's some security that they very much need.
That basically accounts to kind of a 2-goal swing. You make a big stop on one end, and it turns into a goal on the other side. Schmoopernator, after that challenge, just got to be looking over at Zen, or what's left of Zen on the field, going, okay, that was cute. Ball's in your net. 3-1 as Hazard gets it right back.
Oh, we barely saw any counterattacks too earlier. Defense from Hazard Esports is something that Gaming Gamers have not been able to step up to. That pressure not working as well. More and more shots out of all 3 players getting put on target, and Gaming Gamers, they can't rotate fast enough.
And Gaming Gamers, I think, are kind of having a little bit of their luck catch up to them. Remember how many quality chances they gave up to Hazard. Vibe, he was chasing Negative. The ball was wide anyways. They had so many chances in the first couple of games. The only reason that many of them didn't end up in the net is because they weren't inside the post. I mean, the posted crossbar played a lot of defense for Gaming Gamers in games 1 and 2.
Yeah, exactly. And once the accuracy got picked up a bit, and also the defense with the pre-jumps. That's what happened earlier on. Schmoopernator got a pre-jump to save any of the momentum that Gaming Gamers were throwing their way, and that has been the difference maker. It's small instances like that where the accuracy, you're hitting the crossbar a couple of times, or you're missing the pre-jump barely by a few inches. That's the difference maker here in this series, Stacks.
Down to the final 13 seconds, and no sign of Gaming Gamers getting 2 goals, especially if Cyrexel can keep this in the zone, which he certainly does. And what a battle from Hazard Esports, facing elimination from the major, and they've come back to threaten a reverse sweep as we head on to Champions Field.
Oh my goodness. We need to see something right now out of Gaming Gamers. After those first 2 games in this series, things have just slowed down. The one thing that I can highlight, though, is that passing play from Fiber, the double flip reset. When we watch that replay, I want everyone to pay attention just how fast he was able to get that second flip off. The reaction time to go for that alone is something worth mentioning, and I'm completely excited to see it again because that was unreal. But now taking a look at the accuracy, it was a little bit tough at the beginning, and so much better passing from everyone on Hazard Esports. We'll take another look at this flip reset into a second flip reset to get it across. That is one of the craziest passes I think I've ever seen.
Yeah, that is high degree of difficulty, and Gaming Gamers are going to be a little upset that it comes in a losing effort. That was their only goal in Game 4, which was their second shot at closing out Hazard Esports. Now, boys in orange have all the momentum as we go to Champions Field.
Yeah.
This is why I love this format, Turtle. Sure, in rounds 1 through 3, you're going to see your Renegades, you're going to see your Ground Zeroes and whatnot, you're going to see Cringe Society, but these are the matches right here where you're going to see players battling for an opportunity that they don't get very often, and you're seeing them lay it all out on the line here as we go to Game 5.
And both these teams now, you can see struggling a bit with consistency, but it makes it that much more fun to watch because the script just gets flipped in a matter of seconds. I mean, at the beginning, it was Hazard Esports who were missing everything, hitting the crossbar, and we saw a couple highlight plays out of them, but that's it. You know, you remember the Cyrelex goal where he got the flip reset. That was a great highlight play from him, but nothing else. And then now, Gaming Gamers, they're getting the highlight plays, and they're also hitting the crossbar. And Hazard Esports, they're finding the passes, they're connecting everything on offense. So just like that, things have swapped here as we go into Game 5.
Cyrexel is up for this, though, as Vive, but Cyrexel's shot is saved by Fiber. Now the accuracy has been there for Hazard, but now Vive for Fiber. Bouncers saved by Cy.
Oh, that's the accuracy again. I mean, it was on target, but Fiber couldn't find any power. You're coming in with that much boost, that much speed. You need to hit it better, make better contact, with your car. Otherwise, you're just going to sneeze on it. It even bounced before hitting the goalkeeper. Nothing threatening getting thrown at Hazard.
Good news for Orb back at the desk. In a moment, as Cyrexel makes another save. Cowabunga, dude, they are through. They come up with, I don't think it was a reverse sweep, but they stave off elimination and win on Champions Field. So Cowabunga takes down Team Ferox over on the RL Oceania stream. How's Zenulus? Oh, he's over everybody, but needs support. There is Vive, but he's pushed it well wide.
Oh, Zen was thrown so far forward. He got the touches over the first defender, could have gone for the double. Didn't make contact in the end. Maybe he thought his teammate was going to come in with a better, more ideal shot. Either way, you didn't put one in after you worked so hard with the mechanics. The hustle was there. Hazard Esports barely making it out alive. This one off the post, it seems. Cyrexel can't find the shot still. And we've still got 0-0 stacks. This is crazy.
Oh, he had it all lined up, and then it caught the inside of the post and just bounced away. And he had to hear the engine noise coming on, too, because that was the only hope Gaming Gamers had just to try and throw him off. Well, it worked for now. Still 2.5 to go in what has been just a great series between Hazard and Gaming Gamers. Little floater almost finds its way in. A lot of contact in and around the net. But now Hazard's got to be very careful because Vive and Gaming Gamers are coming right back downfield. Oh, that's going to drop right down for Fiber. Got the demolition from Zen, but nobody else could come on as that was thrown right in front.
I'm trying to pay attention to the rotations as Fiber puts another one on net. So many more shots. This is where the defense of Hazard Esports has got to prevail if they want to win Game 5. Whenever you get faced with multiple shots, how do you transition out? And they do so fantastically well. I mean, this is amazing. The fact that they're able to sustain all these shots, keep the rotations. We've barely seen any double commits. I believe there was a demo still on the side of Hazard, and they're still clearing this ball out.
Fiber gets around one. Zen being chased by Cyrexel, shakes him away, and now it'll be Vive to come up. Zen still has the boost to wait around at midfield, but now he's got to retreat just a little bit. Had to go around that midfield canister, and it'll be Cyrexel. His shot is on, but Vive makes the save with $1:20 to go. Oh, Smoopernator's up for this. Tough angle. Front down for Negative to take the lead.
Oh, look at the transition. Negative banging this one all the way up to Smoopernator, who just landed after going for a 50, and instead of going for the early shot where your accuracy might have been faulty, you pass that midfield, get that better setup for Negative. Oh, what a counterattack. Hazard Esports. They sustain through all that pressure, all the shots from Gaming Gamers. I believe it's 11 shots on their own defensive end that they've been able to survive against, and they come out with a beautiful counterattack.
Oh, Smoopernator right through the heart of the goal and maybe right through the heart of Gaming Gamers.
Oh, that's not the best hit from Vive, too. It seems like whenever Gaming Gamers want to control this ball, it just bounces a little bit awkwardly off the corner. That one popped straight up to Smoopernator, who has the accuracy. A 2-goal lead, 56 seconds left, Stacks. I don't know how Gaming Gamers can come back if they can't put all those 12 shots in.
Oh, they've got to play more defense, and that's not where they want to be. Zen gonna have to take this downfield himself. Nobody else could get in position. Zen couldn't get Cyrexel out of the way, and he still made the stop. Boy, he has had tremendous focus throughout the series. Gaming Gamers have been going after him the entire series, and he has managed to put up a brilliant defensive effort, especially in the second half. Zen shot here, trying to go backside. Doesn't work out. Now they got 20 seconds left in their tournament lives. Vive over to Zen. Nothing going to be doing here. They've got 10 seconds out. Vive shot. This has to go in, and it goes crossbar down and away. And if that isn't a perfect demonstration of this series for Gaming Gamers, nothing is. And they may even get one more for the road. They don't, but it doesn't matter. Hazard Esports. They start sluggish, but it's not how you start, Turtle. It's how you finish, and we'll see them tomorrow.
That is an amazing reverse sweep from Hazard Esports. That start from them was so slow. You said it yourself, sluggish. Best way to describe it. They were getting barely any shots on net. Their defense was getting stuck in their own half for almost the majority of the game. Somehow, in Game 3, they switch it around. Smoopernator starting to get better clears. That's where it started. That was the pivotal moment here in this series for Hazard. Once Smoopernator got control of his clears, was throwing off Gaming Gamers a bit, and wasn't feeding into that trap where he just give away possession. Gaming Gamers would go for a midfield pass, and then they'd get a shot on net. He decided, I'm going to keep it close. I'm going to go for a counterattack, maybe put one on net from my own corner. That changed everything. Gaming Gamers couldn't adapt or even react to that play style, and we saw some fantastic plays, better passing out of Hazard Esports, and just a huge turnaround from them, Stacks.
Well, GG to Hazard Esports. Congratulations. We'll see you tomorrow during the playoffs, but we still got one more to go. It is Solicit and Vort Central. One more series right after this.
Knows how to build unlimited right. Start with America's most awarded network.
I'm on my phone 24/7.
Then, for the first time ever, give families more entertainment with Disney Plus, Hulu, and ESPN Plus, now all included.
We're a big soccer family. Handmaid's Tale. I love Frozen.
Then give families plans to mix and match, so you only pay for what you need.
You get so much more than this, a great network.
With plans starting at just $35, the network more people rely on gives you more. This is unlimited built right, only on Verizon.
Well, here we go, Turtle. One more match to go. We've already had on both streams epic 5-game series reverse sweeps going the way of Cowabunga and of Hazard Esports. Had to think for a moment. But now it comes down to Solicit and Vort Central, a huge opportunity again for both teams.
Yeah, and that was an unreal series. We're just going to look at some highlights here. It was Fiber who started things off, and you can see the mechanics from Fiber. He has a lot of that skill to be a solo player, but you need the reliance and dependability of your teammates to come up with you and not have all that responsibility on you. And again, the double flip reset, that was so fun to watch. And that's all that I'm really taking away from this series, the fact that Hazard Gaming, a huge comeback from them in their whole play style. It was a different team in game 3 and so on, but compared to the first 2 games. And then now we come out here. Hopefully we get just as much of an action-packed series from Vort Central and Solicit. I expect it, Stacks. I expect it.
Yeah, you see all those highlights from Gaming Gamers, and then you realize that's the team that lost.
Yeah,
that's what Hazard had to overcome, and they did. That was just a phenomenal, resilient effort from Hazard Esports. How do they follow it up? Vort Central and Solicit will at least try to follow that act. Somebody goes through into tomorrow's playoffs. The last spot will be filled here as Zaid almost scores early on.
Yeah.
And Vort Central getting a little taste of what Solicit is going to bring to the table.
We mentioned it in the last series as well. These are long days. It's very hard to describe what it does for you mentally. And you can even see in the consistency, Gaming Gamers, I mean, it could have just been the fact that the day has gone on for so long and they've just been playing Rocket League. Their playstyle starts to slip up a little bit. It's the stamina between these guys, how energized they can be. Coaches come into play a huge part, honestly, with keeping that morale up, making sure everybody's happy, and we'll see how that affects these teams and their consistency. As this one gets played out, Zaid, nice little shot from that beautiful midfield pass. Who was this in the corner? Yeezy, I believe? What a touch from him.
Yeah, that pass coming out of the corner, it is very difficult to defend, and you just kind of have to come out. You're defending against a penalty kick at that point, and it works out perfectly for Solicit. They draw first blood in game 1.
Well, it seems a little bit like a simple pass, right? But the fact of the matter is that he could have gone for the corner boost. He could have easily just decided, I'm going to rotate in a little bit, be a little bit more aggressive, and obviously, boost over ball. As this one, Vortex puts it in above the net. I'm not sure what happened on the defense here, Stacks.
Yeah, once you see somebody go up on the backboard and they don't come back with the ball, you're sitting on the ground just like, oh, well, okay, I guess this is in my net. And at this level, it certainly is. Vortex scores, and important for Vort Central to get that goal right back early.
So right off the bat, it's apparent that this is going to be another series where it's back and forth, which I'm excited for. I love the reverse sweep game 5s. I'm all here for it. We'll see if we get another long one here.
Snowy just a little slow to this as Yeezy trying to make his way downfield. Tango had to back off just a bit. Vortex takes over, and his shot's right there at Zaid. Zaid's going to call his own number. Flip reset. Well, you called it before it happened. Now Tango. It's almost like you've played this game at a high level before, Turtle.
Yeah. I don't want to talk about it, Stacks. Every time you mention my career, if you can even call it that, how dare you? You roast it. And I don't appreciate
nothing but nice. I've been
every
nothing but
time
nice
any caster brings it up, it just hurts my feelings. But you're right. There's a little bit of experience. And that's what I'm talking about with the mental aspect. Like in these long days where you've played 4 or 5 series, best of 5s, best of 7s, whatever it could be, you're going to be tired. I mean, this drains you. You got to make sure you're staying hydrated, all that good stuff. But a coach and somebody to boost your morale, so important here in the final few moments.
Well, especially a team like Vort Central, they had to go 5 games with Southern Stars last round just to stay alive in this tournament. And then you turn around and do it all over again. You get scored on early and you're just like, oh, here we go again.
Yeah.
Yeezy, he's got Cabo. Can he hit him? He cannot, but ball might still find him. Snowy had a tough time clearing that away, but he held with the play very nicely. Now Vortex up at the backboard, hoping a mistake comes out. Not much of one, as this will pop up and away. Cabo and Snowy collide. It'll be Yeezy clearing the ball downfield, and yet another attack repelled away for now. Snowy just couldn't get any pace behind that, and Zaid has an easy save and clear.
We're looking for more out of Snowy, Whenever he's on the offensive side, he receives that clear. He panicked a bit, flipped way too early when he could have controlled it, gone for maybe a flick attempt on net. The 1v1 potential was there, and yet he decided to just flick it out, go for an early shot. Didn't work out. This one could go in. Snowy on the offensive side tries to get a dunk, maybe even a touch on the ball would have worked, and yet he doesn't have anything. The pressure breaking down Fort Central's defense. Solicit, this is a good stance from them.
Yeah, this was Snowy getting bumped up in the air too. That made that recovery just a little bit slower. He did all he could to try and get there, but the accuracy had to go lower right. He did. 2-1. Solicit back in front. Tango narrowly avoided a demo. Created this opportunity for Snowy that Cabo sends away.
Wow, I feel like I'm getting flashbacks to the last series from Hazard. Right? They got so many pre-jumps, and now we see one. I think that was Cabo who got in front of the shot. A huge play. And I keep getting amazed by how early these guys can jump up. They see the shot. That one off the post. The best defender in the game is the post, Stacks. That's what we've seen.
I think the post is still ringing. That was a missile that deflected right off of it. But it does stay 2-1 in favor of Solicit. Snowy and Vortex, who's going to take over. Snowy just kind of made a mess of that, and Vortex had to try and bail him out. Now Tango will try. A little more sure-handed this time. Over to Vortex. His shot's high. Follow-up is a little delayed. Now it's Tango. Oh, that's brilliant. That is a selfless play, and it works to perfection.
Yeah, and it's even harder to be selfless in this situation when you come so close off the crossbar and you're thinking, I want to put another shot on as early as possible, but instead Snowy goes for that pass out, and the odds of scoring increase tenfold. What a play from Snowy to be selfless there, get that out in the midfield. Fort Central tie this one up.
Tango's waiting. There's a tough corner read, so he backs off. And Cabo was also all over it. Now Zayd, I think he collided with Cabo a little bit. Yeatsy should have this, and Zayd is still over there, looking to put one off the back wall, and it's right at Vortex. We remain tied inside 30 seconds. Buckle up, it's going to be yet another wild ride here in the 5th round. Cabo floater is just stopped by Snowy. Follow-up. Yeatsy, this is going to require a save, and Tango does bring it across. More importantly, out of harm's way, but still coming right back in. Cabo under the bar.
I love this offense from Solicit. We're seeing them put a lot of midfield shots on net, and you see Fort Central have to waste a lot of boost going up for those easy shots that they save out, but they're wasting boost. Everybody can grab the corners now on the offensive side when you're pushing in, and there's so much free time as that ball goes across. We see a nice little follow-up finish. Things looking good now on the side of Solicit.
This is Solicit's 3rd lead of game 1. Surely they've got to hold this one. Vortex, that second touch, I think, just doomed them, and it did, as nobody could get there in time. And Solicit, boy, they persevere through the opening game.
Well, I like how they mix it up. Sometimes whenever you're going for a lot of solo plays, which we saw out of them early on, and you change that up to earlier shots from the midfield, you make Fort Central have to get that save, that diving last effort. If they can't control it out of their own half right away, they're wasting more and more boost. And if you're Solicit, you just go take their boost. They're out of everything. They can't move up. They're going to double commit. There's going to be more space on the field. That's exactly what happened. And like I said, it started with solo play, solo air dribbles on a Solicit, but slowly transformed into a more passing orientated game, for them.
I think this has the potential to be a very, very high-scoring series. Both teams very aggressive around the face of the goal. They can create a little bit of chaos and take advantage of one little slip-up. It happened a few times in that first game. I can't wait to see what they do in game 2.
Yeah, and Fort Central, I don't want to discredit them. They had some good opportunities as well. And
sure
that selfless play from Snowy, that's what I look for out of a player who's coming up, maybe not, like we said, in the top 3 teams potentially, but he has the potential there if he's going to go for a selfless play. It means he understands the game, knows where he's valued, and knows where he can make his team have the at least highest probable outcome to get a goal. And that's what I like to see out of Snowy. So more plays like that, please. Fort Central, if they have the offense, they can transition a little bit better. I expect this to go to game 5 yet again.
Some of us older folks can certainly appreciate the selfless play of a guy like Snowy as well. 25 years old. I mean, in this thing, he's ancient. He's been around for a hot minute.
Yeah, 25.
You got to remain unbiased, but I'm just saying, old man TV over here.
Oh, I mean, he's keeping up. He's keeping up. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, and those passes too. Maybe if he doesn't have the mechanics up, he can stay in with the passes. You know, I think of a player, while Turbo has some great mechanics, Turbo Pulse, so he's not the most mechanical player out there, but definitely one of the smartest. And it could be a similar route here for Snowy.
Zaid will try to bring this across for Solicit. They try to score early as they did in the first game. Tango is not going to get there. Everybody just kind of turned away from that for a moment. Like Snowy had a look at it, and I don't know what happened with Tango. Did he? Oh, he was stuck on the wall.
He was stuck on the wall, and he decided to turn to his left instead of the opposite way, which would have been a faster route to the net. Maybe he could have glided across using all that boost. It's not like he was completely starved. And that's just a weird situation for the defense of Vort, and one where you're a bit anxious and you're trying to get out of the net as fast as possible, but by moving around too much, you actually worsen your chance at getting a save. And even if the ball isn't, hit with a lot of power, that one still could slip in if it has the accuracy.
Here goes Snowy, trying to force one in front. It does go all the way across to Vortex. Nobody from Solicit really moved as that ball went across. Snowy will bring this one right back in. He's got Vortex waiting, but he may call his own number. No, I think he was trying to dish that off to Vortex, and it got blown up.
Yeah, I like the idea of going for a fake there, Snowy. Could have used his flip, too. I'm not sure why he didn't. Maybe a wave dash could have been incorporated there. Now off the backboard, Yeatsy can't get the clear. Snowy with the shot above the crossbar. Vortex comes in, doesn't get the shot, and now here's Tango. The follow-up doesn't work. Let's see what the transition game has for Solicit.
Yeah, Snowy just drove right by that ball. It bounced out, wasn't expecting it to go exactly where it did. That was a good sequence from Vort Central. They're going to want a couple of those shots back. Cabo, full tank of boost. But this is right at Tango. Snowy had a tough time with it. Now Zaid needs somebody to come up and help him out. Instead, comes up empty. Snowy and Vortex, who's going to take over? It's Snowy. Now Vortex battling against Yeatsy on the side. This should be Solicit ball, and it certainly is. Even though Yeatsy got demolished, he got slowed down, and Vortex will have to clear this away. Boy, Snowy did all he could to catch up to that.
Oh, and he didn't even need to touch the ball because it was just slightly off. All he had to do was get the demo early on, and that's what happened. Snowy took out the offender, the guy dribbling behind the ball, and it just rolled to the side. The post coming up clutch again for Vort Central.
Oh, what a pass.
Oh,
this
baby.
time to Snowy. Tango returns the favor after Snowy opened the goal up for him.
Oh, Tango, it's looking too clean. And he went for the fake, the little mind game. And right after the mind game, he hits it again because the defender on Solicit thinks after the mind game, he's going to keep it slow. But instead, a nice little pop out from Tango. Super fast, super speedy. There's no reaction time. That could be good enough to get a touch on that ball. We've got a tied up game.
Oh, here goes Tango. Oh, he was looking for Snowy, but Snowy was just a little far back. Snowy this time in the general direction of Tango, but he's going to have to back off, and Vortex at least forces Cabo to go over top. Snowy's got to get it clear here. He at least slows things down. This is right at him again, and that's at least good tandem defense to get this ball out of the zone, out of harm's way for now. Down to a minute 50. Vortex, big booming clear, but it goes right down the middle. So Snowy's going to look for boost, finding none at midfield. Still up with the play, however, as he at least sets that one up for Tango, and Cabo makes the save.
Yeah, good defense so far. We're seeing booming clears, and yet not a lot of reception on the other side, and that's because the defense out of Solicit, they are under so much pressure. Look at the 50 from Tango, winning it off the corner now of the map. They continue to have this pressure. Snowy up in the air. Let's see what he has. Not a double touch, but as long as he can keep it in their half, that's all that matters. Good pass out from Vortex, and they're keeping it on the side of Solicit, making them waste boost, going for demos here and there. We see now Tango looking for a piece of the goalkeeper. Nothing yet, but they are lurking for that goal to put them up.
They couldn't get the ball, but they got the next best thing. They took Cabo off the ball, but that ball just rolled out into no man's land. Yeatsy throwing one up to the backboard, and now Vort Central having to kind of scramble just a little bit as the shot whistles a little bit wide from Zaid. Oh, the defense very lackluster right now from VC. Zaid almost punished them, and Tango will roll this out. That's a huge relief.
And that's one where we were looking at Snowy earlier on. He was selfless in the clutch moments of last game. Now, when Zaid is up in the air, he could have gone for a pass, but instead went for a shot. It's a little bit high and not what they expected or needed to get a goal on target. Still looking for the lead. It's Snowy to put it in the back of the net. We've been waiting for it. All that pressure makes the defense of Solicit collapse.
Yeah, Cabo, I don't know if he got spun out or what, but he was flipping around on the ground. He could not possibly get up the wall in time to get to that ball, and he was just in reverse the whole way, and Snowy put it almost right at him, still found the back of the net, and that's huge for Vort Central, as now they are 20 seconds away, now 15 seconds from tying up this series. And they may even add some insurance. Yeezy blocks the shot, and there's life for Solicit. With only 5 seconds left, they got to get this ball out.
Maybe.
Yeezy had to pump the brakes for a moment. Little physical play puts away game 2.
Oh yeah, it's too confident now out of everybody on the side of Vort Central. You can see them making the defender that was Zayd actually panic. He has to force it off the crossbar, go for a pinch. Doesn't work out his way. And we've got a nice follow-up now. Vort Central 3-1. They're going to take this and look to the next game, build on this momentum. But if the script is right in the same way that it's been going all day, we're going to get a game 5 back and forth. Hopefully we see a nice little comeback. And you know what? I messed up, Stacks, because I decided to turn off my air conditioning because, you know, it was getting cold and it was getting chilly. I turned off the AC, and now I'm starting to sweat because this game is going to go to game 5, and it's so intense that I'm literally sitting here. I'm about to get drenched, Stacks, okay?
You know, sometimes, like, we've seen this enough times that you almost wonder why we bother playing the first 4 games. It's almost like an appetizer because we know it's going to go to game 5. Two teams that have proven so far to be very evenly matched. But man, I got to say, I am absolutely loving the passing out of Vort Central. I mean, you could put a highlight reel together just out of their passes from the first couple of games. And Solicit is having to work a lot to keep that ball out of their net.
When at first, I think we mentioned the fact that Snowy was being selfless and we thought it was just him. We could discuss that and talk about how he was making great plays for his team, but it's really everybody. Vortex, Tango, they're all doing their part. I see Tango a lot of times going in for a demo. Vortex will kind of stand around as that third man to keep the pressure in and doesn't focus too much on putting a shot on net every time. He just cares about keeping possession and letting his teammates go back for boost. And it's the fact that all 3 of these players can be selfless, not worry too hard on the desperation fact of getting a goal, but instead keeping the pressure on and waiting for the mistake. That is the difference right now between these two teams.
Well, they got the demolition on Yeezy, but he's going to be back and may have to contend with this after he grabs a full tank of boost, and he combines with Cabo to make the save. They're not done yet as Tango is coming up, but Yeezy stopped that too. Fast and furious, both teams here in game 3. Trying to break a 1-1 tie in the series. Snowy trying to chip over Zayd, unsuccessful. And Tango's got to bring this all the way back, and this is dangerous.
Oh, no.
He did a heck of a job centering the ball for Solicit.
Zayd flew by the ball as if he didn't know what was happening. I'm guessing he didn't expect Tango to miss, or at least not get a touch, but then Zayd just flew by. It's almost like he pre-jumped the shot. I'm not sure what even happened in that situation. If you're Zayd, you just forget about it and move on.
And short memory is here goes Yeezy. Gotta have one, as so many things can change in an instant. That's wide, but it sets up Yeezy. His shot still blocked by Tango. Now Snowy bullies his way through Cabo, who tries to get that back to Zayd. This rolls out to Vortex. He rated himself. No, he'll just steal the boost. Good disciplined play. Playing the long game here, trying to starve out Solicit. They can't keep the pressure on. This ends up back towards the Vort control net. Now who's going to take charge here? It's Zayd. Looking for Yeezy. Just could not get the pass out.
The one thing I'm worried about is the goalkeeper's positioning on the side of Vort Central. While they've had good offense, good pressure, especially last game, seems like they're slipping up a bit, getting a bit sloppy on the defensive side whenever they want to position. They leave the net a little bit too early, and that's what's creating a couple of opportunities for Solicit. So if they're a little bit more patient, wait in net stronger, and have a little bit more time in that area, in that half, you have a better clear instead of just pushing out and you're just completely out of position.
Snowy to throw one up for Vortex. He waited a hot minute to go up for this. I think he was expecting somebody to have the clear.
Yeah.
Well, eventually they did, but now it's a mess. Tango at least kept us alive, but Snowy had driven by, and now a chance for Yeezy. What if he should have left that for Zayd? He was starting to come onto that. Does at least get the ball, but it is cleared right back. I think this faster pace of play might be to Solicit's benefit. They almost score here as Vortex has to make the save, and they take Zayd out of the play. Could be a quick counterattack. Vortex let it get away from him. Tango in a little bit of trouble as Yeezy flew right by him, and Tango make 2 big stops in a row.
Massive recovery from Tango in the net. He got the first touch and then was able to turn around and get the second one. Still, the shot going off the crossbar from Solicit. I've seen a couple of attempts now where the shooting, if it was just a little bit more powerful, a little bit more accurate, they would have walked away with a couple of goals at this point. The offense, the connection of passes, all there. We just need the final shot.
Zayd stopped by Vortex, and Tango made sure to get the ball as well. But who's going to go for this? Looked like 2 started to jump, but good call off, good communication from Vort Central. Tango gets this out to the middle. Snowy's waiting there. Just comes up empty, but nobody went for the ball, so why not? Tango takes a shot. Oh,
and that
I can hear my old basketball coach going, just stop ball, stop ball.
Oh, wait, it was a weird play from Cabo, who was the one who was supposed to turn on the ball, but instead he went to the backboard, and that gave an opportunity to, I believe it was Tango, to go for a slower play, but instead just basically launched the ball off the backboard, wasted the opportunity. We're still tied up.
Snowy lets this go as Vortex has it all the way. And it does get right down to Zayd. Back and forth. Both teams just throwing jabs right now, waiting for someone to flinch. Who's going to make that critical mistake? It'll be amplified that much more when somebody goes on match point as the result. Zayd backflips away and lets Cabo take over. Cabo gonna have another look at this as Vortex, a little stutter move, and Tango makes the stop again with 23 seconds. Now Vort Central in a little bit of trouble. Vort's got to get rid of this. He does. Tango doesn't have much to work with, so Snowy's gonna have to get this clear, and finally does get to the center line. But boy, Vort Central was under a ton of pressure there. They had to barely manage, and now they almost steal the game at the end. They still have a chance. Vortex. Oh, Tango couldn't redirect in, and we go to a scoreless overtime somehow.
Almost got one there in the final seconds. Snowy in the corner. Now the kickoff. That, I feel like that is the most frequent goal we see in overtime. It's just a kickoff goal. That happens so much. They still managed to stay alive, Vort Central, but a double commit because Tango also jumped for that ball, but Snowy was able to get up again and get in front of the final shot on the side of Solicit.
Tango, backboard. Can he bring it back Central? No. Vortex throws this right at Cabo. Got to get a little more creative than that. Zayd has Cabo charging, looking for a backboard rebound, but Vortex has the clear. Yeezy, drop down pass, and Tango intercepts. Boy, Zayd was right there. Now Snowy. Wily veteran almost broke through, but now Tango, full tank.
Oh, here we go.
Gotta get through Zayd. Needs someone to pass to, and he just didn't have anybody coming up in time. It still works out. Oh, Vortex got a couple looks, and Zayd and Cabo both made the stop.
Oh, and I feel bad for Tango. He worked so hard to get that ball in the midfield. He air dribbled it over one and then stuffed another player in front of the goal to force out another 50. It didn't go their way. The timing of when you use that flip, so crucial in those moments. It was Solicit who had the advantage, and they walk away by preventing that goal. Vort Central still with some solid pressure, and now it's getting overturned. The transition game from Solicit getting picked up.
Looked like there could have been numbers back the other way for Solicit, but they didn't have the boost to charge out down the field. So now Tango, he's in a tough spot against Cabo. Snowy at least got Cabo out of the way, and Tango, I think he did hit Vortex with that pass, but he didn't get out of the zone. Vortex still waiting with a full tank of boost in midfield. This could spring Vort Central downfield, but Tango had to get to that ball, had to win that challenge, and didn't. Vortex does get the clear, but they still cannot send Solicit away.
When we talked about this in the green, oh my goodness, the midfield hit, that was so clean. Now the final shot, there it is. Zayd, thank you for having the accuracy after that beautiful setup off the crossbar. Oh my goodness, if this didn't go in, Stacks, I would have been so mad.
Yeah, I feel bad for Vortex too. He's just sitting there in the back wall, just waiting and waiting. Like, okay, I can read this. Nope, out of my reach.
Yep.
And that is how OT ends. 1-0 to Solicit. Now they're 1 win away. And it's hard to imagine that after watching how well Vort Central managed them in game 2.
Exactly.
Yeah, that was a scoreless game, and Solicit's 1 game away from the playoff.
Well, I was telling you, I was mad if that didn't go in because we wouldn't be following the script of these past few games. It's just back and forth. One team takes one, the other will also follow up. We had a reverse sweep in the previous series. Now we come in here, Solicit versus Vort Central, each taking a game and then reversing it to the other team. And that one off the crossbar, we'll take another look at it. It was the follow-up and the positioning on the backboard. You feel bad for Vortex because there's not much he can do so long as the accuracy was there from Solicit, and it was, Stacks.
Boy, if you're just joining us, first of all, where have you been? Second of all, we're about to see Solicit make a little bit of history here. March their way into the playoffs in the Oceania Major if they can deal with Vort Central. What I'm really saying is not a chance. We're obviously going to game 5, but enjoy the ride while we're here.
I was about to say, how can you go against what's already been written and predetermined, okay, Stacks? Obviously, Vort Central going to take this one. If we go by the way the series has gone and that trend, but we'll actually see, because Solicit towards the end, they were getting a lot better pressure. I can see them overturning that script so long as they keep that accuracy up with the shots.
Oh, good pass over to Cabo, and we're seeing some of the extra passes come out now from Solicit. Big reason they were able to take the lead in this series is that saved away by Zaid. He was just there in the nick of time. Demolition by Tango. They were looking for another in the net, trying to take advantage of the chaos and confusion, and Tango just could not pull the trigger. And then Vortex got the demo, but he got slowed down. And then Cabo really was going downfield and then lost control of his car.
Oh, and he was going for a little dribble now out of defense, and it didn't really work because nobody was on the other side. I think both players looking for boosts on the side of Solicit. And we're seeing a much faster paced game, but also one that includes a lot more dribbles. And I also want to see more dribbles out of Vort Central. I think they're giving a lot of space from Solicit, and instead Vort Central panic a bit, throw this ball away, like right here, that clear, just given out right away, not even hit to a teammate. You need to be a little bit more thoughtful with your plays. Otherwise, Yeezy is going to take advantage with a slow-paced dribble, slots this one in.
Yeah, I think Tango's going to be kicking himself. He had turned off the ball on the initial drive downfield, and that gave Solicit a great opportunity near side that was barely missed. But you're not going to get lucky twice. Yeezy punishes Vort Central. And now the clock is ticking, 3.5 minutes.
Oh, can we just talk about it for a second? Just real quick, the touch from Yeezy, that first touch to keep it close, and how fast he got the second shot, or the second touch, which was a shot, the follow-up. It was literally within milliseconds that he pulled that off. Huge play from him, and that's one you need to make if you're sitting at match point and you want to take the series.
Vortex right at Cabo, and I think he was trying to steal some corner boost, but there was none to steal. Snowy trying to drop one down, goes right to Vortex, but Yeezy just shores up the defense on the near side. That got away from him, though. Tango trying to get up for the double. No, it's going to be saved away. Snowy blocked by Zaid. Vort Central not going away. Oh, Snowy got the pass out. He did his job, but nobody was there for it.
Oh, and I love the patience there from Yeezy, though. After he sees the mistakes out of Vort Central on offense, he sees space, knows he can get a solid flick, and look at all the time that's been wasted. We see Vortex doing the same thing, but it's met with a 50 and not nearly as good as a flick. But now here, over one defender, Vortex, the solo play, I was just talking about it, not going to work out in the end, but they've still got some pressure. Vort Central looking a bit better. Stacks, that one's missed, and it slips in. What happened here?
I think I just saw a team score goal with the least collective boost in RLCS history. They didn't have a whole lot to work with on their way downfield, and Snowy had to stay with the play because I think it was Vort or Tango was able to bring the ball downfield initially. So you're just like, well, we're here. And then that goes in. Opportunity comes knocking. Vort answers. And they're right back in this game and series, and they're about to take the lead. No, it's saved away.
Oh, we're seeing such awkward space been given up now to Vort Central, where they have a lot of time to work with what they've got, a lot of time to think about their next move, maybe go for a pass off the backboard, multiple situations and different avenues they can go for, because Solicit are a little bit stagnant on defense, and it's the demos too now, physical play getting incorporated. This could be a nightmare for Solicit to handle.
Zaid. Oh, this is a great challenge by Snowy, at least slows everything down, and Tango now gonna have a tough time out of the corner. Yeetsy's got to have this, and he does, out of harm's way to the side, but there's Snowy. Here comes Vort Central again. Nobody up on the backboard. An open backboard is an open net. Squared, I see you out there. Tango gives Vort Central the lead.
Oh no, I'm looking at Kaba right here, who is rotating just a little bit slow, and also Zayd. One of them needs to go, like you said, on the backboard. If you leave that unattended, you're basically giving away a free goal, a free shot to Vort Central. In these clutch moments, the script, it's writing itself. We're going back in favor of Vort Central, and they've got to take this game. Unless Zayd gets a bump, which he does in midfield, this could be a chance now for Solicit over one defender, Cabo. It's too easy. He puts it in all tied up here, Stacks.
Yeah, the collision in midfield, and then Snowy, instead of going back, he went for the bump play, and Cabo has free reign. 2-2. That physical play works out for Solicit this time. All the ebbs and flows you expect out of a 5th round series.
Oh, the
There's
speed.
still plenty more to come as that one's just wide. Follow up now from Cabo. Vortex thought about going to the backboard. Instead comes out flat and makes the stop.
The speed from Zayd in the midfield, that was huge. That's what's kept all this pressure now. It still hasn't gone to their own defensive end since kickoff. Tango faced with a dribble, lots of space to work with. Yeezy getting bumped, and he's going for a little flick, doesn't get it. And now 50 after 50, both defenses trying to keep this one out.
Tango going after this. No, but that's right on Snowy's lap. Can he take advantage? No, but he can still follow this up and steal some boost. Vortex's drive is just wide. Look how quickly they get downfield. Solicit, we're threatening, but another quality clear slows them down. There's Tango denied by Zayd.
When he's waiting for the pass now from Yeezy, but it doesn't come out. He just goes for a solo play. I'm not sure if I like that one better because the pass option was there. In these final moments, you are so nervous. Making that right decision and also being aggressive is so difficult to do because you don't want to get scored on and throw in the final moments or have your defense even tested as this one off the backboard, but it's cleared away by, I believe that was Vortex.
Vortex is up for this. This will touch down, and why don't we just go to game 4 and
Let's do it.
Go into overtime?
Yes, sir. And this is scary. Okay, the kickoff didn't go. Okay, that's what I always look at in terms of overtime.
That's what I always like.
Yeah, just as long as the kickoff is there, we're going to get a long overtime.
Well, maybe not. It's a decent setup. Tango bringing this to the corner. Yeezy really stay with the play up to the ceiling and just dumps this off to the corner. Keeps the attack alive at least. And Vortex has to make the stop. Boy, it is clutch up time for, both squads, but especially for Vort Central. Snowy, his shot easily stopped by Cabo, well out in front. And Vortex had to get that clear because Cabo took Tango off the field.
It is a mess in the defense. Sorry to cut you off. It's just a mess in the defense of Vort Central. We're looking at the play right now. This is in the middle. It's back in favor of Vort Central. There we go from the corner. Vortex just bounced it off the corner right to Snowy. The precision of timing that bounce. We're basically in geometry class now, Stacks. That's all I can say.
That was such a slowly developing play that after the fast pace of the last minute and a half of regulation, I'm sure the Solicit defense was just like, wait, that went in? Oh, boy.
And it's so difficult, too, whenever you push up into that side of the offense where you're in the corners and you need to get that touch out into the midfield. Whenever you push it off the corner, you have to hit it perfectly. That could bounce up and you give the other team a free counterattack. It could go and stay to the wall and then you give them a free clear. So many different ways that could have gone, but because he hit it so well executed and just the finesse was there, it bounced out into the middle the best way you could possibly hope for. Vort Central forced the game 5. That was an action-packed game, Stacks. I think we saw a lot more shots than we've seen basically the whole series.
Well, here we go. We told you. How long ago did we tell you about game 2? We just said, look, we're playing these games.
We don't make the rules.
We're going to game 5. This will be determined on Champions Field. There were 3 series in this round. They all came to this point. Reverse sweeps from Cowabunga and from Hazard. And now another classic unfolded between Vort Central and Solicit. And it's Vort out in front first.
Oh, Tango, the vision. He's waiting for Zayd's hit instead of going aggressive mode and just pushing up, trying to force a 50 against Zayd. He waits for that touch, bounces that one into the middle. It's another pass that's just fantastic, and it could have gone horribly wrong had it been intercepted, but no, Vort Central keep possession, keep control, and they've got a goal.
The elder statesman of the squad leads all scorers now with his 5th goal. This goes deep into the zone yet again. Yeatsy at least stalling for time and letting that ball get away from him a little bit. Now it's Zaid. Backboard. Waterfall down. Nobody could read it. Tango or Vort? Who's going to take charge? It will be Vort. And Tango is just kind of waiting patiently, so he has to go scramble for the ball, and Demolition certainly helped their efforts. But now Yeatsy. Up top, looking to set up Cabo. Zaid was coming up, but he has to just dish this off to the side. And here comes Vort Central again, and well, they might have scored if not for the efforts of Yeezy.
Oh, and good speed there, too, to break out of your own defense and get in front of the ball, but we're not seeing them bounce it off the backboard as much, which is what I want to see. That's what Vort Central abused in the previous game, hitting it off the backboard. Huge clears where the other team couldn't even react in time. And now Solicit, they need to do the same thing. They've got to find the space on the backboard to set your teammates up. If you can't find the midfield passing, at least go for the backboard.
Yeatsy up for this one as well. He has been all over the place.
There we go, there we go.
And it sets this up for Zaid, and we're tied back up.
Off the backboard, indeed. Yeatsy, nice little pass out in the midfield. And Cabo booms it. That follow-up touch, Vort Central, all their defensive line didn't expect it. Didn't expect that rotation across. Nice little pass out. We've got it tied up. 3 minutes and 22 seconds left. This is exactly what we expected. Just back and forth the whole time, Stags.
Wouldn't have it any other way as it comes down to one game to put one of these teams into the top 8 playoffs and leave the other wondering, man, what might have been. Snowy. Blocked by Yeatsy. And Tango's got to run all the way back, and he may be all by himself as Vortex at least tried to run interference. And Tango does make the stop. I'd like to think Vortex's play off the ball certainly helped.
Yeah, that touch from Vortex was crucial to relieve that pressure and make sure the follow-up shot wasn't there. Now, Snowy, good rotation. That kind of hurt them earlier where you rotated towards the wall instead of back into the net. This time, Snowy making up for that.
Tango over to Snowy. Important to use your teammates as you try to clear the zone and try not to do too much yourself in a high-pressure situation. Yeatsy, drop-down shot, and it's saved by Tango, but Yeatsy's still there, and Vortex has to get back as well.
Oh, that's another hit from Yeatsy where I think he could have gone off the backboard instead of the direct middle pass, but nobody was waiting. So give your teammates a bit more time. If you bang it off the backboard, that ball has a little bit more hang time. You can have one of your teammates recover a bit and then get boost, go for the shot. We're still all tied up here. 2 minutes left. I'm not sure who's going to take this one. In terms of possession, it seems like Solicit have Vort Central, beat. But at the end of the day, one counterattack could be the difference.
Could be one breakaway, one lucky or skillful shot could end it all. Zaid tried to chase down that ball off the backboard. Couldn't get to it. Couldn't get a bump either. Tango's in a real tough spot. And this is off the post and in as Zaid finishes the job.
Oh my goodness, I need to go to Yeatsy's perspective. From whenever he got that flick in the corner and then followed it up so fast. He's so good at getting that first touch, keeping it close to him. That's what happened earlier with that shot where he had a nice little touch in the previous game. He does it again in Game 5, the most crucial moment. They lead now 2-1. You've just got to stall out and focus on your clears at this point, Stacks.
Oh, Vortex with physical play barreling through on the kickoff. He tied up 2 defenders just off the ball. You see, he got Cabo got Yeatsy, and then Vortex finishes it himself. What a play!
Oh, that's so frustrating too. Yeatsy, I was watching his perspective. He had absolutely no idea. There is nothing you can do whenever your teammate gets bumped into you. You can't predict that. You can't dodge it. You can't even see it because it happened behind you. So unfortunate from Yeatsy, but the physical plays from Vort Central, that is massive now as we're all tied up.
Yeatsy right downfield to relieve a lot of pressure that could have been built there by Vort Central. They try to ride a little wave of momentum. Vort barely got a piece of that as well. Cabo back to Zaid, and Tango got there first. Great read, great instinct, and now a great shot that's blocked by Yeatsy, only barely.
Oh, that's another pre-jump. These teams, especially in OCE, I've noticed the pre-jumps have been fantastic. So fun to watch. It's another one from Yeatsy, saves it out. Time is running down now for both teams, so we might get an overtime. Game 5. I'd love to see it.
Yeatsy has other plans, as does the rest of Solicit. They're on the attack here with 30 seconds. Not for long. Vortex hits Tango, and there's Cabo with the clear. You'll get credit for his save, but it was over the bar. Yeatsy, oh, he can stay with this. Dancing through the air, and Snowy breaks up the play. Vortex does well, avoids a demo. Snowy to win it! He does, with 7 seconds left!
Vortex snipes Snowy. On the other side, I mentioned it, it comes down to one counterattack, the little pass out, and he led Snowy. So beautiful. That was like painting a picture that you just gotta hang up on your wall. The pass was so nice. Oh my goodness, Vortex, he clutched it out. Now the final moments, just drop this one down. You take game 5, Fort Central in the final moments. One pass, one shot, and they win.
All these young kids, get off Snowy's lawn. I love it.
Oh.
What a performance. What is that, 6 goals? Yeah, 6 goals, 3 assists as Snowy and Fort Central march into the playoffs. What a show.
I was talking about a painting, but like I feel like I need, one of those, what is it, the frames that you can get a photo of where it's like an animation. It's one of those electronic frames. That's what I need.
Yes.
I need that, just looping that pass because of how nice it looked. He led Snowy so perfectly to come in with all the power. If I could just get a gif of that looping on my dining room table, I'll be happy, Stags.
An inspiration to us all. Hey, Gibbs, it's not too late. It's not too late. Snowy did it. You
Gibbs
can
is coming back. The return of Gibbs. Let's go.
The return of the king.
Yeah.
Boy, what a performance, though. Congratulations to Fort Central as they march their way into tomorrow's playoffs in stunning, dramatic fashion. Snowy, the game winner. Boys at the desk, back to you.
Excellent, excellent, excellent. Another game 5. It's like we can't get enough of these over here. Fort Central beating out Solicit 3-2. Jake, you said you had a little bit of a prediction for us, okay? You said Fort Central to me, all right? There was a lot of back and forth, okay? We didn't know who was going to end up. Are you surprised? I mean, obviously, you did get it right just in the end.
It was tough, and yeah, it was quite the emotional roller coaster, but I thought Fort Central were definitely the favorites, but Solicit, they came out so strong, and especially Yeatsy as well, with such a individual performance as well. That really came down to the wire, and played with my emotions a bit on that one.
It's crazy to think that every single time we go to these final rounds, like all 3 today in this final round, game 5, same last week in OCE, continually delivering. But Fort Central now, they've been a real Cinderella story. Nobody had any expectations. They were the cowabunga of regional event 1. They got top 6. Nobody expected them to do well. They got top 6. They back it up with the top 8, but there were still questions around them because, their run was pretty simple in order to get in that top 8. They did it again in 3, and now they've nailed it. They've shown that they're clutch and are in the top 8 of the major as well.
And clutch is really important here. We were questioning a little bit earlier, like, consistency does seem more important than clutch, but when it comes down to these consistent game 5s in the qualifying matches, you have to give it to the clutch team.
There's some really happy moments as well and some sad moments as you look at the standings today. Again, these are the teams that we talked about. A lot of these guys will never, ever, will have their only chance maybe on the Rocket League channel to be in an OCE major, considering maybe in the future it will be top 2 teams only. And I think the big one to really drive home today, Gaming Gamers. Game 5, reverse swept. Homie has been one of those players that have fallen short of that top 8 not just for a season or 2, but for about 3 years now, always falling short. And even though a lot of teams have retired, he keeps coming back. He keeps fighting hard, and he's never been closer than he was today. But in the end, Cowabunga, the real surprise of the day.
Yes. Yummy, please. I'm so happy you bring it up. Cowabunga winning 3-2 over Ferox. What did you say in the beginning? Because I've seen a clip on Twitter Because honestly, the night has been going on for such a long time. My mind, I'm old, right? My mind is good.
I think that was Gibbs who said that they had 0% chance. You know, I believe.
It sounds like something Gibbs would say.
Yeah. No, I did say that they didn't have a chance. Though, I was thinking they had a sub the entire day. They brought in their core roster. I still think that the chances, if I were to give it to them with their core roster, would still be, less than 5%. That gives you a kind of tale of these guys that have not ever got close really to the top 16 in the past, who have fought really hard over the season. And again, I'd say as well, Hazard Esports. They didn't have an easy run today. They had Direwolf, Skyfire, Gaming Gamers. They even had, I think, Cringe Society early on. No, they had Cowabunga too, Vort Central. A really, really, really tough run, and they make it work as well. A crazy day for results.
I just love how Hazard played today. Like, Shrupinator just scoring absolutely everything. And we were talking, with the casters, and it was just such rotational kind of fundamental Rocket League. They weren't being fancy. They weren't doing anything like that. Just really solid play, and I'm looking forward to seeing more of them.
It's great to see. I mean, that's the wonderful thing about Rocket League, right? All right, you can have teams that maybe on paper they look like there's 0% chance or 5% chance, whatever the percentage might be, and then they just go on and do.
They just need some old belief.
That's right, but everybody needs a little bit of belief in them. All right. Let's check out the final standings from today. Okay, all the results are in. Day one is officially over. Sorry, we're gonna check out the playoff bracket for tomorrow. Excuse me. We have seen all the matches done for today. Tomorrow, we got one heck of a day.
Well, I know you're going to be cheering for Cowabunga, especially because there is a player called Joel on that one, but they've got Renegades, the toughest matchup. I think there's some nice things here that we see. Cringe Society on the same side as Ground Zero, which is a change up from the last events. We keep seeing a kind of Cringe Society on their own side of the bracket from the rest of the top three. So this is a nice change. But Mindfreak versus Canberra Havoc, they've both earned themselves pretty solid spots, tying in 4th place to have a good chance in this run.
It's always that 4th, 5th kind of placing, at least in this round of 8 for OCE, that's always so exciting. And you're right, like Canberra Havoc looking better and better. Mindfreak starting to get back on their feet. So that's definitely the one I'm looking for the most exciting one starting tomorrow.
Well, tomorrow should be good too, because Vort Central versus Ground Zero. The last time they were in this bracket at the very first round as well. And Vort Central took it to Game 7 against Ground Zero. Their run to win the entire thing could have fell short before it even started.
Yeah, so I'm sure Vort Central looking forward to that. And I'm also looking forward to Hazard playing against Cringe Society, because I'm just, if Shrupinator can play like that, like I'm excited for anything.
I can't wait to see Cowabunga play. Of course, we're going to have great matches overall, but I just want to, once again, I want to believe, okay? I want to be that little glimmer of hope, all right? They've already proven them to get into day 2. Now, can they go all the way? That is the question, guys. But that will conclude day number 1 of our RLCS OCE Regional Major, of course, brought to you by Verizon. Thank you so much for tuning in for day number 1. We can't wait to see you guys for day number 2 for the conclusion. Who's going to bring it home? Find out tomorrow. Thank you so much for tuning in.